Tyler. Prologue. The lights flickered eerily at St. Mark's Baptist Hospital in the corridor that led up to the neonatal intensive care unit, or the NICU. It always unsettled new nurses, how the fluorescent white light suddenly dimmed and crackled, scaring them witless and recalling countless scenes from horror movies based in hospitals. However, life at the hospital was not so bad. The hospital staff was competent with the patients and mostly had a good relationship with each other. However, since this night in question was New Year's Eve, most of the staff had requested holiday leaves or simply called in sick. The night promised to be calm anyway, with only 6 preterm newborns in the unit. The 3 nurses that were working at the time had just completed 5 hours of their 12-hour shift. After finishing their scheduled care times for each newborn, they began to settle into the waiting room to see the world celebrate the new year on television. They sat, exhausted in their scrubs, drinking tepid coffee and blending into the bleak hospital atmosphere. The only issue the nurses were experiencing during this time was the medical gas panel alarms going off intermittently. Most of the staff just considered it a cause of mild agitation rather than any real alarm. Apart from the quiet beep, beep, beep sounds from the hospital machines and the gentle hiss from the gas panel, there were no sounds of pain or anguish or screaming, which are common in a hospital like St. Mark's. The NICU at St. Mark's Baptist Hospital is at level 3 and has the capacity to care for 12 newborns prematurely. The babies currently housed in the unit all suffered from health issues, as they were premature newborns. Some of them had genetic health issues, while others were severely underdeveloped. Some babies had to face life-threatening issues during birth, which could affect them throughout their lives. These cases were the saddest, as they could develop both physical and mental impediments. Such impediments frequently lead to slow brain development, which could lead to learning and speech impairments. These babies are always given top priority, round-the-clock care by the hospital staff, especially the nurses, who always must keep a watchful eye in case anything happens. These babies are often transferred from the delivery room directly to the NICU within 24 hours of being born. The vibe of the hospital was different tonight, possibly because it was New Year's Eve. 3 nurses were assigned to work the NICU. They specialized in managing critical cases. One of the nurses must always be available and on call, so each of them takes separate breaks. One can easily identify the NICU nurses by their standard navy blue scrubs and white closed-toe shoes. These are the same nurses that are also on the medical code team for their department. Being on the medical code team means each of the nurses has a specific duty within their list of responsibilities. Each of the nurses have their own specific task. 2 of them oversaw the dispensing of medication, including sorting out all the pills for different babies, labeling them by name and dose, therefore ensuring that each newborn gets the proper medicinal cocktail. The remaining nurse must ensure that all incidents that happen during their shift are properly recorded. This is the standard procedure for St. Mark's and is usually followed diligently. However, it being New Year's Eve, the staff's attitude was a bit more lax than usual. The babies were all asleep peacefully. There were not even many attendants around, so it was a calmer night than the hospital had seen in a while. Considering how slow things appeared to be, the 3 nurses decided that they might as well take their break together. Everything was under control, and they deserved to chill out a little. Like everyone else, they wanted to see the big ball drop in Times Square on television. One of the nurses lamented how she wished she could be out there, drinking and counting down the New Year's with others, observing merry people, but she sighed and contented herself as the others were enjoying their celebration in person. Next year, she can get the night off, and she would be able to see it for herself. Before they could meet in the staff break room, however, the nurses each had to take a care round of the NICU, performing checks on each of the babies. Their duties included checking each baby's chart to see their readings to compare previous readings. They also checked to see if the baby's blood pressure was normal, that they were breathing properly, and that they seemed relaxed and not in pain. Then, they had to enter the data they gleaned from their observations into the baby's medical charts, respectively. St. Mark's Baptist Hospital had top-of-the-line equipment, including the latest EMR, electronic medical record program, which was a top-notch universal database that kept updated information on each patient without any glitches or faults. It was a godsend for the nurses because it made keeping track of the care check time simpler. In days past, that kind of information was stored in file cabinets. Often it could take hours just to dig out a patient's record from the mountains of filing cabinets in some dusty record-keeping room in the hospital. The system would automatically notify the nurses through a communications or comm system by sending them an alert to their hospital-issued cell phones if a patient records were overdue for a periodical inspection. This knowledge served as a sense of security for the nurses. They knew that the system would alert them if any issues should suddenly arise. Their phones would ping and they would rush to the NICU. At precisely 11:50 p.m., they head out to the staff break room together. However, before the upcoming planned break, they decided to make one more care round at the NICU. They all promptly started to perform their care checks again, looking at which newborns were about to fall asleep. A tiny little baby girl with sparse blonde hair on her head and has oxygen tubes stuck up her little nose. Her tiny chest was heaving up and down gently, signaling that she was about to fall into a comfortable sleep. Adjusting the newborn's pink hospital-issued blanket, one of the nurses lightly stroked her golden hair and then made some checks on her chart, before moving on to the next baby, a petite boy with strong symptoms of cerebral palsy. His condition was also stable at the time. The nurse was about to finish her checks on her chart when she heard the medical gas panel alarm sound again. It was disconcerting, as the alarm had gone off once before during the same work shift. One of the coworkers quickly pushes the mute button on the medical gas panels to silence the alarm before it wakes up the babies, because usually they would all start wailing together, creating a nightmare situation. It was always difficult to get all the babies to quiet down again. Luckily, the babies managed to remain asleep. The medical gas panel is used for a specific purpose. The hospital staff uses it to monitor gas pressures and vacuum levels of the medical gas pipeline. The last medical alarm that sounded unnerved the staff, though. The lead nurse went and checked on the medical gas panel, but it was working properly, so she did not look too closely. It was not their job anyway. That was the biomedical staff's job. She thought, why would the nurse take on more work? Tonight, there was clearly an issue with the medical equipment in the NICU. The equipment was faulty in some way. The biomedical staff would come and fix it the next day. Chapter 1. Code Red, and who is in charge? Nurse Kimberly was anxious to get over the routine checks because she did not want to miss watching the ball drop to usher in the new year.
Linda, Renee, are you done yet? Hurry up. We have 8 minutes until the new year.
Linda follows obediently, but Renee remains behind, fretting.
Something is off with the medical gas panel. Which button should I press?
She asked the other two anxiously.
It has several options. Repeat alarm, adjustable 1 to 60 minutes, or off.
She explained. Linda and Kimberly already had one foot out the door, with Kimberly holding the door impatiently tapping her foot. When Renee did not get an immediate response, she shouted out exasperatedly,
Hell, which one?
Linda sighed.
Just turn it off for now. The babies are asleep anyway, and the ones will fall asleep eventually. While they do that, we can finally count down for the new year. Come on, it's just a 10-minute break. It's not like something's going to go wrong in 10 lousy minutes.
Renee looked uncertain.
I don't know. I am not comfortable with all of us going on break at the same time. We all know well that it's against hospital policy.
Linda rolled her eyes.
Girl, relax. It's just for 10 minutes, not 10 hours. If we cannot party like everybody else, at least we can watch the damn ball drop on television while being stuck in this place.
Kimberly firmly affirmed her statement. Renee felt uneasy but reluctantly went along with the other two. I mean, they are right, she thought. It is just 10 minutes. Renee turned off the medical gas panel and walked into the break room, sinking into one of the threadbare couches that the hospital was nice enough to leave for the staff. They turned on the ancient fat screen TV. Yes, fat screen, not flat screen, like those TVs from the 90s that were still bulky and came with antennas. They quickly changed the channel to see the New Year's Eve coverage of Times Square, where the celebrations were in full swing. A celebrity diva had just butchered a set of holiday songs by obviously lip-syncing through the entire performance, Clearly looking uncomfortable, like the $1 million paycheck she received to be there was not enough motivation to actually sing at the show. She was wearing a tight, form-fitting beaded dress that barely fit over her giant, surgically enhanced behind. The butt itself was magnificent, but it made her movements comical and awkward on stage. Kimberly snickered at her.
Man, I can sing better than that. I've heard you sing at Dr. Singh's retirement party. During karaoke, you sounded like a cat in heat.
She guffawed. There were 5 minutes until the New Year's ball dropped.
We have 5 minutes left. Let's get some cute pics,
Kimberly suggested. The girls quickly fixed up their hair that they had up in buns and ponytails all day long. They finger-combed through their brown, red, and blonde hair respectively, hurried putting a slick layer of gloss on their lips. They dabbed some of their cheeks as an afterthought to give themselves a rosy glow under the pale fluorescent hospital lights that wash out even the most brilliant complexions. Linda, Kimberly, and Renee took some cute selfies hurriedly before the countdown, using the best Snapchat filters to make them look presentable. It was important for them to have cute pics of the night. They might be nurses at work, but even they wanted to feel sexy on their social media post. While the celebration in the break room was underway, something nefarious was occurring in the now unattended NICU. A mysterious figure had sneaked in through the back entrance of the NICU through the staff locker room. This person quickly surveyed the surroundings and discovered that all the newborn babies in the NICU were without supervision. There was not even a guard posted outside the door. The mysterious person also noticed that the gas alarm panel had been turned off. Gleefully, the figure realized their plan panned out even better than anticipated. Wearing latex gloves, a white lab coat, and a surgical mask, the person blended right into the hospital backdrop. Walking towards the medical equipment panels, and the person purposefully started turning off the main oxygen valve that led straight to the NICU department. Peering through the glass windows, the individual watched dispassionately as the newborn babies writhed and shudder in discomfort, trying to gulp in desperate breaths of precious air, but unable to get any in their underdeveloped lungs. The figure saw a little blonde-haired girl turn from a healthy pink to a dark purple as the capillaries in her eyes burst from the lack of oxygen. Her extremities turned blue. The little oxygen tube that was attached to her nose hung there uselessly. Her tiny fists finally unfurled, the final breath escaping her body. The newborn boy had gone limp as well, turning an unusual shade of burgundy. Some of the babies started choking on their own saliva, gurgling and coughing, desperately trying to breathe. And then, silence. Their little faces are black and blue. Their tiny, preemie bodies are limp and lifeless. The whole debacle did not take more than 90 seconds. It was easier than getting candy from a baby. The individual laughed silently. The mysterious figure did not take their candy, but took their breath away. The person left, with a swish of their lab coat, swiftly exiting the NICU without being spotted by a single member of the nursing staff. Meanwhile, the nurses were clueless about the incident that had just occurred in the NICU. Linda even opened her bag and brought 3 tiny bottles of champagne.
Cheers, ladies. Here's to ringing in the new year. If not in style, but at least in spirit. That's right. That's right.
Agreed the other 2 nurses, clinking their mini champagne bottles as the people on TV chanted, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Happy New Year!
The nurses all hugged each other and wished each other a Happy New Year. Of course, their actions were surely extremely against the hospital rules, but the nurses thought they deserved a break for a night. They know drinking at any job is a no-no, but is considered especially reprehensible in a medical institution. However, since it was New Year's Eve, they decided to make an exception to the rules for one night. The ball dropped, and the nurses were in a festive mood. The bubbly had put them in good spirits, and they brought a piece of chocolate cake from the cafeteria to add to the celebration. Then they called their friends and loved ones, FaceTiming them to wish them a Happy New Year. The 10-minute break soon turned into 25 minutes, and no one even noticed or remembered to check on the babies. They did not want to ruin the happy atmosphere by returning to the bleak hospital routine so soon. When they finally realized the time, Renee decided it was time to pack up.
Kimberly, Linda, we need to go back to work now. Make sure you get rid of the bottles if you want to keep your jobs.
Oh, Renee.
Kimberly giggled, draping her arm around Renee's shoulders.
What would we do without you?
Linda laughed and dumped the bottles, and the three of them walked merrily back to the NICU, with Kimberly making her best impression of mocking the celebrity singer. When they reached the NICU, it was evident that something was very, very wrong. The gruesome sight stopped them right in their tracks and sobered them up immediately.
Code red!
Renee yelled.
There's something wrong with the babies.
The nurses watched in horror the horrific scene before them. They were terrified, and rightfully so. Kimberly was paralyzed in her spot as her bloodshot eyes spanned the massacre before her. Linda gently pushed her inside, with Renee quietly sobbing as they went from incubator to incubator, looking at each newborn. The baby's skin taking on garish, unnatural greenish-blue hue. The blonde baby girl had burst blood capillaries in her once baby blue eyes, so full of light. A tiny droplet of blood was trickling from her eye, like a scarlet tear. Linda moved on to the next baby, who was equally blue in the face. She screamed for Renee and Kimberly to help her, jolting them out of their stunned paralysis.
Girls, snap out of it.
She yelled.
There is something extremely wrong with the babies.
The nurses' training took over, overriding their fear as they jumped into life-saving mode. In the NICU, they frantically continued checking each incubator, finding each infant motionless inside. Renee still was in denial.
Shh! Why are you yelling? You will wake the babies up.
She cried pitifully.
The babies are dead or dying, you moron.
Kimberly yelled angrily.
Linda, keep calling a code red until we get more help.
Linda fumbled clumsily inside the pocket of her scrubs, pulling out her hospital-issued cell phone to call a code red again throughout the hospital. St. Mark's Baptist Hospital did not normally have such devastating emergencies in the NICU. Code red was serious business. All the nurses, the entire staff at the hospital knew what this code meant and how urgent it was. It meant all hands were needed on deck. Staff from all the other departments in the hospital will now be rushing to assist them. The three nurses assigned to the unit were concerned because they knew that sooner rather than later, the questioning would begin.
All the babies are dead?
Linda trembled, sobbing uncontrollably.
How did this happen? What is going to happen to us?
She put her hands over her head and sank to the floor. The gravity of the situation finally hit her, and her legs gave out beneath her.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Linda cried.
We're going to get fired. We're going to get fired. Oh, my God. What if they send us to jail?
She dissolved into hysterics, mumbling.
This cannot be happening.
Repeatedly. Kimberly walked up to her and firmly grabbed her by the shoulders, lifting her off the floor and on her feet.
Pull yourself together. Are you a medical professional or not?
She asked firmly.
Remember your training.
Kimberly commanded.
Check the baby closest to you and help the best you can. Administer CPR. Cover the baby's mouth and nose tightly with your mouth. Alternatively, cover the nose and hold the mouth shut, like so.
She demonstrated the method on the closest baby. She pushed up the baby's chin with her finger.
Lift the chin up, like so. Keep it lifted.
She pushed the baby's head to one side.
Make sure the head is tilted.
She bent down and breathed 2 short breaths into the baby's mouth.
Like so.
She kept breathing into the baby's mouth gently, pressing the baby's chest and giving her chest compressions.
Keep calm.
Kimberly repeated.
Keep administering your CPR, just like I showed you. We must resuscitate these babies.
Renee and Linda quickly sprang into action, immediately trying to resuscitate the babies closest to them. There were a total of 6 newborns in the hospital. Kimberly was trying to resuscitate the blonde baby girl, while Linda was trying to help the newborn boy. Renee was trying her best to give CPR to another baby with curly hair, whose teeth skin had turned the color of purplish wine. As the nurses were desperately trying to revive even a single newborn, 10 nurses from other departments burst into the NICU. They immediately started trying to revitalize the remaining 3 infants. Chaos ensued. Amidst the ruckus, Amber Taylor, the nurse in charge of the night shift, entered the NICU. After taking a moment to take in the situation, she immediately takes charge, trying to bring some semblance of order to the scene playing out in front of her. She started issuing commands immediately, instructing the nurses regarding what to do. Her years of experience and training were evident in the calm and rational ways in which she instructed the nurses on what steps to take to give the babies their best chance of survival. The other nurses followed her lead without question, grateful for a firm, guiding hand, helping them work through the terrible crisis. The nurses tried their best, working intensely to try to save the babies. They did everything, from CPR to injecting adrenaline directly into their hearts. They even tried to resuscitate them using a defibrillator. Nothing worked. Babies are extremely fragile creatures, especially preemie newborns, and it takes hardly a few minutes to suffocate the life out of them. All the newborns in the NICU were already ill and suffering from various health problems, so snuffing out their lives was an easy feat for the murderer. They were too weak to move themselves out to a position where they could breathe. They could not even cry out. Unbeknownst to the entire staff, the mysterious figure's goal had been accomplished. Kimberly, Linda, and Renee are alert and sober now, knowing full well that they were about to get their asses handed to them. They had broken the rules big time. They had left their unit unattended. What is more, they had been drinking in the break room. Amber Taylor thought to herself, so what if it was New Year's Eve? So what if they had checked on the babies before going? Where was their presence of mind? How dare they turn off the gas alarm panel for their own convenience? The room was strangely quiet, like the calm before the storm, but the storm had already hit. Now it was just a matter of who would be blamed for the incident. Amber Taylor was known around St. Mark's to be a hard-nosed. She was tough, she took no prisoners, and could smell a lie from a mile away, because she was in the business of keeping people alive. She had no interest in insipid or incompetent nurses. She especially hated workers who did not follow the rules, and right now she was sure she was in the presence of 3 rule breakers who had deliberately flouted their authority. They had neglected their duties and jeopardized the hospital's entire future. Amber thought, for what? Amber was determined to find out what was so important that all 3 nurses had to be on break at the same time. She had a suspicion that there was a New Year's Eve celebration going on, that it may have influenced the nurses' gross negligence, and to make matters worse, she thought she could smell alcohol on Nurse Kimberly's breath. Amber had made sure that the 3 nurses had experienced the full brunt of the remaining staff's ire before she summoned them into the break room. She loudly commanded,
NICU staff, follow us to the break room right now.
Her voice had echoed across the vast tiled hall. She ushered the 3 flustered nurses into her NICU staff break room away from the others, and requested a security guard to block the door to ensure that none of the nervous nurses tried to flee the room. Amber Taylor wanted answers, and she wanted them immediately. Kimberly, Linda, and Renee slowly shuffled behind Amber and the security guard, feeling the accusatory glares of the other staff members on them as they passed. They could hear the cries of the staff members as they placed blankets over each baby's corpse. They felt as though they had entered some weird Twilight Zone, as if they had been dropped into a horror movie and had no idea how to escape.
Ladies, enter and close the damn door behind you.
Amber Taylor's harsh voice cracked like a whip, breaking their apparent trances. Sobbing, they stood shamefaced in front of her, still in disbelief. The deaths of the newborns weighed heavily upon their minds. They could not bear to think about the lives they had just destroyed with their negligence. The lives of different families, their hopes and dreams, died along with their children. Shuddering, they forced themselves to look at Amber, waiting for the other shoe to drop as she began her questioning. She sat down authoritatively in the chair at the head of the break room table as Kimberly, Linda, and Renee stood shivering before her. She knew they were waiting for permission to sit down, which she did not grant them. She wanted to watch them squirm. The more nervous and afraid they become, the more likely they would be to blurt out the truth. One of them would be the first to break and sell out the others. She just had to wait and see who would be the first to crack.
Ever since he came into our lives, he became one of the family. But now he's gone. With Fond Recollections memorial plaques and website, we can upload all our photos and videos of him. Visit fondrecollection.com today and cherish the happy memories of your loved ones.
Chapter 2. Secrets, Lies, and Damage Control. Renee, Linda, and Kimberly were transfixed by Amber Taylor's icy cold glare. Renee could feel her arms covered in goosebumps. Kimberly was nervously biting the cuticle hanging next to her thumb. She was a nervous nail biter and had chewed her nails down to the little nubs. Linda looked resolutely at her shoes as if her plain white tennis shoes were the most fascinating thing she had ever seen in her life. It was now 12:45 a.m. Amber Taylor finally spoke after watching the irresponsible nurses fidgeting in front of her.
Can one of you please explain how an incident of such magnitude could occur?
She said in a deadly cold voice.
Especially when the NICU is supposed to be monitored 24 hours a day, and the babies were never supposed to be left alone.
Emphasizing the word never in a way that made the nurse's blood run cold. Renee burst into tears. Amber Taylor took that as a good sign. Amber knew she could be the first one to break. She could not stop the tears streaming down her face, and guilt was written all over her face, glowing like a neon light.
So sorry, Miss Taylor.
She choked out the words between sobs.
We only stepped out the area for a few minutes.
She wailed.
We just wanted to see the New Year's ball drop in Times Square. That's it.
Renee and Linda looked as if they wished the floor would open and swallow them alive. They were struggling to hold back tears as well. They could still hear the cheers coming in from the break room television, incriminating the shamed nurses even further.
Can someone turn the damn television off?
She snapped at a security guard, who rushed out of the room to grab the remote. Her displeasure and anger were evident on her face. Amber turned her attention back to the nurses.
Now, repeat what you just said to me again.
She said sternly.
What did you do?
Amber emphasizing each word. Kimberly started to speak up again, but was interrupted by Renee.
Miss Taylor, we only went into the break room for a couple of minutes. That's it.
She spoke quickly as if she was trying to get all the words out at once.
Miss Taylor, we only went to the break room for a couple of minutes. That's it.
She spoke quickly as if she was trying to get all the words out at once.
It was just a couple of minutes.
She repeated desperately.
We constantly checked on all of the newborns. We were compliant and making our rounds. We had been experiencing issues with the medical gas equipment ever since our shift started. We don't work for a biomedical department, and therefore we don't know how to fix medical machines.
She cried, furiously wiping away the tears falling from her eyes as her voice shook with anxiety.
This incident happened because the equipment malfunctioned. It didn't happen because of us.
Renee said in a shrill voice. Amber massaged her temples with her fingertips as if Renee's word gave her a headache.
I need time to think.
She muttered.
Make sure those nurses stay in the break room.
She barked, ordering the security guard to ensure that the nurses did not leave the break room. They all sat down, huddled up on the cold steel chairs. The door shut behind Amber as she swept past them, with a loud bang that made them jump. The security officer had stepped outside with Amber, locking the nurses inside. Linda looked at the other two nurses, wide-eyed.
We're in a world of trouble.
She whispered frantically.
No matter what happens, we cannot let them know what really happened.
The other two nurses agreed.
So what's your plan?
Renee whispered back fervently.
We need to get our story straight.
Linda said, matter-of-factly.
If we don't, we will definitely lose our jobs.
Renee nervously twisted at the hem at the top of her scrubs, around her fingers.
We will not just lose our jobs, we will lose our licenses. We'd most probably go to jail.
When Renee heard that, she crumbled up, sobbing hysterically.
Hush, pull yourself together.
Linda said harshly.
We do not have time for your hysterics. We need to accept the reality that we may have lost our jobs already. We now need to work on what to tell the authorities so that we do not end up in jail.
What's your plan?
Kimberly asked, sniffling.
Look, there is no fucking way that I'm going to prison for this shit.
Linda replied.
You two should wise up and follow my plan.
Renee nodded.
I'm with you on that.
Kimberly did not say a thing, but the others took her silence for acceptance.
This is what we're going to do. We are going to blame the biomedical department for the entire fiasco. It is technically their fault anyway. It is not our job to deal with the faulty machinery. They are responsible for maintaining the oxygen machines. We are not. This is why the babies died. We did our jobs. They did not.
She looked both Renee and Kimberly straight in their eyes.
That is what happened. Capiche? Capiche?
The nurses agreed, relieved that they now had some clear directions and a straightforward story to follow. Kimberly looked like she was about to cry again, but then she composed herself and exploded. Linda still looked like a fidgety squirrel though, and Linda's sharp eye caught her nervous movements.
Kimberly, spit it out.
We fucked up. We fucked up bad this time. I mean, how can you be so callous? How can you be so callous? 6 babies have died, and all you two can think about is saving your own hides?
She was so angry she was shivering and gasping for breath as she spoke.
The babies died. It's our fault. It is our fault. I know it.
She stopped to take a breath, trying to steady herself, as the other two watched her warily. If she blew it, everybody would be screwed.
But I cannot go to prison.
Kimberly whispered softly, as her eyes welling up with tears once again.
I have a daughter. What would she do without me?
Kimberly cried in anguish.
I hate this. I hate this so much. But I will do this.
She wiped her eyes and fixed them unwaveringly at both. Finally resolved, Kimberly decided,
if we must blame the biomedical department to save our own asses, then that's exactly what we will do.
It's not even a lie, though.
Renee said defensively, as if she was trying to convince herself just as much as she was trying to convince the others.
We had been experiencing problems with the oxygen equipment all night. We documented the problems in our logs. We had written evidence. That must be worth more than a few minutes of downtime in the break room, right? Especially if we already performed our care rounds.
That's true.
Linda assented.
We did everything by the book. We just took a little break in the middle. The equipment had been malfunctioning throughout our shift. Why should we be the ones to take the blame?
They looked at each other with new resolve.
So it's agreed then. Repeat after me.
Kimberly said.
The babies died because of the biomedical department's negligence.
The other two repeated it as if saying it again would make it real. All 3 nurses agreed that this would be the story they would tell anyone who asked. No confiding in their husbands, mothers, boyfriends, or best friends, because eventually, someone always talks. This fraudulent story was their only hope of surviving the situation, with minimal legal repercussions, even though deep down, they all knew that the babies died because of their own negligence. The nurses had a decidedly calmer demeanor when Amber Taylor re-entered her office. Amber could not tell if this was because the downtime had given them space to calm down and pull themselves together, or because something new had transpired. She did not care. She would deal with them in her way, like she always did. She already knew that the nurses would lie about the baby's deaths. However, this was America, where a person is presumed innocent until they are proven guilty. So, even though to Amber, the nurse's guilt was as pronounced as if it was stamped on their foreheads, she had to let the authorities undergo due process. She, along with the other senior administrators, had to interview these nurses separately before the police arrived. The hospital's reputation was on the line, and Amber could not afford to have St. Mark's flawless reputation be tainted by some irresponsible nurses who would rather party in the break room on New Year's Eve than look after premature newborns. Amber started her questioning with Renee, as Linda and Kimberly were escorted out of the room by the security guard. She knew that if she kept them in separate rooms, which would take away any opportunity they had for further collusion of their story. She already regretted leaving them alone in the first place, but she had to answer the chief nursing officer's call, and she could not do that in front of these nurses. Renee sat before Amber Taylor, the cold, rigid steel chair pressing against the small of her back. She nervously fiddled with a loose lock of her hair next to her shoulder. Amber looked her straight in the eye and said,
Nurse Renee, I know you are upset about the baby's deaths.
Amber questioned in the same flat, matter-of-fact tone utilized to interrogate the staff.
However, you are the supervising nurse of this unit. The baby's safety was your responsibility. You were supposed to make sure nothing happened to them. Their medication was administered, and they were perfectly stable in the previous shift. So kindly tell me, what the hell happened?
She roared.
What on earth were you doing during the time of the baby's deaths?
Renee took a deep breath, but before she could begin to speak, Amber held up her hand as if to stop her from talking. It was obvious that she was incredibly upset. Her pale, white complexion had flushed completely scarlet. Her eyes appeared watery, and her hands cold and clammy.
We have already informed the administrative team, security, and the baby's families about their deaths.
Amber continued, hoping that this information might appeal to their guilty conscience.
It is just a matter of time before the press is notified. I am afraid the matter is out of my hands now, and it must be dealt with as per protocol.
She told Renee, hoping to scare her into admitting the truth.
Therefore, if you are harboring any hopes of me offering you my protection for the sake of the hospital, I suggest that you tell me the truth about exactly what occurred here tonight?
Her statement was a bald-faced lie, of course. There was no way she was going to offer any of the nurses any protection. Besides, she knew she did not even have that power. Amber Taylor was a betting woman, and the odds were that the nurses were guilty.
Do not leave out any of the details,
Amber told Renee, warningly. Renee started to speak, but was interrupted for a second time as there was a knock on the office door. Amber cursed under her breath and motioned for the security guard to open the door. A tall, well-muscled man walked in with a commanding presence. His blond hair was cropped short, and he had dark gray eyes that resembled storm clouds.
Ah, Mr. Samuels,
Amber said, as a way of welcome.
Miss Taylor.
He acknowledged. Robert Samuels was the security department director for St. Mark's Baptist Hospital and a former local police officer. He had worked at St. Mark's for the past 20 years and still had deep connections within the local police department. Robert jerked his head to the side, motioning for Amber to step away from the nurses. Amber got up and stood next to Robert next to the door.
Stop questioning the nurses.
Robert whispered in her ear.
Don't ask why yet. Just no further questions.
Amber looked as if she were about to protest before Robert loudly said,
Miss Taylor, I must formally request that you cease your line of questioning. This is now a police investigation. These police officers will take the nurses in for questioning. Thank you for your help, but we will take it from here.
Amber Taylor was not a woman that could be easily dismissed, however. She stood her ground, saying adamantly,
they are my nurses. They collaborate with me, so they are answerable to me first. I should be the one questioning them before the police get involved.
Robert shook his head firmly.
When there are multiple potential homicides involved, I'm afraid it's a police matter. This matter is now beyond your authority.
Amber was surprised and irate.
My staff is my jurisdiction.
She shouted at them.
I'm sorry, madam.
Robert repeated mechanically.
We need to take the nurses into the security office for questioning.
Amber was in a tizzy. She had no idea what to do because she hated having her authority removed. The fact that the police had shown up without being called also sent alarm bells in her head. How did they get here so fast?
But she didn't answer any of my questions.
Amber protested.
She will answer the detective questions now.
Robert said firmly. The moment he said this, a swarm of police officers entered the hospital. They gathered the three nurses, handcuffed them, to escort them to the security office. Linda, Renee, and Kimberly were humiliated as the officers treated them like common criminals. Amber tried to stop them. She kept saying she had every right to deal with her staff the way that she wanted, and that the police were just infringing on her authority. Robert, tired of her constant interference, handed her a cell phone. Confused, Amber answered.
Hello?
She said, tentatively, not knowing who to expect on the other line.
Amber, this is Nicole Snipes.
Amber shrank a little hearing those words, delivered by that curt voice. Nicole Snipes was the CEO of the hospital and Amber's direct boss.
Amber,
Nicole said in a quiet but deadly tone of voice.
can you kindly explain to me how the fuck can you allow 6 babies to die in our hospital in one night? We have the best equipment in the state. We're supposed to have the best staff of the most highly qualified nurses and doctors. Do you mean to tell me they had all checked out for the night and you had allowed it because it was New Year's Eve?
She said, irate. Amber winced. Miss Snipes continued.
Do you think people do not get sick because it's New Year's Eve? Do you think they go like, oh, we will just save our deadly illnesses and prevent accidents for one night to be considerate so that the doctors and nurses can take time out to party like everybody else? Do you think that is the way the world works, Amber?
She fumed.
Are you that fucking stupid?
Miss Snipes, I'm so sorry.
Amber said, frantically.
I was not in the NICU. I had just gotten to my office when the incident happened. The night nurse in charge, Renee Hampstead, it was her job to make sure everything was going smoothly. And she did conduct and document her care rounds before taking a break.
She tried to explain the matter the best she could.
The thing is, someone should have been always in the NICU, and all of them abandoned their post. I just must figure out who. But the police are not letting me question the nurses.
She lamented.
That's for the best.
Nicole snapped.
You have proven that you are not competent enough to manage this by yourself. I never imagined that any such incident could ever occur in my hospital. How could all the babies in the NICU die at the same time?
She spoke with utter disbelief mixed with pure rage.
Stay away from the police. It better be done,
Nicole said waspishly.
There is a shitstorm of bad press heading our way. We need to control it before it hits the fan. Your job is to meet me outside the hospital when I arrive. I am only 5 minutes away. By the way, Eric Rivera should get there before I arrive. You need to inform him to meet me in my office the moment he gets there. Make sure neither of you speak to anyone else,
she ordered.
I hope you're capable of doing that at least,
she said sarcastically.
Of course, ma'am. It will be done.
Amber said sheepishly.
Thank you so much for hanging out with us. If you had fun or picked up anything from this episode, please assist us by hitting the like, subscribe, and notification buttons. You can also comment and share our content. These small things really help our channel and mean a lot to us. Also, special thanks to our Patreon supporters. You guys are the heartbeat of this channel, and we can't thank you enough for being so generous. If you would like to join our Patreon community, please click on the link below. You can contribute as little as $5 per month. You can get all kinds of perks. You can even buy merchandise of your favorite characters at our shop store. Click on the link provided below. That's going to do it for now. Until next time, remember you are cherished by us. So be kind and know that we consider you as family.
Ever since he came into our lives, he became one of the family. But now he's gone. With Fond Recollections memorial plaques and website, we can upload all our photos and videos of him. Visit fondrecollection.com today and cherish the happy memories of your loved ones.
Chapter 3. Nicole Snipes. Nicole Snipes was not an unattractive woman. A natural brunette, short but skinny, with a long aquiline nose and thin pursed lips. She was waspish and capitalized on building her fearsome reputation. Hence, so people were either in complete awe of her or thought that she was a complete bitch. Nicole took it in stride. It was common for women in power to be labeled as bitches or controlling, when their male counterparts would be called ambitious go-getters for having the same attitude. It was her so-called bitchy attitude that had helped her make her way to the top of the hospital's corporate ladder. She was the CEO. Everybody was answerable to her. She reveled in it. She peered outside her luxury car to see Amber Taylor's anxious ginger hair, with her hair tied up in a severe bun. It was bobbing up and down as she was pacing around the hospital's entrance waiting for Nicole. Amber was a bundle of nerves. As she had walked out of her office and through the hospital's hallways towards the entrance, she could see that the news had spread like wildfire. The entire staff was aware of the incident and were staring at her with looks mixed with panic, horror, sympathy, and even condescension.
Humans.
Amber snorted.
We're no better than animals.
She walked through the hallways with her head held high, adjusting her face into its usual haughty look. Her steel-toed heels click-clacked across the cold marble floor. The people around her wondered how on earth she could remain so composed in the face of such tragedy. Of course, they did not know that on the inside, her heart was thumping so loud it felt like it would jump out of her chest. She smoothed down her scrubs and made her way outside into the crisp night air. She was glad she had the presence of mind to grab her jacket before stepping out of the hospital. It was pretty cold inside, as the heating was never at full blast. But outside, it was freezing. She started pacing around the sidewalk, waiting for Nicole's car to pull up. When she reached the front lobby, she met Eric Rivera entering the building. Eric Rivera was the second in command at the hospital as Chief Operations Officer. He was a tall and slender Hispanic man with curly black hair and dark eyes that glittered like onyxes. He was a shrewd observer, though he appeared mild-mannered to his friends and colleagues. A lot of people stereotyped him off because he spoke with an accent. They thought that just because his English was flavored with a Cuban accent, he must not be the brightest bulb in the socket. That was obviously racist bullshit, as one does not become COO without having considerable intelligence. Eric Rivera was highly educated, having graduated summa cum laude at the Wharton School of Business in Pennsylvania. Amber was the first to greet him, as it was appropriate for someone in her position to do.
Good morning, Mr. Rivera.
She greeted him timidly. He looked at her and just said, "Is it?" Eric Rivera did not look as well put together as he usually did. He was usually dressed in perfectly tailored Armani suits. Today, it looked like he had dressed in a hurry. His right cufflink was missing. His shirt had been haphazardly buttoned, and his hair also looks disheveled since he had been informed of the NICU incident. Amber also noticed that his shoes were left untied, and he had a concerned expression on his face, as demonstrated by his tanned skin creased with frown lines across his forehead. The moment he approached Amber, he immediately started asking questions.
Amber, are you okay?
He asked. He was the first person to ask her that with a genuine concern. In fact, he was the first person to ask her that, period.
I'm okay, I guess.
Amber replied, rubbing her nose nervously.
It's a lot.
She added.
It is.
Eric said gravely.
How many people know about this incident?
He asked her suddenly.
Did anyone call a code? Were there any delays in calling it?
His questions kept piling on.
Amber, what happened?
He demanded to know as Amber struggled to find the right words to respond to him.
Well, Nicole told me that we both need to wait for her out here, and then we will follow her into her office. She said she would be here shortly.
Amber replied.
I think I see her now,
she said, pointing towards the slender figure stomping her way towards the hospital lobby. As predicted, she was right on time, within 5 minutes of their phone conversation. Nicole Snipes was never late. Finally, Nicole's shiny black Audi finally pulled up to the hospital entrance. Stepping outside of her car gingerly, the red bottoms of her black Louboutin heels landed into a puddle of water. Cursing softly, she shook her foot like a dog shakes water off its fur and headed towards Amber. She was wearing a simple white Chanel dress shirt with a black button-down overcoat. Amber couldn't identify which designer made the garment, but she was damn sure it didn't come out of some bargain bin at Ross. Nicole Snipes looked expensive. Delicate ash blonde baby highlights in her hair, which she always blow-dried to perfection, said to be the perfect sheer shade of nude lipstick that she always wore. She was chic without trying too hard and didn't need anyone's approval, which made people hate her and envy her at the same time. Nicole had worked in the Baptist care system for the past 30 years, yet to this date, she's the company's only female CEO. It was understood that she needed to set herself apart from the others. She always wore heels to compensate for her petite 5'3" frame, but it was her willingness to be successful by any means that made her a giant in the organization. She was either worshipped or reviled, and she was in polarized fashion. Nicole didn't care either way. It helped her appear more powerful and reinforce her importance. Amber felt like she understood her at times, because she too was a woman in power that had to assert her authority to be taken seriously in a male-dominated world. It wasn't that long ago that the field of medicine was a good old boys club. To them, female nurses were simply pretty accessories like flight attendants of the time. However, the female nurses proved their worth in the medical field, and female doctors ended up surpassing many male doctors in their respective fields. Nicole Snipes wasn't a doctor, but a businesswoman, and a pioneer in her own right. She too knows what it felt like to make a room for herself in a space where women were not traditionally welcome. No matter what kinship Amber may feel with Nicole at other times, right now Nicole's presence was making her nauseous. Amber tried her best to keep her composure and her lunch down, as the entire hospital staff looked to her for guidance and strength. Nicole breezed inside the lobby and commanded the staff waiting in the hallway outside of her office to go ahead and be seated in the conference room. The meeting was about to begin. The administrative staff took their seats, butts clenched. They had no idea what Nicole Snipes had in store for them.
So much for hanging out with us. If you had fun or picked up anything from this episode, please assist us by hitting the like, subscribe, and notification buttons. You can also comment and share our content. These small things really help our channel and mean a lot to us. Also, special thanks to our Patreon supporters. You guys are the heartbeat of this channel, and we can't thank you enough for being so generous. If you would like to join our Patreon community, please click on the link below. You can contribute as little as $5 per month. You can get all kinds of perks. You can even buy merchandise of your favorite characters at our shop store. Click on the link provided below. That's going to do it for now. Until next time, remember you are cherished by us. So be kind and know that we consider you as family.
Ever since he came into our lives, he became one of the family. But now he's gone. With Fond Recollections memorial plaques and website, we can upload all our photos and videos of him. Visit fondrecollection.com today and cherish the happy memories of your loved ones.
Chapter 4. Pointing Fingers. As the administrative hospital staff nervously shifted around in their seats, Nicole stood at the head of the large conference table. The entire staff was obviously stricken by the gravity and the tragedy of the situation. It wasn't every day that 6 babies died together in a unit that was supposed to offer around-the-clock intensive care. They were all traumatized by the events of the day, but were also equally conscious of the fact that someone will have to take the blame for the incident. Now, all they had to do was wait for the other shoe to drop so they could find out who was going down for this. The conference table was full of all the administrative people that mattered at St. Mark's Baptist Hospital. Eric Rivera, the COO, was sitting to Nicole's right, looking as disheveled as he did when he walked in. On his left, Kim Lopez, a hard-working Latina who had never been absent from work during her 5-year tenure at the hospital as the assistant administrator. To Nicole's left sat Scotty Allen, a critical care unit director, a polite black man with short-cropped curly hair. Scotty was always friendly with the hospital staff, asking them about their families, and making it a point to remember everyone's birthdays on his team. Technically, he oversaw the smooth operation of all the ICUs and CCUs in the hospital. A lot of people liked him, but a lot of people were jealous of him as well. They didn't believe his sort of person should get to work in such a high-level position. Sitting next to Scotty, May Payne, the HR director, was typing something furiously on her cell phone. May was a black woman who took her job seriously and made sure that the HR department ran without a hitch. She was the one everyone went to whenever they suffered internal disputes at work. She had a calming presence and excellent knowledge of HR policies that helped her resolve most of the cases that came through her office. However, she was clueless about this one though, and suspected a lot of people were as well, with the possible exception being the ones actually on duty in the NICU during the incident. Robert Samuels, the security director, sat next to her, his walkie-talkie in his hand. He was in his early 50s but still had a thick crop of dirty brown hair that he kept parted on one side. Robert was dressed in formal slacks and a white button-down shirt, but had rolled his sleeves up as if he felt the need to possibly get his hands dirty. Reuben Rose, the chief nursing officer, was sitting directly opposite of May. He was a cynical man with a common face and a common brown hair. His face was a forgettable one, but it suited him just fine. His job was to give outstanding patient care and not to stand out in the crowd. He left that flashy shit up to the doctors. Sitting next to him was the ICU nursing supervisor, India Davis. She did not look happy. Her dark brown eyes had a faraway look to them. India's brown skin looked ashy, and she had shoved her hair up in a messy bun as an afterthought. It was not like her to look this shabby. It seemed as if the events of the night really got to her, and with good reason. The NICU nurses technically were under her department as well. Amber Taylor took her place at the other end of the table as charge nurse, right opposite Nicole Snipes. Amber realized that she was going to be the target of Nicole's ire, so why not put herself directly in the line of fire? Nicole was the first to speak, and she addressed Amber as expected. She also directed her question towards Robert.
So Amber, Robert, can you please explain how 6 perfectly stable babies can die at the exact same time in an NICU that was supposed to have a staff member at all times, but no one was there?
She said, icily. India tried to speak up, and she was immediately silenced.
Is your name Amber or Robert?
Nicole snapped at her.
No. So kindly be quiet and wait to be addressed.
The others understood that they were not to speak unless she addressed them. Nicole focused her attention back on Amber.
Amber, tell us what you know so far,
she commanded. Amber cleared her throat and stood up.
Miss Nicole, we now know that all newborns in the NICU died around 12 a.m. this morning.
She glared accusatory in the direction of the break room door as if Renee, Linda, and Kimberly were still standing there.
I believe that our NICU night staff is ultimately responsible for their deaths. They were not paying attention regarding the execution of care during their care round. When I was talking to the nurses during my initial incident interview, they explained that the medical equipment that was being used to monitor the baby's heart rates and oxygen levels was malfunctioning. They reported that the equipment had constantly been making false alarms even before the start of the shift. A report was made to the biomedical department and a work order was submitted alongside it. This was done prior to the incident.
Amber stopped and sighed.
They should have set another reminder, but since it was New Year's Eve, hardly anyone from the biomedical department was present. With the machines constantly blaring noises, one of the night staff nurses must have turned off the alarms so that the babies could sleep. They checked on them firsthand before going on to break, and they were fine.
Amber didn't really know what to say after that. And then they died? Was she supposed to say that? The words wouldn't leave her throat. Robert Samuels was incensed.
This is outrageous. Madam CEO, we all know that turning off any medical equipment while it's in use is against all hospital protocols. Plus, there is absolutely no reason for leaving the newborns unattended. It came to my attention that there were 3 nurses on duty that night. What possible reason could they have had to take a break all at the same time? Somebody should have been present in the NICU nursery at all times,
He said angrily, slamming his hand against the conference table. He took a few calming breaths to regain his composure before continuing.
During our brief investigation of the unit, we found that the medical gas equipment had been turned off, and that caused the oxygen valves to shut down. That is the cause of the deaths for the newborns. I would also like to point out that the 3 nurses involved are currently being detained at the police station for questioning. I was briefly able to question them a little before they left the hospital with the police, and it seemed evident to me that they had rehearsed all their answers to keep out of trouble,
He said fiercely. Nicole sank into her seat and drummed her perfectly manicured French tips into the table surface.
So, Robert,
She mused.
how do you plan to correct this security breach?
She said delicately but threateningly.
It's clear that someone had to enter the NICU unit to shut down the oxygen valve. We have badge readers for anyone with access to the NICU, do we not?
Nicole glared at him and without waiting for an answer barreled on.
Do you have the badge reader data? What does it tell us about who entered the NICU?
She fixed her gaze upon Robert, who seemed to tremble under pressure.
Madam CEO,
Robert gulped.
the badge reader only tells us how many people entered the unit. It cannot recognize specific names or photo IDs.
He admitted sheepishly.
It can only provide us with a count, but not with names. So as of 12 a.m. today, we have a total of 25 people entering the NICU.
He said.
But that could be anyone.
Nicole threw her hands up in exasperation. Robert continued.
True, because that number includes staff and police. We have absolutely no means of identifying if any unauthorized person entered the unit. For all we know, it could have easily been one of the NICU staff that turned off the medical equipment.
An outrage followed his statement as everybody in the room immediately started protesting their innocence. Some of them started adamantly accusing the 3 nurses, while the others immediately started providing alibis for where they were the time the incident occurred. Nicole clapped her hands together loudly to get everybody's attention.
Enough!
She commanded.
I will have a civil meeting with a civilized staff.
She said curtly. That was enough to mollify the staff enough to shut up. Nicole turned to Robert.
Robert, at this point, everyone who worked last night is a suspect.
The moment she uttered these words, the mutterings and protests started up again, but she silenced them all with a glare.
We need to figure out why our badge system is so outdated. Surely the software is capable of giving out more detailed information.
She asked. Before Robert could answer, Eric Rivera jumped in and said,
Madam CEO, we obtained quotes to update the badge reader system a few years ago. However, it was determined by all at the time that it was simply too expensive. We decided that the price of a system update was too high, and why should we pay for it when our current system was working for us so perfectly? It worked outstandingly at the time,
he claimed. Nicole stared daggers at Eric.
Does this incident look outstanding to you?
She asked him, as if he was a moron.
Thank you for that outburst, Eric.
Nicole said calmly, smirking.
We will certainly be addressing the issues of upgrading our badge reader system offline. Is that fine with everyone?
Again, without waiting for an answer, she continued saying,
Now, I expect to meet the ICU director and the biomedical supervisor in my office within the hour. The rest of you need to convene with Eric to create your corrective plan of action to ensure that this type of incident never tarnishes the hospital's reputation again.
The team nodded in unison.
Do I make myself clear? Find a solution or find a new job.
Nicole said viciously.
Good. Then this meeting is adjourned.
As the hospital staff shuffles out of the conference room, one can sense the tension in the air. It is so thick that it almost feels like you could cut it with a knife. Everybody was on edge because they knew major changes were about to be made, and any one of them could be affected. They knew that Nicole could let them go on a whim, just like that. And then what would they do? People looked at each other distrustfully throughout the room. The seeds of discord have been sown. Now it was just a matter of identifying the person responsible so they could reap what they had already sowed. Many would be held responsible justly and unjustly for the day's incident. The question on everybody's minds was, who could it have been?
So much for hanging out with us. If you had fun or picked up anything from this episode, please assist us by hitting the like, subscribe, and notification buttons. You can also comment and share our content. These small things really help our channel and mean a lot to us. Also, special thanks to our Patreon supporters. You guys are the heartbeat of this channel, and we can't thank you enough for being so generous. If you would like to join our Patreon community, please click on the link below. You can contribute as little as $5 per month. You can get all kinds of perks. You can even buy merchandise of your favorite characters at our shop store. Click on the link provided below. That's going to do it for now. Until next time, remember you are cherished by us. So be kind and know that we consider you as family.
Ever since he came into our lives, he became one of the family. But now he's gone. With Fond Recollections memorial plaques and website, we can upload all our photos and videos of him. Visit fondrecollection.com today and cherish the happy memories of your loved ones.
Chapter 5. The Interrogation. After the rest of the team had exited, Scotty Allen, the ICU director, and biomedical supervisor Stacy Mill remained, waiting nervously outside of the CEO's office. Both men looked agitated. Stacy was sweating through his crisp and starched white shirt, the yellow pit stain spreading obviously down his back. Scotty did not have any of his usual swagger. His face looked ashen and crestfallen, frown lines creasing his naturally smooth forehead. Scotty usually stood out at the hospital as he was the only black director at the hospital. They had other black staff, of course, nurses, administration members, but he was the only black director among a sea of non-black faces. Scotty Allen felt the pressure. He felt the need to prove himself beyond a shadow of a doubt that he belonged there and that he was a damn good director. He had to work twice as hard as others. Scotty always had to hold his head high because he knew he could not afford to have anyone question his credentials or talent. He refused to be judged by the color of his skin, but by his medical prowess instead. Scotty refused to let other people intimidate or frighten him, so he decided to project a cheerful demeanor. His residents were both in awe of him and confident in his abilities. Tall and slender, with short wavy hair, he had a dignified and handsome appearance. He was responsible for all crucial departments in the hospital. A lot of his peers thought he was just a pretty boy with a high IQ. However, it was a false perception on their part. Scotty had cultivated it carefully. Even Eric Rivera found him to be intimidating. In Eric's opinion, Scotty was the CEO's golden boy, and she would favor him at every opportunity over the other staff. Eric felt it was only a matter of time before Scotty would usurp his role in the hospital. However, Scotty looked anything but intimidating. In fact, he felt as Stacy looked, sweating buckets. Scotty Allen was everything Stacy Mills was not. Stacy was near retirement, overweight, balding, with a huge belly. His desperate attempts to comb over whatever sparse white hair remained on his head fooled no one. He was another run-of-the-mill white male, a nothing special guy, close to retirement. Stacy had planned to stay off the radar to hide any laziness or incompetence on his part. He planned to continue with his job for 3 more years. Afterwards, he would finally retire. They heard the clacking of Nicole's heels on the marble before they saw her, the sound making them spring into a state of alertness.
Get inside my office now,
Nicole yelled. The two men meekly followed her inside. Nicole Snipes' office reflected her personality. Minimalistic with a modern design, she had her office decorated with the most sophisticated, avant-garde furniture without being tacky. Nicole took her seat at her desk and gestured to the chairs in front.
Sit,
she said curtly. The two men felt like they were in an interrogation chamber, waiting for the inquisition to begin. They wondered who she would address first and whether they would have the presence of mind to give her the answers she wanted to hear. She turned her attention to Stacy first.
Stacy, kindly explain to me in detail exactly why the medical equipment in the NICU was malfunctioning,
she said, fixing her cold gaze towards him.
Why were the repairs delayed?
Stacy opened his mouth to answer before Nicole snapped.
I want a precise answer.
Stacy gulped. Madam CEO, he stammered. I had assigned the work order to repair the equipment to the staff 2 days ago. Pressing on, he said, the equipment is designated to be critical, life-saving equipment. Since it was so important, I had expressly told the employees that they had to fix the faulty equipment within 24 hours or to replace it entirely after troubleshooting if they could not find a solution, he explained. I have the employees' notes right here. It's from our work order system. He fumbled with the papers in his hands, placing some on Nicole's desk. A couple fell on the floor, and cursing, he bent down to pick them up. His sweaty fingerprints were all over the papers as he placed them on her desk. Nicole looked at them with disgust. The notes say that the equipment had a faulty relay, he explained, pointing to the page where the detail was mentioned. The staff said it would take 3 days to replace it because they had to order a new one. We had 2 options. The first was to move all the newborns to another critical unit. The other was to inform the NICU staff to simply silence the false alarm as soon as it went off to prevent the noise from troubling the newborns. Stacy looked like someone had punched him in the gut, but Scotty admired the way he soldiered on with his explanation. The NICU staff is always supposed to be present in the ward. That is what we knew. Since there is always staff present 24 hours a day in the unit, the biomedical supervisor thought it would not be a cause for concern as someone would always be there to keep watch on the babies. So, his voice trailed off for a second. He gulped and then continued. So staff agreed to just silence the alarm until it gets replaced. Nicole was outraged. Her fury must have shown on her face because both men shrank into their seats.
What?
She shrieked.
That is unacceptable. Why didn't you overnight the equipment parts that needed to be repaired? Why didn't you have spare parts in your possession in the first place? We are a hospital, are we not? We are supposed to be equipped to deal with all emergencies.
She raged. I personally requested the work order on December 30th, ma'am, Stacy said desperately. The employee did troubleshoot the equipment and ordered the new relay within 24 hours. It is the holiday season. Everyone is backed up. They told us that the earliest we can get our hands on the new equipment parts will be around January 2nd. Stacy said softly, as if he was wishing he did not have to speak. He cleared his throat and spoke a little louder. Besides, he said defensively, we had meticulously investigated all the medical equipment in that unit this very morning. We discovered that someone had deliberately turned off the medical equipment, including the oxygen valve. Stacy's explanation was not news to either Scotty or Nicole. Both had heard about this information, but they were surprised that the biomedical staff had investigated the equipment so efficiently and quickly. Nicole had been prepared to fire Stacy Mills on the spot. His revelation had saved his job. When she learned how quickly he had reacted to get the situation under control, she changed her mind. Stacy was not the one to blame, she thought. She shifted her attention to the other man in front of her, Scotty Allen. Stacy sighed a great sigh of relief when he felt the focus of Nicole's laser-sharp gaze shift onto Scotty Allen. It was Scotty who was looking shaken up now. His swagger and confident demeanor lost, he sat in the chair with his shoulders slumped, his brown eyes darting around the room like a cornered animal. Stacy smirked inwardly. He was going to enjoy watching the CEO rip him to shreds. Now that he was out of her line of fire, he was going to chill out and watch Scotty as Nicole prepared to start shooting at him. Let's see him try and wiggle out of this now, Stacy thought maliciously.
Mr. Allen, now my questions are for you,
Nicole said in her raspy, matter-of-fact voice.
However, before I start, Stacy, you can leave now.
Stacy slowly got up and started walking out. In a way, he was relieved to get the heck out of there. Still, he was also bummed that he would not get to see Nicole rip Scotty to shreds. Oh well, he thought. You win some, you lose some. And almost ran out of the door, shutting it behind him. Stacy knew he would not have to wait long to learn what transpired behind those closed doors. Gossip traveled fast in the hospital. It was only a matter of time before the so-called private conversation would become an open secret, because everybody knew that staff simply cannot keep a secret. Nicole tucked her hair behind her ear and looked Scotty in the eye.
Scotty,
She said, bracingly.
judging by the look on your face, you were absolutely clueless about the issue of the medical equipment in the department. Am I right?
Scotty started to nod before Nicole bullied over him, saying,
Remember, I was the one who personally recruited you to work in my hospital. I expect your loyalty, and most of all, you owe me honesty. I hope I can expect that from you.
Scotty looked at her earnestly and replied.
Of course you can, ma'am.
Nicole observed his face for a second, as if she were scanning for telltale signs of a lie.
Good. So please explain to me why your staff decided to act in this manner. Their actions are unfathomable to me.
Scotty looked uneasy.
I wasn't there, so I can't really say.
He said, nervously.
You can't really say?
Nicole repeated coldly.
Okay. So then explain to me why I should keep you employed at the hospital, because eventually someone must be held responsible. I need accountability. Someone must pay. So that person could be you, Scotty, or it could be the people who are responsible for this calamity. Why you? You might be wondering. You're the head of the department. You are responsible for your staff's actions.
She thundered. To his credit, Scotty did not shrivel up at her tone of voice. Instead, he calmly said,
CEO, you know that our NICU is a level 4 critical care unit, which means that we provide the highest level of care for critically ill newborns. They are the ones with the most complex illnesses as they are born prematurely. You know this. I was only made aware of the biomedical equipment issue a few days ago, before I went on vacation. I had already informed the staff to put in a work order to request the repair of the equipment.
He explained.
Just give me some time. I will find out who among our staff permitted the rest of the nursing staff to silence the NICU medical equipment alarms. I will find out why the newborns were not moved to the pediatric unit when I had already asked them to do so. This is common protocol. Just give me some time, and I swear, I will get you the answers you require.
He stated confidently. Nicole sighed.
Fine. You have 24 hours to find the parties responsible. Remember, somebody must be held responsible. The hospital's reputation depends on it. So, it's either you or them. Do I make myself clear?
Scotty Allen stood up and met Nicole's gaze.
Crystal,
He replied and strode out of Nicole's office. Scotty stepped out of the office looking far more confident than he felt. However, he had a mission, and he was determined not to fail. His job at the hospital depended on it, and he was not about to lose his job for the incompetence
So
of
much
others.
for hanging out with
The
us.
clock was ticking.
If you had fun or picked up anything from this episode, please assist us by hitting the like, subscribe, and notification buttons. You can also comment and share our content. These small things really help our channel and mean a lot to us. Also, special thanks to our Patreon supporters. You guys are the heartbeat of this channel, and we can't thank you enough for being so generous. If you would like to join our Patreon community, please click on the link below. You can contribute as little as $5 per month. You can get all kinds of perks. You can even buy merchandise of your favorite characters at our shop store. Click on the link provided below. That's going to do it for now. Until next time, remember you are cherished by us. So be kind and know that we consider you as family.
Ever since he came into our lives, he became one of the family. But now he's gone. With Fond Recollections memorial plaques and website, we can upload all our photos and videos of him. Visit fondrecollection.com today and cherish the happy memories of your loved ones.
Chapter 6. Repercussions. Nicole Snipes felt like she needed an outlet for the rage that she had built up inside of her. Dealing with Scotty and Stacy was not enough to satisfy the disastrous storm, so she decided to turn her attention to Ruben. Ruben Rose must be punished. As the head of the nursing department, it was his job to keep a handle on his nursing staff, and he had failed miserably. The worthless nurses that he had hired had no idea what it took to ensure patient care at the hospital. It was Ruben's duty to ensure that the nursing staff he hired was at least competent. Nicole had had enough. She was not going to allow any of these nurses working in the NICU to remain employed at St. Mark's. The hospital's reputation would suffer because of this incident, and it directly affected her impeccable reputation. Nicole Snipes' reputation was unimpeachable. Everybody should know that. It should be common knowledge, she thought. Ruben's face was strangely blank as he sat in front of Nicole, a faraway look into his eyes. Nicole snapped her fingers to get his attention.
Ruben,
she said.
I need your utmost attention, so focus.
Ruben looked startled, as if he were not expecting to be caught out.
Yes, ma'am. I'm listening.
He replied, in his signature raspy voice. Many assumed that hospital staff were supposed to be healthy, but Ruben smoked like a chimney. Pressures of the job, Nicole supposed. She did not care if it was not on the hospital premises. Ruben could choose to kill himself in whatever manner he chose. Nicole really did not give a damn.
I need you to fire all the nurses that were working last night in the NICU.
Nicole told him flatly. Ruben gasped.
All of them?
He said, shocked.
We will be severely understaffed, and I'm sure the nurses will be facing criminal charges for this morning events. Miss Snipes?
He tried to explain. However, knowing her decision to fire the nurses was simply to put on a show at this point, Nicole was not having it.
Oh, you do not worry about that. There are hundreds of qualified and responsible nurses that will give a lot for the opportunity to work at St. Mark's. We have an impeccable reputation and people want to work here for now, but we must act quickly. I intend to keep that reputation,
Nicole said. Ruben Rose was not happy when he heard this. It took a long time to train nursing staff to adjust to the way things are done in any department, and training nurses new to the hospital's NICU, even those with previous NICU experience, was going to be a task and a half.
It's going to take forever to train new staff,
he whined.
Stop your whining, Ruben.
Nicole scolded him.
When I tell you to do something, I expect you to do it without question.
Ruben swallowed and spoke.
It will be done.
Nicole tapped her red acrylic nails on her desk.
Oh, and did you have the opportunity to obtain the statements from the security?
Ruben's normally cheery face fell.
I haven't gotten the chance yet,
he mumbled.
Well, you have to do it. First thing after leaving this meeting,
Nicole instructed. She got a nasty, pinched look on her face.
Believe me when I tell you, others will face the possibility of termination. The NICU nurses are the first to be fired, but not the last. Expect mass carnage as the investigation unfolds,
she said blankly. Ruben's forehead was dotted with perspiration. The CEO's words had scared the crap out of him, and he knew that Nicole meant every word. She could be very intimidating when she wanted to be, and right now, she had intimidated the crap out of him. He did not want to fire anyone, but he knew that if he stood up for his staff, she would fire him without a second thought. He had no choice but to obey. Let the bodies hit the floor, he thought sarcastically. He would do as he was instructed. He needed his job. Ruben Rose was liked around the hospital. He was a plump white man with a ruddy complexion and a penchant for laughter. An expressive man who could cheer up any patient. He was an out and proud gay man who was an active member of the LGBTQIA+ community. He wore a tiny rainbow badge on his scrubs and never denied his truth. He joined the nursing profession because he wanted to help people. When he had gotten the job at the hospital, he had worked his butt off, meticulously performing any and every task that he was asked to do until he reached the top. He was competent, and he cared deeply about his patients and his nursing staff. He did not like confrontation, and the fact that he was asked to fire his NICU night staff weighed heavily on his conscience. He did not want to do it. Just the thought of it made him feel deeply uncomfortable. He sighed as he thought about all the nurses on the NICU staff. Bright-eyed Renee, who liked to sing to the infants when they got colicky. Naughty Linda, always ready with a dirty joke to make staff members smile, and the anxious but cute Kimberly, who cared deeply about all the patients that came through the ward. He knew all the NICU nurses personally, knew about their lives, hopes, and dreams and fears. He had visited the NICU as frequently as possible. He loved babies and liked to think his presence there gave the newborns comfort. Reuben wanted them to feel less alone since they were away from their parents. He called it sharing the love with the little babies. Their deaths had devastated him. Reuben had cried when he had first heard the news. As he walked out of Nicole's office, his eyes filled with tears. He noticed Scotty Allen pacing quickly through the hallway.
Scotty!
Reuben yelled out.
Scotty!
He yelled again, as Scotty was not slowing down.
Scotty! I need to have a quick word with you.
Scotty sighed and stopped. Reuben wanted to have a chance to talk to him before they each began their respective investigations. Reuben placed a hand against the wall, winded from trying to match Scotty's pace, trying to catch his breath. Scotty started briskly walking towards Reuben, but ended up running into Tracy Kites, a hospital volunteer whose main job was to deliver mail around the hospital. She was whistling as she wheeled her mail cart down the hallway. Tracy blocks his path with her cart and shoves a package in Scotty's hands.
Mr. Allen, I need you to please sign for your package,
she tells him. Scotty absentmindedly signed for the package and continued to walk towards Reuben Rose.
Reuben, let's head towards the elevator,
Scotty said, and they started walking together down the hallway towards the elevator.
Scotty, Nicole has asked me to fire the entire nursing staff,
Reuben said tersely.
I had a feeling this might happen, but doesn't she know that they will probably face criminal charges?
Scotty said sadly.
We need to figure out a strategy to ensure that something like this never happens again at our hospital.
It was unusual to see Reuben looking so serious, but he nodded and said,
We must. It's not just about our jobs, it's people's lives depending on it.
Scotty said gravely.
So, what do we do?
Reuben asked Scotty, hoping he had a plan.
Well,
Scotty replied,
I have a few ideas. This is what I was thinking we should do.
Several months later. Over 6 months had gone by since the tragedy at St. Mark's Baptist Hospital. July had just begun. The 4th of July celebrations were right around the corner. Many members of the hospital staff had requested vacation days so that they can have an extended holiday. The NICU nurses that were working back in December had all been replaced. The hospital, thanks to Nicole's iron fist, was running smoothly with no major glitches. Ever since the tragic death of the newborns, Nicole had ensured that nursing rounds in each department had increased. She had also authorized the purchase of all new biomedical equipment, hiring an overseer to make sure the machinery was always running in shipshape. The hospital board of directors had also created a staff outreach program to offer mental health support along with trauma and bereavement counseling. This initiative helped the staff members who had gone through the devastating incident with the babies. These plans were all proving to be effective as the hospital was moving in a positive direction. However, with change, though, comes challenges, because there is always an adjustment period. The staff needed time to get used to the new normal. A lot of staff members refused to adjust, and they quit working at the hospital as months progressed. Scotty and Reuben had produced a strategy together to help keep staff motivated, enough not to quit, but it was not as efficient as they had hoped. Still, all was not completely hopeless. The new nursing staff Reuben had hired had proven to be competent and quick. Scotty was helping oversee the care of all the patients in the critical care department. He started spending more time at the hospital and taking the time to get to know every member of his team more extensively. Nicole had made good on her threat of mass terminations. Heads had rolled and she fired the biomedical engineers, the NICU night shift nurses, and even a few supervisors. She wanted to revamp her staff, and she managed to do that quickly, if not painfully. A lot of people suddenly found themselves unemployed, but she managed to find adequate replacements for the people fired in record time. Each new member of the staff was vetted exhaustively. The hiring process was rigorous, from multiple interviews and tests to stringent background checks. Only the people who managed to pass through these Herculean trials were hired to work at the hospital. The problem was not hiring new people. The problem was getting them to stay. The work was tough, and Nicole's new unforgiving regime had a lot of people breaking down and quitting. Staff retention became a problem. So by July, St. Mark's Baptist Hospital had a revolving door of staff coming and going. Remembering names and faces became a problem for veterans who did not quit. There were large employment gaps in key departments for certain periods. The domino effect was felt by the entire hospital. Nicole and her board were forced to offer large signing bonuses as incentives for registered nurses to join the staff. Once the word of the large staff turnover started getting around, the holiday period would be tough, with so many staff members having requested vacation days. The hospital would be insanely understaffed. The staff shortage was felt especially by the critical care units that required staff to be always present. The NICU nurses that were fired after the newborn incident were now facing manslaughter trials. They had no excuse for leaving the newborns unattended. Unit supervisors had to beg on their hands and knees, pleading for their staff to work on 4th of July. However, their pleas were ignored. The staff were entitled to their vacation days, and the hospital legally could not forbid them from taking earned days off. Plus, if they tried any sneaky tactics, the nurses would simply quit, and that was the last thing management at the hospital wanted, for more staff to quit. Nicole and all the hospital management were in panic mode, but tried to show a composed front. They had to find a solution to their staffing problem. They could not afford another incident like the New Year's Eve tragedy.
So much for hanging out with us. If you had fun or picked up anything from this episode, please assist us by hitting the like, subscribe, and notification buttons. You can also comment and share our content. These small things really help our channel and mean a lot to us. Also, special thanks to our Patreon supporters. You guys are the heartbeat of this channel, and we can't thank you enough for being so generous. If you would like to join our Patreon community, please click on the link below. You can contribute as little as $5 per month. You can get all kinds of perks. You can even buy merchandise of your favorite characters at our shop store. Click on the link provided below. That's going to do it for now. Until next time, remember you are cherished by us. So be kind and know that we consider you as family.
Ever since he came into our lives, he became one of the family. But now he's gone. With Fond Recollections memorial plaques and website, we can upload all our photos and videos of him. Visit fondrecollection.com today and cherish the happy memories of your loved ones.
Chapter 7, Rebellious Workforce. ICU Supervisor India Davis was in a bind. She was facing a potential staff rebellion, with half of the nursing staff threatening to quit or walk out if they did not get the vacation time they had long requested and were eagerly anticipating. She knew it was a sensitive issue, and Nicole Snipes would have her head if she did not have a 24-hour on-call staff for all ICUs at St. Mark's Baptist Hospital. A short, elegant black woman in her early 30s, India Davis had a no-nonsense attitude when it came to work, because she knew that many lives depended on her. The New Year's Eve tragedy was never far from anybody's mind at the hospital, especially India's. She felt fortunate to have her job after that debacle. She knew that she had to be able to coax some of the current staff to stay without being too forceful. She was keenly aware of how in demand good nurses were and how quickly dissatisfied staff could just quit if they did not get what they wanted. 2 of her nursing staff had already stopped showing up for work this past week. They had not even bothered to give their 2-week notice as per hospital policy. They simply stopped coming to work. India had gathered all her nursing staff in the break room and decided that the best way to try and convince them to stay was to appeal to their humanity. Many people choose the nursing profession because they generally want to help people. She did not want to think about the fact that many people also joined the nursing profession because it was one of the best paying jobs in the entire country. The nursing staff was chattering, sitting restlessly on the plastic break room chairs, eager to get this over with. India puts up her hand to quiet the murmur.
Staff, if I could please have your attention. Look, you all joined this nursing profession because you wanted to help people. This is your chance to make a difference. You also get the opportunity to show you are go-getters, and the people who volunteered to work through the holidays will show enormous potential to the higher-ups in the organization. The growth potential is immense. So, any volunteers?
She asked, looking around the room expectantly. Crickets. Nobody said a single word. Not a single hand went up to volunteer.
Come on, guys. We need at least 2 more nurses to cancel their vacations or at least postpone them. You will be paid overtime. Does anybody want some extra money? You know how short-staffed we are. If you show up for work over the holidays, I could promise you there is enormous potential for growth in your career at the hospital.
India said, half cajolingly, half desperately. India Davis had worked at the hospital long enough to know that the request was a long shot. People had planned parties, out-of-state family gatherings, and they had every right to use their vacation time. However, they were hospital employees that understood in the medical profession, the patient always comes first. India hoped at least some of the members of her staff would remember that. The fact that upper management had already approved the vacation time without consulting her was a thorn in her side. She felt helpless because she knew that the entire nursing staff was unionized. So, in other words, India Davis could not do shit. Her authority meant nothing. She knew she would face obstacles and people would be reluctant to work over the holidays. What she did not expect was how blunt they would be in their responses. Chanaka, a petite nurse with a blonde streak in her hair that she always kept tied up in a ponytail, gave her a scornful look.
Get real, India. You know we do not have to work because our vacation time was already approved. You are the boss. Why don't you cancel your holiday plans? You get paid the big bucks. So why don't you step up and take one for the team? Most of us have already purchased our plane tickets. I'm going to Miami, Florida. Do you think I'm going to cancel my plans because you could not figure your shit out? Tough luck. I'm going. We cannot and will not help you out with this one,
she said with relish. The others fervently added in their assent, and India could feel the earth move from beneath her feet. Her cheeks were burning, and she could feel the rage bubbling up inside of her, but she forced herself to stay calm and smile. Losing her shit now in front of the staff would only antagonize them further. As long as she stayed calm and rational, she could argue that they were the ones that were being unreasonable. She understood why Chanaka had the audacity to say what she did. The other nurses were clapping her on the back and cheering her on. India glared at them menacingly, but she knew it was a front. She felt like an imposter and suspected the others thought of her as undeserving of her role. India Davis was recently promoted to ICU trauma supervisor. She was not in the NICU staff the night of the incident, so she was brought in from another department and promoted. Many people were deeply unhappy about that. St. Mark's had cliques, just like many offices. Life was always like high school, with the same mindset, just a different setting with higher stakes. People made snide comments behind her back along with lewd suggestions. They snickered, saying that she must have slept with Scotty Allen to get her promotion, or she was kissing his ass, or both. Just because she was an attractive young female, many people thought that was the only reason she can get ahead. The fact that she had graduated at the top of her class in nursing school and had an impeccable and professional record had nothing to do with it. India needed to respond to Chanaka, that bitch, and the others. She had to get the situation under control.
Ladies,
she said in a steely voice.
We have the ICU unit staffing secured. I just need 2 staff members to work in the trauma ICU. You know that is a matter of life and death. Are your vacations in Miami so important that you would risk the life of a trauma patient for some mimosas on the beach?
India did not wait for a response because she knew exactly the kind of response she would get.
I need your answers by the end of your shift. I hope one of you can please reconsider your position and prove to us how valuable of a nurse you are to St. Mark's,
she said cordially. As she started to walk away, Chanaka yelled out,
The answer is still no.
India froze in her tracks and turned around.
What did you say?
She asked, disbelievingly.
The audacity.
I said...
Chanaka spoke, pronouncing each word slowly and deliberately, as if she was talking to a dumbass.
The answer is still no.
She looked at her, dead-eyed.
You are totally forcing us to work. That is what it feels like. This work environment is getting hostile. It is unbearable, really. We're going to have to take it up with HR, and we will. We have set up a meeting with the Human Resources Department during our lunch break today,
she said triumphantly, daring India to make her next move. It was like the most dramatic game of Jenga ever, and if India removed even one piece with clumsiness, the entire tower would collapse. Shit. India Davis knew that the meeting with HR could go either way, but they were more likely to take the nurses' side because they were backed by the workers' union. They had won, she sighed and said.
There's no need to get HR involved. I will simply work the trauma ICU this weekend,
she said flatly. India's admission moved some of the staff as they guiltily shifted around in their seats. Fiona, a shy brown-haired person who wore thick, black-rimmed glasses, quietly said,
Are you sure you can work that many days in a row?
She asked meekly, feeling bad about the situation.
That's like 10 straight days of work.
Chanka glared at Fiona.
She has it. She's the boss, right? That is why she's getting paid the big bucks and we are stuck with peanuts. You got to earn the money they pay you, right?
She snickered.
Have fun working this weekend, girl. You can see my pics from Florida on Instagram while you're in the break room, if you get a chance to take a break. Otherwise, I will show them to you when I get back.
India sighed and left the room. She knew she had a long road ahead of her. She made a mental note to speak to Fiona privately. She could convince her to stay. St. Mark's was facing staffing issues all throughout the hospital, not just the ICU department. It was the trickle-down effect that made its way down to the least noteworthy departments. Even the mailroom was short of staff. Mailroom supervisor Victor Diaz was the hospital's resident heartbreaker. He had a reputation for leaving a trail of broken hearts wherever he went, with the nurses either fawning over him or crying over him once he was done with them. He had several girlfriends in different departments in the same hospital, and thought he was slick enough to pull it off. He was. They eventually found out about each other, but not before Victor had gotten in their pants. Victor was not feeling particularly like his Casanova self that day. The staffing issue was serious. He had to lead a meeting with his staff about who would work from the 4th of July week and throughout the holiday weekend. The mailroom staff had gathered around his office. Victor sat down at his desk and cleared his throat.
Guys, if you can all please have a seat,
he said, motioning to the row of plastic chairs he had arranged in the room for this meeting.
We must discuss the staffing for the holiday weekend. You all know how short-staffed we are. We do have limited overtime available, though. So if any of you have applied for vacation during the holiday week, please ask one of our volunteers to work in your place.
He pleaded.
It is not a bad idea. It would allow us to cover your scheduled work hours, and it will not affect your overtime budget either. Also,
he said, clearing his throat again,
a lot of our volunteers are senior citizens. They would not be partying during the 4th of July weekend anyway.
The mailroom staff burst into laughter. Even the senior volunteers laughed because Victor's words, though funny, were true. They did not have anything better to do during the holidays anyway. Tracy Kites, a woman in her early 70s, with short cropped white hair and papery white skin, spoke up. She looked as fragile as a paper doll, but she had worked as a nurse during the Vietnam War and had more guts and courage than a lot of young people that were currently employed at the hospital.
I will cover anyone's shift during the holiday and gladly. I do not have many people to celebrate with anyway. You young people go out and have fun. Make memories. God knows I did when I was your age. Just remember though, when you get back, you must hear all my stories with my wild days in exchange.
She joked. Victor was relieved. Tracy was tough and reliable. She could get the job done.
I really appreciate that, Tracy. Thank you,
he said sincerely, flashing her a devastatingly charming smile.
Now, that is what I'm talking about. I wish all of you were like Tracy Kites.
Tracy blushed and smiled as the rest of the mailroom applauded her.
It is settled in. Tracy will cover the mailroom and package deliveries at the hospital over the holiday weekend. All paid staff, do not forget to clock in and out. I will not change anybody's time card. So if you want to get paid correctly, you better properly clock in and out this week,
Victor instructed. All was well in the mailroom, but India Davis was dreading the holiday weekend that would follow. She was in for a rough ride.
Thank you so much for hanging out with us. If you had fun or picked up anything from this episode, please assist us by hitting the like, subscribe, and notification buttons. You can also comment and share our content. These small things really help our channel and mean a lot to us. Also, special thanks to our Patreon supporters. You guys are the heartbeat of this channel, and we can't thank you enough for being so generous. If you would like to join our Patreon community, please click on the link below. You can contribute as little as $5 per month. You can get all kinds of perks. You can even buy merchandise of your favorite characters at our shop store. Click on the link provided below. That's going to do it for now. Until next time, remember you are cherished by us. So be kind and know that we consider you as family.
Ever since he came into our lives, he became one of the family. But now he's gone. With Fond Recollections memorial plaques and website, we can upload all our photos and videos of him. Visit fondrecollection.com today and cherish the happy memories of your loved ones.
Chapter 8. We need staffing. India Davis thought India Davis was exhausted. She had been working for 10 days straight, long shifts that never seemed to end. All her days and nights seemed to melt together, and she had no sense of what was going on in the outside world. She existed only in the trauma unit, running from this bed to that, checking charts, administering medication, and bandaging up a bloody wound. She lost track of time. Most days she forgot to eat and only remembered when she felt like she was about to pass out from hunger or exhaustion, or both. Then she would quickly eat a granola bar and be back on her feet again. Tonight was the 10th night. India knew that somewhere in the back of her mind that her ordeal was at an end. She was exhausted, every muscle in her body screaming for relief. Every bone in her body was aching as if somebody had beaten her with a baseball bat. But she persevered. She tried to keep a positive attitude and popped some ibuprofen for the pain. India knows that many lives depend on her. She must be professional. She must smile. If she did not, the patients thought they were about to die. India had to conduct 4 care rounds with the patients during her 12-hour shift. The rounds were increased in the TICU because of the NICU incident on New Year's Eve. That was when it all went to hell. That was when the workload tripled and nurses started quitting left, right, and center. India felt like she was working on autopilot, checking in on patients, stocking the medicine carts, adding notes to the patient's charts, and administering medications. On and on the cycle went and never seemed to stop. Her cache of patients in the TICU that night consisted mostly of teenagers. The oldest was 15. Their injuries were a delightful combination of what happens when drunk and negligent idiots go out on the road to celebrate. They included serious motor vehicle accidents, a couple of bullet wounds, and some serious falls. Some were a result of underage drinking, while others were a consequence of general rowdiness. There was only one other nurse with India on duty that night. She was an older nurse, Lisa, whose husband was out of town for work, so she was available to work on the holidays. Lisa was on her 1-hour lunch break while India was making her rounds. She would not have noticed Lisa even if she were around. Lisa was the epitome of the look busy, do nothing mantra. All the real work was left up to India anyway. India continued her care, checking a 13-year-old boy's vitals, flushing and clearing the mucus from the 15-year-old's chest. She did this by intubating him, inserting a breathing tube down the trachea, and putting a thinner tube down the breathing tube to clear up the mucus. It was a procedure she had done 1,000 times before. She could do it in her sleep. Heck, with her fatigue and exhaustion, she felt like she was doing it in her sleep. While India was preoccupied with the 15-year-old, a mysterious person slipped into the TICU unnoticed. The individual moved quickly and deliberately, overriding the safety feature on the automatic medicine dispensers, the vital hydration drips, the pain relief, and the antibiotics. All the medication that was automatically being administered via IV was turned up to the max. These medications included morphine, amphetamines, and steroids. They were medications that, if turned all the way up, could be lethal doses of paracetamol or tramadol, both dangerous painkillers if not monitored properly. Too much paracetamol, what most people call Tylenol, can cause the liver to shut down. Too much tramadol, which is an opiate, can put a person to sleep forever. The mysterious person set the dosages to the max, closed the medication dispensers, and slipped out of the TICU as easily as entering the unit. Nobody even knew anybody had entered. The person left, sight unseen. India pushed through her fatigue to continue her rounds. Despite her exhaustion, she saw that all her patients suddenly seemed agitated, thrashing around in serious pain.
Poor kids,
She thought. She did not know about the sudden increase in the medicine dosages. Their veins must be on fire because of how fast the intravenous drips were pumping the drugs into their systems. She decided that a sedative would be just the thing that they need to ease their pain. At least that way, they can get some comfort during the night and sleep. So India gave them some strong sedatives, depending on their condition. Some got Oxycontin, another opiate, so when combined with tramadol, death by overdose was inevitable. Others got different sedatives, Valiums, Xanax, whatever their medical charts allowed, based on their respective injuries. India injected the drugs directly into the drip. The patient stopped thrashing around, drifting off into a painless sleep. India was happy to see that they were out of the excruciating pain they were experiencing a few minutes ago, and they all slept contently. She glanced at the clock and saw that there were 45 minutes left before Lisa got back from her lunch break. India was relieved at the opportunity to rest for a few minutes. She just needed a quick power nap. 5 minutes and she would wake up again. Just 5 minutes so she can recharge her batteries. She sat on her chair and put her head down on her desk. Then she nodded off straight away, dreaming about the 4th of July fireworks and dancing with her family. The dream was so vivid that she felt like she was there. She was laughing happily as her cousin Alfonso spun her around the garden while music pulsated through her family's villa, which is where the reunion always took place. She was having a wonderful time. Such a fun time, in fact, that she slept way past her designated 5-minute cat nap. She woke up to the sound of Lisa's shrill voice yelling at her.
India! India!
Lisa was screaming. India jolted awake. Lisa's face was bone white, her eyes wide with horror.
India! What did you do?
Lisa said in a hushed voice that sent a chill through India's spine. Groggily, she rubbed her eyes and tried to understand what was happening around her. She slowly rose from her chair. As she did, she grew conscious of the alarms blaring throughout the unit.
What happened?
India stammered, terrified out of her wits.
All of the patients are dead.
Lisa screamed.
I am calling the charge nurse and security. Oh God, I'm calling them now.
India was having a panic attack.
Oh my God. Oh my God. How did this happen? What happened to them? I only took a quick nap. It was just 5 minutes. They were all asleep. I gave them the medication. Everything was fine.
India sobbed.
What did you give them to sleep?
Lisa asked sharply.
Just some sedatives. They were just thrashing in pain. I made sure to check their charts to see if they didn't counteract with any other medications they were on. I did not see anything wrong with any of the patient's conditions. They were all fine. Oh God! Oh God!
India was sobbing out of control. Lisa's face was a mask. It was a miracle how she was holding her composure at this moment. She hoisted India up by the shoulder and shook her.
India, at this point, I need you to help me cover the patients' faces. The charge nurse and security have all just walked into the unit.
India was not listening. She kept on justifying herself, wailing.
I did not mean to hurt anyone. All I did was press the button. Oh my God, I'm going to lose everything. My job, my nursing license. Oh, good God, they will send me to prison.
India cried desperately.
I worked 12-hour shifts for 10 days straight. I just needed 5 minutes of sleep. Only 5 minutes. How did this happen?
India was inconsolable. Lisa looked towards the charge nurse and security officer as they made their way inside the unit.
Girl, I am not the one you need to convince. Tell this shit to them. This whole situation is going to be just as bad as the NICU incident, if not worse. You know just as well as I do, those NICU nurses are currently being tried for manslaughter through gross negligence.
India grasped Lisa's hands, desperately pleading.
Please do not tell them I was asleep.
She begged. Lisa pulled her hands back and looked at her as if she was weird.
I am not going to become an accessory to murder. And I am not lying for you, girl. No way. Not me. No, ma'am.
Lisa's words took away India's last hopes. As she looked blankly at the dead bodies covered with white sheets around her, she became aware of heavy footsteps heading in her directions. There were important, angry-looking people with radios and cameras walking in her direction. India fell to her knees, closed her eyes, and waited for her fate.
Thank you so much for hanging out with us. If you had fun or picked up anything from this episode, please assist us by hitting the like, subscribe, and notification buttons. You can also comment and share our content. These small things really help our channel and mean a lot to us. Also, special thanks to our Patreon supporters. You guys are the heartbeat of this channel, and we can't thank you enough for being so generous. If you would like to join our Patreon community, please click on the link below. You can contribute as little as $5 per month. You can get all kinds of perks. You can even buy merchandise of your favorite characters at our shop store. Click on the link provided below. That's going to do it for now. Until next time, remember you are cherished by us. So be kind and know that we consider you as family.
Ever since he came into our lives, he became one of the family. But now he's gone. With Fond Recollections memorial plaques and website, we can upload all our photos and videos of him. Visit fondrecollection.com today and cherish the happy memories of your loved ones.
Chapter 9. The Media Storm. India Davis could feel her life flash before her eyes as the charge nurse and security staff walked into the trauma ICU. They looked like they meant serious business, with radios attached to their belts and high-quality cell phones in their hands. The charge nurse ran to dial in the ICU emergency code. Everyone was panicking and trying to remain calm at the same time. It was quite a paradox. The TICU was now flooded with people. Multiple trained nurses from other departments stormed into the unit. The room was buzzing like a hive full of angry bees, and India knew that she was about to get stung at any moment. The security director was aghast, but acting came at the same time. He had cordoned off the area and secured the unit. Nobody could go in or out without his express permission. Only the ICU trauma emergency staff was allowed to remain in the room. India winced as she saw him speed dial the one person she feared was Nicole Snipes. The second call he made was even scarier. It was for the local police department. India could feel her legs turn into jelly. She sank into the nearest seat, trembling. Meanwhile, Nicole Snipes was in a state of complete shock after having received the phone call. How could this happen? She had made sure, insisted even, that she had gotten rid of any trace of incompetence in her hospital. How could it happen? She felt like she was living in her worst nightmare. She pinched herself to wake up. She screeched when she felt the sharp pain in her foot. Already a purple bruise was blooming on her skin, where her overgrown toenails had left a mark. This was no nightmare, Nicole sighed. It was happening. It was happening all over again. She had no idea what she would do this time. Last time, it took a complete staff overhaul along with the hiring of an expert publicist to clean up the image of the hospital. The NICU nurses were serving their well-deserved time in jail. Nicole Snipes was not a religious woman. However, she despaired as she wondered what she could have done to deserve this torture. It almost felt like divine wrath. Nicole could not help but think of the consequences of this incident and the impact it can have on St. Mark's Baptist Hospital. The entire institution could be shut down. Nicole would lose her jobs, but hundreds of other people who relied on the hospital to make a living would lose their livelihood as well. The hospital could lose its trauma accreditations, which would mean that people would have to go out of the local area to get treated for immediate trauma. That would mean spending more taxpayers' dollars on emergency helicopter transport and ambulances. That meant people would not be able to get to the hospital in time if they had a serious life-threatening injury. Nicole's hands felt cold and clammy. She felt a chill run down her spine, even though it was a hot July night. The hospital could be forced to file for bankruptcy, and this would cause major financial damage for the hospital. Nicole desperately craved a stiff drink. However, she knew she had to keep it together to face the facts, and she had to do that stone cold sober. The more Nicole thought about the implications of this incident, the more her head spun. The Baptist Care System Board of Directors, BOD, would surely pay her a visit now. The board was a scary group of rich and powerful people who had initially scorned Nicole's position as CEO because most of them were middle-aged men who did not believe a woman was suited for the role. She changed their minds with her capable strategies and lucrative tactics that raised the esteem of the hospital, so they had kept their mouths shut. However, after the NICU incident, her reputation was delicate, and Nicole knew that the TICU incident could very well be the cut that snaps the thread into smithereens. The only way out of this was to pin the blame on one person. One person had to take the fall for the good of the many. Surely sacrificing one person to save hundreds of jobs, including her own, made sense. Someone had to take the blame, and fast. New policies needed to be mandated quickly. Nicole slowly got dressed in her signature black pencil skirt and tailored black jacket that fit her like a glove. It was her power suit. It made her feel powerful. Putting on matching black heels, she clickety-clacked her way down the hall, suddenly stopping before her liquor cabinet. She would have one drink before she left, for courage. It was 4 a.m. when Nicole Snipes pulled into the executive parking lot of St. Mark's Baptist Hospital. A swarm of journalists with video cameras, headsets, and microphones crowded around her. She felt as though she was being swallowed up by the sea of news media, each thrusting their microphones in her face. Hungry little vultures, desperate to be the ones to get the first news bite that escaped her lips. They all wanted to be the first person to question her about the trauma ICU incident. They all started shouting on top of each other. To her, their voices were indiscernible. It just sounded like one big scream as different voices meshed. Nicole could not believe that the news of the patient's death had reached the media already. She knew the shitstorm was coming. She had expected it, but she had not expected it to start raining down upon her so soon. Nicole tried to present a cool front.
All your questions will be answered when the proper authorities have completed their investigations,
she said crisply, feigning confidence that she did not feel inside. That was not what the press wanted to hear. The questions started getting more insistent, urgent, and insane.
Does the hospital have a serial killer on the staff?
We heard you hired untrained nursing staff. Is that true?
Does an ICU nurse think she is the angel of death or something?
Each question was stupider than the last, and Nicole felt like she was about to faint. Thankfully, hospital security shoved their way through the crowd, grasped her firmly by the hand, and led her through the crowd. The press shoved cameras up to her flustered face, and she tried to hide in between the two burly security guards that were escorting her inside. Once inside, she felt the familiar burst of the frigid air conditioning on her skin and the sterile smell of disinfectant that emanated through the hospital. And Nicole was relieved. At least the media could not follow her inside. They hovered outside the doors like angry flies, flying glued to a glass window pane. Once inside, Nicole regained her composure and put on her CEO face. There was business to address. She needed to take control of the situation immediately and find a scapegoat within a few hours. Nicole could see the dazed and confused faces of her staff as she walked through the halls. Some looked terrified, others worried and anxious. Chief Operating Officer Eric Rivera approached her in the lobby and escorted her to the executive conference room. They sat down, and Eric immediately started updating her about the events of the day.
Our security director, Robert Samuels, and I have been conducting our investigation since 2 a.m.
He told her, shuffling through some papers in his hands.
India Davis, the TICU supervisor, was working the night shift with another nurse, Lisa something. Please do keep in mind that India was severely overworked. Most of the nursing staff had abused their position with the union to take their vacation time for the 4th of July holiday weekend and were deaf to her pleas to postpone their plans. They were quite nasty about it, actually.
Rivera sniffed.
India, as a TICU supervisor, had to pick up the slack, so she ended up working for 10 straight days, with shows on her time card. When Lisa went on her break to get something to eat around midnight, India conducted her patient care rounds. That was when the trouble started.
Eric looked pained. and looked at Nicole, waiting to see if she would say something. When she did not, he pressed on.
Anyway, according to India, all the patients were in agonizing pain. Teenagers who had faced blunt force trauma. She gave them all sedatives according to their medical requirements for their comfort. However, she accidentally gave them the wrong dosage, which led to the deaths of each patient.
Nicole was listening to Eric closely. Something about his story did not add up.
Eric,
She said thoughtfully.
if that were the case, she would have noticed a change in the patient's behavior within minutes. She would have seen a change in their vitals because of the beeping machines. She is a well-trained nurse. There is no way these patients could have died on her watch. It just doesn't make sense.
She said the last part loudly, slapping her hand against the table.
You're right,
sighed Eric.
That should have been the case, but India, exhausted as she was, decided to take a quick nap once she was done with her patient care rounds, while Lisa was still on her break.
Nicole was fuming.
Was she on sedatives herself? She must have been sleeping fucking hard not to hear all the medication alarms blaring throughout the unit. Where is she? Where's India now?
She asked furiously. Eric held up his hands defensively to calm Nicole down.
Whoa, Nicole. Remember, India was working 10 days in a row. Without much help, she was dealing with physical and mental fatigue. It is more work than most humans are physically capable of doing, but she pushed herself to her limit. When Lisa returned from her break and heard the alarm, she quickly awakened India. India then sat up and noticed that Lisa was calling in security and the charge nurse.
Eric sighed again, sadly. India Davis did not deserve this. Wisely, he kept his opinion to himself. Instead, he said,
India is in the security director's office right now with the local police.
Nicole Snipes smiled like an evil cat. She now had her scapegoat. Nicole had the perfect person to blame. Someone who fell asleep on the job. It was not poor India's fault, of course. However, it was a matter of ruining one person's life over her own job and shutting down the entire hospital. Well, the choice was easy to make. The rest of the staff would get to keep their jobs. A plan was forming in her mind. Nicole thanked Eric for the information and dismissed him. She quickly left the conference room, walking past the trauma ICU and towards the security director's office. She saw India sitting there, hunched over in her chair, looking miserable. She looked guilty as sin. She was not, though. But Nicole did not really care. She looked the part of a guilty person, and that is what mattered. Nicole called the security director out and explained her plan to him. It was simple, really. All he had to do was ensure that India Davis took full responsibility for the incident. When the board of directors showed up, the incident had to be presented as if it was a simple case of workplace negligence of a single nurse. The hospital had done no wrong. All the equipment was in immaculate condition and functioning perfectly. There were no bad medical procedures, and all the doctors had spotless reputations and an excellent track record of saving lives. The correctional plans she had presented to the board 6 months after the NICU were running effectively and efficiently. Her hospital was perfect. It was India Davis that had messed up.
Thank you so much for hanging out with us. If you had fun or picked up anything from this episode, please assist us by hitting the like, subscribe, and notification buttons. You can also comment and share our content. These small things really help our channel and mean a lot to us. Also, special thanks to our Patreon supporters. You guys are the heartbeat of this channel, and we can't thank you enough for being so generous. If you would like to join our Patreon community, please click on the link below. You can contribute as little as $5 per month. You can get all kinds of perks. You can even buy merchandise of your favorite characters at our shop store. Click on the link provided below. That's going to do it for now. Until next time, remember you are cherished by us. So be kind and know that we consider you as family.
Ever since he came into our lives, he became one of the family. But now he's gone. With Fond Recollections memorial plaques and website, we can upload all our photos and videos of him. Visit fondrecollection.com today and cherish the happy memories of your loved ones.
Chapter 10, The Scapegoat. Nicole Snipes almost purred like a cat because she felt that she finally got a handle on this awful situation. It was a clear-cut case of negligence. The hospital's powerful PR team can build up to make one unfortunate TICU supervisor look unbelievably bad indeed. India Davis, the poor girl, had to go. Death in the line of duty, metaphorically speaking, of course. Too bad there were actual deaths involved too. Deaths that the hospital's legal and PR team could pin directly on India Davis. India was shivering, visibly shaken, her face turned pale. Her eyes were raw and red from crying. She had scrunched her body into a little ball, as if she were trying to make herself appear as small as possible in that uncomfortable steel chair. She looked so pathetic that Nicole almost felt bad for her. The poor girl had made an unfortunate mistake that will result in the total devastation of her career. She would lose her nursing license and may even face jail time. That is what happened to the NICU nurses and therefore set a precedent. Still, Nicole thought as she braced herself for the confrontation, even though she felt a little hesitant to bring the hammer down on India's head like this, it felt very much like slaughtering an innocent baby lamb. It did not matter though. Nicole had a job to do, which meant she had to have the stomach to conduct this inquisition. She had to get India to confess to the negligence that caused this incident. Otherwise, things could go very badly for Nicole, indeed. When she entered the office, Robert Samuels, the security director, started telling her the exact same story that Eric Rivera, the COO, had told her before. Both of their versions were eerily exact, word to word, as if they had rehearsed it a couple of times before telling her. It did not matter, because they were saying all the right things. And at the end of the day, India was the villain of both their stories. Anyway, she did not even have time to contemplate all that. Nicole Snipes was the CEO of St. Mark's Baptist Hospital, and she had a job to do.
India,
She cooed sympathetically, doing her best to put on a concerned face. Empathy did not come easily to Nicole, but she had rehearsed her empathetic face numerous times before such occasions. It lulled her victims into a false sense of security before she pulled the rug out from beneath their feet.
There, sweet girl.
She said, patting her on the back consolingly.
Pull yourself together. It's all right now.
She said in a syrupy sweet voice that did not sound like her at all. India grabbed a tissue paper off the table and dabbed her eyes and wiped some snot seeping out of her nose. Slowly she unfurled her body and sat up a little straighter, looking warily at the CEO, like a frightened cat being offered food by a strange human.
India, my dear,
Nicole said in the same affected manner.
Can you please tell me what happened this morning? I know it's extremely hard for you to deal with, but you must try. Tell me everything, and do not leave out any details. We can only help you if you're honest with us, and trust me.
She paused, handing her another tissue.
We will try our very best to help you.
Miss Snipes,
India said in a shaky voice.
I swear I only gave the patients sedatives that were prescribed and pre-approved by their doctors for their comfort. They all were absolutely writhing in pain. It was horrible to watch. They were authorized in their medical charts. I double-checked. I did not give them anything that would react with their medication or anything that they were not supposed to receive. I promise you,
She said earnestly, hoping beyond hope that Nicole would believe her.
Okay, that sounds normal.
Nicole said impassively. Her face gave no hints of what she might be thinking. Nicole Snipes had one heck of a poker face. It was almost impossible for people to read her emotions. She continued in the same impassive tone, asking,
Did you do your patient care rounds? Did you make any notes in the patient's charts?
She looked at India expectantly. India had stopped crying by now and was fully alert. She knew that her entire future depended on her words. Only she could talk herself out of this situation. If she failed, well, she was fucked. She sat straight up and replied confidently,
of course, I am a resolute and professional nurse. I follow the protocol to a T, which is to document in the EMR anytime a medication is passed.
She sighed and then added,
But Mrs. Snipes, I am also human. I have been working for 10 days straight, 12-hour shift consecutively because of the staffing issue in your hospital.
She said in a pointed tone that irked Nicole.
I practically begged the nursing staff to delay their vacations, but not a single nurse agreed. We just needed 2 more people, but none of the nurses were willing to work this holiday weekend.
She said bitterly.
I see.
Nicole said.
We thank you for your admirable dedication, India.
She said warmly, or what passes for warm with Nicole Snipes. It did not comfort India. It made her feel uneasy. Nicole looked the way a snake would look before it swallowed its prey whole. Then the other shoe dropped, as expected.
However,
Nicole said, her voice dangerously low.
That doesn't explain how this incident happened now, does it, India?
She said, like a viper. The look on her face and her voice were enough to bring India to tears again.
Fine.
She sniffled.
Okay.
India looked at her with her red, puffy eyes as tears rolled down her cheeks again.
After administering the sedatives, I noted the patients all had calmed down. They looked like they were sleeping comfortably. All their vital signs were normal. Not a single machine showed any abnormalities. So I returned to the nurse's station to finish writing the notes in their charts. Exhaustion and fatigue overpowered me, so I closed my eyes just for a second.
India stopped, wincing at the memory.
I was awakened when Lisa, the shift nurse, came in screaming because all the alarms were going off. I looked at the clock and was horrified to realize I had fallen asleep for over 30 minutes.
The thought was too much for India, whose entire body started racking with sobs.
Oh my God, if I could have stayed awake, if I didn't fall asleep, the patients would be still alive.
She cried hysterically.
They were just kids.
She wailed, crying uncontrollably. Nicole's face turned frigid. All her feigned warmth disappeared, and there she was, cold as ice and unforgiving as ever.
India, by going to sleep during your work shift, you showed your negligence. You showed every sign of being an irresponsible nurse who ignored her training. If you had been awake, you would have noticed the mistake within minutes. You would have seen the patient's symptoms changing and helped them accordingly. This incident was entirely avoidable. It only happened...
Nicole paused, glaring at her accusingly.
Because of you.
India Davis began to cry even louder because she was overcome with guilt. Nicole then signaled the local police to come in and handcuff her. India Davis was escorted out of the hospital. The swarm of news media buzzing around her were taking photos and asking questions. India's head was swimming. The entire scene felt like a nightmare. She knew her life as a nurse was over. Her face would be splashed across newspapers all over the country. She had only wanted to help others. India had worked herself to the point of exhaustion. Where had that gotten her? Disgraced and dismissed. Her nursing future was snatched away from her, all because she fell asleep out of exhaustion. India did not even fight it when the officers pulled her through the crowd of press that crowded around her. Bizarrely, she thought about how awful she would look in those pictures, her hair a mess and her face all puffed up from crying. India thought about her mother and her father, so proud of her for being the first person in her family to join the medical profession. India had wanted to help people all her life. When she was little, she used to put bandages on her dolls and pretended to give them shots and care for them as if they were sick.
You would feel all better now.
Little India would tell her doll patient of the day. She thought she was born to be a nurse. India thought she would make a difference in this world. She thought about the day when she joined St. Mark's and how happy she had been to get her first job. India thought about the day she was promoted to ICU supervisor. She had been so proud. Her work ethic was unimpeachable. India always believed that hard work paid off. As they pushed her head down into the police car, she pressed her forehead against the glass. It had all been for nothing, she thought, feeling numb. All of those hours on her feet, all those sleepless nights spent studying and caring for patients, it did not mean shit. All she wanted to do was make a difference. Now, all India would be known for was killing those patients. They were just teenagers. She started crying again for her family, for the teenagers, and for her lost nursing future she no longer had. She just cried and cried as the police car sped out of the parking lot of St. Mark's Baptist Hospital.
Thank you so much for hanging out with us. If you had fun or picked up anything from this episode, please assist us by hitting the like, subscribe, and notification buttons. You can also comment and share our content. These small things really help our channel and mean a lot to us. Also, special thanks to our Patreon supporters. You guys are the heartbeat of this channel, and we can't thank you enough for being so generous. If you would like to join our Patreon community, please click on the link below. You can contribute as little as $5 per month. You can get all kinds of perks. You can even buy merchandise of your favorite characters at our shop store. Click on the link provided below. That's going to do it for now. Until next time, remember you are cherished by us. So be kind and know that we consider you as family.
Ever since he came into our lives, he became one of the family. But now he's gone. With Fond Recollections memorial plaques and website, we can upload all our photos and videos of him. Visit fondrecollection.com today and cherish the happy memories of your loved ones.
Chapter 11. Karma's a Bitch. Nicole Snipes was contemplating the recent events, including India's arrest, when the phone started to ring, breaking her reverie. It was the hospital's administrative assistant, Kim Lopez, a new employee who had only been at St. Mark's for about a year. Kim Lopez was an attractive Latina who had just gotten married. Even though Kim loved her job, the prospect of talking to Nicole always filled her with trepidation. Kim Lopez was seriously intimidated by Nicole Snipes, and it showed. Nicole was okay with it. A CEO should be intimidating.
Mrs. Snipes, you have an important call on line 1.
Kim said over the phone.
I really do not feel like talking to the press at this moment, Kim.
Nicole said, rolling her eyes.
Please tell them that I will answer all their questions at the press conference later today.
Kim gulped and then replied,
Mrs. Snipes, it's not the press. The board of directors are on the line and they're saying that the matter is urgent and that you must talk to them right now.
Nicole froze. She was shocked. How could the board of directors find out about this incident so quickly? She smelled a rat. There must be an informant in her own executive team. Nicole had to find out who it was and get the issue sorted. As they said on the streets, snitches get stitches. And Nicole Snipes had no problem stitching someone up. All she needed was time to find out who the rats were and what they were plotting against her so she could stop them. However, time was the one thing that she did not have.
Kim, please connect the phone call immediately,
she said with an air of confidence, although she did not feel that way at the moment. Kim complied with her request. Nicole sighed, cleared her throat, and took a deep breath. Then she answered the phone call.
Good morning, esteemed board of directors. It is good that you called, as I was about to call you.
Nicole lied.
You need to know about the unfortunate incident that took place at St. Mark's earlier this morning. No need to worry, though. All the steps to control the damage from the incidents have been taken, and measures have been implemented. I assure you that this was an isolated incident caused by one negligent nurse, which we discovered after much investigation,
she said cautiously. Someone on the other line spoke up. It was a male voice that Nicole did not recognize. He said,
Nicole, we have you on speakerphone with all the other board members who are present on this call. We all know about this morning's incident and how the nurse admitted to falling asleep on the job,
he said. His voice gave no hint of what he might be thinking. Nicole could not tell if this was a positive or a negative. She was absolutely befuddled. She had no idea how the board of directors had discovered all the details of the investigation so quickly. Even Nicole had just discovered the information a few hours ago. She was sure that there was a plot against her now, perpetuated by multiple individuals. There was not a single rat. There must be a network of them. Nicole's paranoia grew as the board continued to brief Nicole about their opinion about the situation at hand. The ominous voice on the other line was saying,
It has also come to our attention that there have been consistent system errors at the hospital's pharmacy and biomedical departments.
Nicole was panicking now. She was way in over her head, and this was getting serious.
Well, as of now, Nurse India Davis is in police custody. The press has started to leave the campus, and our Human Resources Department is offering mental health counseling to assist our staff during these challenging times,
Nicole said, hoping that they would buy the explanation and be content with it. The board members did not seem happy or content.
Nicole, there is a fine line between blame and responsibility. We all know that in healthcare business, there is no assigning blame. However, it is an industry where responsibility is taken extremely seriously.
The voice stopped, as if pausing to let his words sink in.
You are the CEO. Hence, you are the one that is responsible for what occurs at St. Mark's Baptist Hospital. Given this incident and the NICU incident, given this incident and the NICU incident that previously occurred, the board has decided that you have failed in your responsibilities.
A cold chill went down Nicole's spine. She knew what was about to happen. She knew what was about to happen to her next. She knew that the axe was about to fall. However, Nicole Snipes was a proud woman. She would never ever give them the satisfaction of hearing her beg to keep her job. They would never get the satisfaction of hearing her petition to remain the only female chief executive officer in the Baptist care system.
They will never see me sweat.
Nicole thought firmly.
They can fire me, but I will leave with my dignity intact.
She sighed and waited for the inevitable.
Go on,
She said coldly.
Nicole, at this moment, you have two options. The first one is you can voluntarily resign as CEO of St. Mark's Baptist Hospital. This way, you can receive severance pay and you'll be able to get references to help you get another job. The second option means you will be terminated from this position. That termination will show up on your employment history. You must choose, as either option must be decided immediately.
And here it comes.
Nicole thought. She was the first female CEO of the Baptist healthcare system because she deserved that position. She was not just some token female that the company had hired to look diverse. She had earned her position. She was good at her job. Was it her fault that the damn hospital had such incompetent employees? Nicole would leave, but she would not go quietly. She would leave with dignity, but she will say her piece before going.
Just like that, huh?
Nicole said sarcastically.
I am forced to resign from my position after everything I've done for this company? Are you serious? I've given everything I have to this hospital. I've worked tirelessly day and night to keep the impeccable reputation intact, and this is how you repay me?
Her voice was harsh, but her eyes were full of hurt. She was holding back her emotions because the last thing she wanted was to get branded as a hysterical or sensitive woman who could not take what was dished out to her.
I wasn't personally involved in this situation,
Nicole added icily.
However, I do understand your position and what must inevitably happen. I will take the severance pay and step down. Who will replace me in this crucial moment, might I ask?
Nicole asked the loaded question carefully. The answer might reveal who is running the network of rats in her hospital.
Eric Rivera will replace you as CEO effective immediately.
The board representative said firmly.
The board has full confidence that he has everything we need to leave the hospital out of this disaster and back into its era of prosperity. St. Mark's will be thriving in no time under his leadership.
He emphasized the word his, Nicole noted, like a snake. Of course, they thought a man can come along and fix everything. Nicole shook her head bitterly. She was not even surprised. That was the way of the world. Whenever things went south, no matter whose fault it was, a big, strong man can swoop in and fix everything, she thought sarcastically. The board member was still yapping about something. Nicole tried to focus on what he was saying.
We were also just informed that St. Mark's Baptist Hospital will be placed on a 1-year probationary period for all its trauma care accreditations. As you well know, these accreditations are crucial for the hospital and the Baptist care system.
The board director said. Good, Nicole thought viciously. Let Eric Rivera deal with the probation. Why should she care? She ignored what he said entirely. Instead, she simply said,
I assume the board has already informed our security director, Robert Samuels, of this decision. Robert, you may come in.
She said casually.
Of course.
The board member said.
Robert, can you please take Mrs. Snipes' keys, badge, and any other belongings that are property of St. Mark's Baptist? You also need to escort her to her vehicle and ensure that she leaves the hospital grounds effective immediately.
Robert Samuels had a slimy smirk on his face that showed that he had derived immense pleasure out of Nicole's humiliation. He gathered up all the items Nicole had taken out of her bag and desk and dumped them unceremoniously on the surface of her table. He remembered how Nicole had terrified and intimidated others and laughed as she fired them and threatened to fire them. He remembered how Nicole had terrified and intimidated others and laughed as she fired them or threatened to fire them. He recalled how scared they all felt the night of the NICU incident. Now she knew how it felt. Now she was the one being fired for something she had no control over. The irony was not lost on him. It felt sweet indeed. Robert Samuels was kind enough to escort Nicole out of the hospital using the service elevator. Nicole did not say a word. Her face was completely blank, and she followed Robert out of the hospital. Nicole did not say a word. Her face was completely blank as she followed Robert out of the hospital. The only sound they heard was the sound of Nicole's heels clacking against the cold floor. That sound would never terrify anyone again, Robert thought with satisfaction. He was using this route to prevent the press from hounding Nicole, and so the staff does not immediately find out about her dismissal. It would disrupt their daily duties. However, he was bursting with a savage sense of satisfaction that he was the one that gets to walk her out, as she had ordered him to do to many others during her tenure. He was polite and respectful, but distant. He passively held the door open for her, wishing he couldn't say, "Don't let it hit you on the way out," but he held his tongue. He nodded as she left and closed the door behind her. Nicole walked straight to her car, holding her belongings. She dumped her belongings in the backseat of her car and drove away.
Bye, bitch.
Robert said softly, then smirked again. Karma was a bitch too, and Nicole had just learned what it feels like to be hit by her wrath.
Thank you so much for hanging out with us. If you had fun or picked up anything from this episode, please assist us by hitting the like, subscribe, and notification buttons. You can also comment and share our content. These small things really help our channel and mean a lot to us. Also, special thanks to our Patreon supporters. You guys are the heartbeat of this channel, and we can't thank you enough for being so generous. If you would like to join our Patreon community, please click on the link below. You can contribute as little as $5 per month. You can get all kinds of perks. You can even buy merchandise of your favorite characters at our shop store. Click on the link provided below. That's going to do it for now. Until next time, remember you are cherished by us. So be kind and know that we consider you as family.
Ever since he came into our lives, he became one of the family. But now he's gone. With Fond Recollections memorial plaques and website, we can upload all our photos and videos of him. Visit fondrecollection.com today and cherish the happy memories of your loved ones.
Chapter 12. Moving on. Nicole Snipes was numb as she tossed her stuff in the back of her bright red Porsche 911. She was furious, hurt, and confused at the same time. She looked back wistfully, glancing at her former office window for a while. She could clearly see Eric Rivera and Ruben Rhodes in her office. Gutter rats, the pair of them, she thought angrily. Nicole could see their self-satisfied smirks as they reveled in her downfall. She was not a woman that would take that kind of humiliation lying down. As she drove away in out-of-hospital view, she immediately dialed Scotty Allen, the ICU director's number on her cell phone. She needed to talk about what went down ASAP and inform him about what had just been done to her. The phone rang for a while before Scotty picked it up.
Scotty, I was just forced to resign as CEO of St. Mark's Baptist Hospital,
Nicole informed him in her typical flat demeanor. Her voice gave no indication of the emotional turmoil that she was facing now. Scotty was startled to hear the news.
No fucking way,
he said to Nicole.
Why though?
He asked curiously.
You did not do anything wrong. Damn. Plus, the nurse, India, admitted to sleeping on the job. It was her negligence that caused the patient's death. How can they pin this on you?
He said, puzzled. Nicole sighed.
I know,
she said.
However, as CEO, the ultimate responsibility of the hospital lied with me. This time they made me the scapegoat,
she said, wryly.
Every single member on the board of directors voted to kick me out. They were so confident in their decision. Did not seem bothered at all,
she said venomously.
They all saw me as a disposable part of the company. I'm done. They offered me a severance pay as if they were going to do me a huge favor.
She laughed sarcastically.
Anyway,
Nicole said, taking a deep breath to rein in her emotions.
I was only calling to warn you that you better watch your back. They'd probably target you next,
she added conspiratorially. This shocked Scotty.
Me? But why? What's going on? What made you say that?
He asked, worried.
Well,
Nicole shrugged.
It's clear to me now that my executive team wanted me out of the picture. The board named Eric Rivera as the new CEO of the hospital. Now, naturally, the COO position should be offered to you. However, you need to know, if you did not know already, that Eric is intimidated by your presence at the hospital.
Nicole had long observed Eric's behavior and how he was both jealous and wary of Scotty Allen. She had previously kept her mouth shut to keep the peace, but she saw no reason to bother with that anymore.
Intimidated by me?
Scotty sounded even more surprised.
I've always been really nice to him, though,
he said, confused.
Yes,
said Nicole.
However, Eric knows that he cannot hold a candle to you. You are more educated than he is, and you have far more experience. You are clearly popular with our patients and staff. Also, you might not know this, but I personally selected you to be the ICU director against Eric's direct recommendation for another candidate.
Nicole confessed. Scotty was feeling bewildered. Nicole was dropping bombs on him, and he had no clue any of this had gone down.
In fact, Eric's exact response when I hired you was, "Wow, that guy?"
And then added,
"Will the staff really listen to a black guy as their director?"
Nicole scoffed.
So, not only is he intimidated by me, but he's also a racist.
Scotty said, realization dawning on his face.
Exactly,
Said Nicole.
Listen to a black guy?
Scotty quoted bitterly.
Wow, just wow.
He said, amazed.
I had no idea that he felt that way about me working here in a leadership position. He sure had me fooled. He always praised me, complimented me, and pretended we were friends. That's just how fake his ass is.
Scotty was angry now.
"Well, that's why I called to warn you,"
Nicole replied.
Thanks for the warning, Nicole.
Scotty said humbly, touched by her consideration for him. This was an unusually compassionate side of Nicole Snipes that people were not used to seeing.
Please call me when you get settled. Boy, it's sure going to be crazy at the hospital for a while now.
Scotty said, letting out a low whistle.
"Not an issue, Scotty.
Nicole said.
Take care."
She added and hung up the phone. The car was suddenly filled with a deafening silence. Nicole could not bear it, so she turned on the radio. It was tuned to the oldies channel where the best of the 80s was playing. Nicole raised the volume and let the music blend in with the sounds of traffic around her. It sure beat the silence she felt all around her. She had had her life all planned out since high school. She was the sort of person that always has a 5-year plan and a contingency plan in place. Working at St. Mark's Baptist Hospital for so long and working her way up so successfully had lulled Nicole into a false sense of security. For the first time in her life, Nicole Snipes did not have a plan. She started to contemplate what she wanted to do next. How to start the next chapter in her life. Although she was in her early 50s, it was not too late for her to start over. At the hospital, Scotty was doing some contemplation of his own. Nicole was right. He needed to watch out for himself. There were wicked forces at play here, forces working against him, motivated by racism and jealousy. They had managed to get rid of Nicole Snipes, a very competent woman, who despite her harsh demeanor, had done whatever the job required of her. She had stuck her neck out for Scotty, and he appreciated it. Things needed to change. Both Nicole and Scotty were keenly aware of that fact. While Nicole was deliberating on how to move on, Scotty decided to plan his next moves. He needed to keep his eyes open and be more aware of what's going on in his surroundings. Otherwise, the rats would come after him next, if they were not already. He was not going to let them catch him unaware as Nicole did. He would do things differently. When they came for him, he would be ready. A week passed by. The hospital's doctor's lunchroom was bustling with staff. Unlike the main cafeteria, which served basic fare, the doctor's cafeteria always served exquisite food. The menus were elaborate, and there were always a ton of options from which to choose. Doctors looked forward to their lunch and dinner breaks. You could see people enjoying steaming plates of lasagna, salmon, and even sushi at specific tables around the room. News about Nicole's firing had spread like wildfire through the hospital. Every table at the cafeteria was gossiping about the same topic. The lead conspirator and the person responsible for the news passing down so rapidly through the hospital grapevine was Johnny Thomas. Johnny Thomas was the hospital's cook, who worked in the doctor's cafeteria. He was responsible for feeding all the doctors at the hospital. He was known as the Bobby Flay of St. Mark's Baptist Hospital. He was the mind and talent behind all the elaborate menus and exquisite food. He took pride in his work, which is why the doctor's cafeteria and lounges always had the best food available. Johnny was responsible for running both kitchens, which gave him access to all the hospital gossip. A tall, white male, Johnny towered over everyone else as a solid 6'3". He was flamboyantly gay and wore his hair in a man bun, which he chose to cover with a chef's hat instead of a typical hairnet. It looked far classier than a hairnet, which he thought made him look like a run-of-the-mill lunch staff. Nobody knew that he was in a secret relationship with the newly promoted COO of the hospital, Ruben Rose. Ruben was appointed COO thanks to the direct recommendation of the new CEO, Eric Rivera. Many people were surprised that Scotty Allen didn't get the job. The people who knew Eric Rivera were not surprised at all. Johnny Thomas had just left the operation department's doctor's lounge. While he was there, he had overheard some juicy information about Scotty Allen. He sauntered over to his work girlfriends excited to spill the tea and tell them everything that he just heard while he was eavesdropping.
Ooh, bitches, get over here. I got some major tea.
He said excitedly.
Well, more than just a cup. I got an entire gallon of Lipton here to spill, girl. You would not believe what the doctors are saying about Scotty Allen,
he said, his eyes twinkling. The women on the kitchen staff gathered around him, eager to hear the latest gossip.
You know Scotty Allen, right? He is the black guy, the ICU director. Girl, they are saying that the hospital never even had any intensive care unit incidents until he arrived.
Some of them even said that they expressed concerns about his leadership when the babies died in the NICU.
Messy, messy, messy,
he said, chuckling.
Johnny, you're the one that's messy.
Said Anne-Marie, a kitchen server.
How can anyone say Scotty is responsible for those poor babies dying? That man was at home when that incident happened.
She said, chidingly.
Yeah, cut that shit out, Johnny.
Said Christy, another server, a brown-haired person with a high-pitched voice.
We already lost our CEO over stupid shit that was not her fault in the first place. Now you coming here talking all kinds of crazy? Hell, everyone knows they do not like him because he's black. Y'all know how that goes.
She says, looking around the room, daring anyone to challenge her. Johnny rolled his eyes.
Here we go again, always playing the race card. Maybe 'cause he's black,
he says, mocking Christy's voice sarcastically.
You always use that one when one of us starts fucking up. Girl, bye. Maybe if he stopped trying to fuck all the nurses at the hospital, he could focus more on his damn department,
Johnny said, wagging his finger in Christy's face. Just before Christy could respond to his ridiculous claims, and she intended to rip him a new one when she did, the group was interrupted by the mailroom volunteer. She came and handed Johnny a package slip so he could sign for some items he ordered for his kitchens. The girls were grateful for the interruption. It gave them time to think and process the information. Scotty and Nicole were off doing some thinking of their own. A domino effect had been triggered, and the first few dominoes had already started to tumble. Only God knew how many had to fall before it all came crashing down.
Thank you so much for hanging out with us. If you had fun or picked up anything from this episode, please assist us by hitting the like, subscribe, and notification buttons. You can also comment and share our content. These small things really help our channel and mean a lot to us. Also, special thanks to our Patreon supporters. You guys are the heartbeat of this channel, and we can't thank you enough for being so generous. If you would like to join our Patreon community, please click on the link below. You can contribute as little as $5 per month. You can get all kinds of perks. You can even buy merchandise of your favorite characters at our shop store. Click on the link provided below. That's going to do it for now. Until next time, remember you are cherished by us. So be kind and know that we consider you as family.
Ever since he came into our lives, he became one of the family. But now he's gone. With Fond Recollections memorial plaques and website, we can upload all our photos and videos of him. Visit fondrecollection.com today and cherish the happy memories of your loved ones.
Chapter 13. Here Come the Rumors. Tracy Kites always had an upbeat demeanor, which was a stark contrast to the usual frowning faces that could be seen around the hospital. She was an elderly lady with a sweet smile, and even though she was just a mailroom volunteer, her presence made the hospital environment livelier. Tracy entered the room pushing her mail cart, whistling a cheerful tune.
Hi, Johnny.
She said in her signature voice, soft with a slight southern accent.
Can you be a dear and sign for this package? It is right here. I will hand it over to you, but it's too heavy for me to pick it up, and I am not as strong as I used to be.
Tracy requested politely. Johnny could not help but smile. It was a genuine smile, different from his usual snarky sneer. Tracy had that effect on people. They always felt at ease around her.
Sure, girl,
he said brightly.
Anything for you. Do not forget there's always free food for you in the kitchen or the doctor's lounges. Whenever you want it, just say the word, okay, Miss T?
He told her affectionately. Tracy shoved the lock of her hair, which was once blonde and now turned snowy white, behind her head. The girls in the kitchen kept offering to help her dye it, but she decided to let it do its own thing. Whenever they would offer to dye her hair, she would just laugh and say,
Sweetie, what is the point? It's like putting a new coat of paint on a rotten wood bench. It's not fooling anybody. Besides, I am gorgeous the way I am,
she said jokingly, her blue eyes sparkling. Tracy appreciated the friendliness and kindness that many members of the staff showed her. It helped her feel less alone in life. She had lost her husband decades ago, and since then had been volunteering at various hospitals to keep herself busy and to help others in whatever way she could. Tracy would often bring small, homemade gifts for other staff members, who would hand them out generously. These gifts included freshly baked muffins and bread, her famous homemade strawberry jam, knitted sweaters or scarves, old books, flowers that she picked from local gardens, or little inspirational quotes. Tracy embroidered cushion covers on little handkerchiefs that you could frame and hang somewhere in your house. She would give them to staff members at random, sometimes because they helped her out with something, or did something nice for her, or simply because she felt like they were feeling down and out and needed a boost of confidence. To Johnny, Tracy simply said,
Thank you so much, sweetie, but I do not really eat much these days. If you could give me a bottle of water, that would be great. There's a dear.
She said.
No problem,
said Johnny, walking over to the fridge and grabbing a small water bottle that had been chilled. It would be a welcome refreshment to such a hot July day.
Here's your water. I see you're still wearing them latex gloves I got you. Do you need another box?
He asked, concerned.
Oh, no thank you. I still have plenty left over in the box,
Tracy said, looking down at the soft white latex gloves covering her hands, as if she was looking at them for the first time.
And thanks again for signing for the packages. I have other deliveries to make, so y'all have a wonderful day now.
She beamed at them and rolled her cart out of the room, whistling the same cheerful tune that she had been whistling when she first walked in. Johnny and his little gang of kitchen servers waited until she was out of earshot before quickly jumping back into their gossip session. Johnny was eager to be the center of attention again, so he clapped his hands to get everybody to focus on him.
Like I was saying, do you guys remember the hospital having any serious incidents before Scotty Allen started working here?
He asked in a hushed tone. Anne-Marie scrunched up her nose and looked thoughtful.
I would have to say no,
she said hesitantly.
But let us instead talk about why you're always being so overly nice to the old mailroom volunteer lady suddenly. It is not like you to be nice to people who cannot do anything for you in return,
she said knowingly, smirking at Johnny. Johnny looked offended for a second, then laughed.
You know me so well,
he said, chuckling.
Well, Miss Know-It-All, Mrs. Tracy, or Miss T, as I sometimes call her, has seen something that she should not have seen, if you get my drift,
Johnny said slyly.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge,
he said, winking at Anne-Marie and Christy. However, the two servers just looked at him blankly.
Huh?
Said Christy.
No, we do not get your drift. Honey, please elaborate.
Johnny sighed. These girls could be confused sometimes.
Man, I have to spell everything out for you guys,
he whined.
Anyways, this is what happened.
Johnny leaned and the girls were looking at him expectantly.
I went to see my Reuben after I heard the good news of his promotion.
Johnny giggled.
I went to his office and I attacked him with juicy kisses. I thought I had closed the door behind me, but it did not latch and end up staying open.
The girls were listening to him with mesmerized attention, and Johnny loved it.
Well, things were getting so steamy, and I got down on my knees for some boy butter. A little caca between the knees, if you know what I mean.
He and the girls giggled.
However, while I was at it, there was a feeling that someone was watching us. I looked up, and sure enough, Mrs. Tracy Kite standing stunned, shocked at what she was witnessing. Tracy showed up to Reuben's office to get him to sign for new business cards.
Johnny said.
God, which was awkward.
Christy and Anne-Marie burst out laughing, and Johnny could not help but join in. The mental image was just too funny, and one that Johnny and the girls found hilarious. The thought of the wholesome old Tracy Kites watching Johnny and Reuben go at it was so peculiar that it became comical. They all laughed so hard that Anne-Marie's stomach started to hurt, and tears were streaming down Johnny's face.
Ooh!
Anne-Marie guffawed.
Stop, guys. I can't breathe,
she said between gales of laughter.
What did you do next, Johnny?
Wheezed Christy, breathless from laughter.
What could I do?
Johnny chortled.
I quickly got up to my feet and excused myself from Reuben's office. Then I waited in the hallway so I could explain to Tracy what she had just seen in the office. However, the smart old gal simply said,
What are you talking about, sweetie? I did not see anything. You have a wonderful day now, she said, smiling at me and walked away.
Johnny smiled warmly at the memory.
That was so nice of her. So damn right. Miss Tracy Kites can't get anything she wants out of this kitchen.
They all started laughing again.
Man, Johnny, you're too much.
Christy laughed.
I gotta take this out to table 9. My break ended 2 minutes ago. Oh yeah, me too.
Anne-Marie said. Johnny sighed and got to his feet.
Right, let's go feed some hungry doctors and staff.
Thanks to Johnny's loquaciousness, gossip about Scotty Allen's behavior and supposed lack of leadership had spread all the way to the critical care departments. The gossip had divided the staff and the doctors. Half of the doctors and the staff at St. Mark's Baptist were on his side, while the others hated him primarily out of jealousy and racism. Scotty had a staunch supporter in Deidre Antonio. Deidre Antonio was St. Mark's ICU intensivist surgeon who was over all of the other surgeons. She was a critical care doctor who specializes in the care of critically ill patients. A strong black doctor who had always had to prove herself to her male colleagues since medical school. Scotty Allen had always been very encouraging to her when she first joined the medical staff, and they had worked closely together for many years in the ICU departments at St. Mark's Baptist. Deidre had tolerated weeks of gossip about Scotty's character and leadership capabilities, but she had reached her limit of tolerance for that day. Deidre chimed into a conversation between two elder doctors who were talking about what a miserable excuse for a director Scotty Allen was, and speculating crudely about the nature of his relationship with Nicole Snipes. Dr. Smythe, a balding old white man, was talking to his friend Dr. Robertson, another old white guy with a bad haircut. Dr. Smythe was saying,
I just don't feel as though the boy is smart enough to manage the responsibility the ICU department requires. I hear he cares more about fashion than ICU department procedures.
He scoffed. Dr. Robertson nodded in agreement.
Exactly. Never in the history of the hospital have we ever experienced patients' deaths of this magnitude due to staff negligence. Responsibility lies within the leaders, and accountability starts at the top. If the head is rotten, the rot will spread to the entire body soon enough. Nicole Snipes had to pay for the failures of his department.
He said, disdainfully. This was when Deidre had had enough and decided to jump into their conversation.
Gentlemen, may I intervene?
She asked, pressing on before actually giving them a chance to respond.
How can you two be so quick to blame Scotty for any of this? He did not instruct the nurses to all celebrate New Year's Eve in the break room at the same time. He was not the one that allowed the trauma nurse to fall asleep after sedating the patients. Blaming Scotty for these incidents is completely illogical,
she said heatedly. Robertson blinked stupidly, as if he did not expect Deidre to speak, but Robertson was quick to respond.
But he is responsible for ensuring that the staff is properly trained, correct?
He countered.
The NICU nurses turned off the biomedical equipment alarms. That had to be learned behavior, something you can only do if you're used to not following correct guidelines and procedures. The trauma nurse worked for 10 days straight, and you wonder why she fell asleep. It all comes down to leadership. The entire staff was mismanaged. Had the leadership taken a firmer hand in the situation, that trauma nurse would have had help. That would have enabled her to rest appropriately. Do you agree, Dr. Antonio?
He asked Deidre pointedly. Smythe was also looking at her smugly, as if he were the one that had produced this entire argument. Deidre Antonio realized there was no point in trying to make these racist idiots see sense. She shook her head in disagreement, glaring at the pair of geezers with more arrogance than sense.
That's bullshit,
she said curtly, and then excused herself from the conversation. The two elderly doctors looked befuddled. They genuinely could not see why Deidre would disagree. They saw Deidre, looked at who she was, at her skin color and the way she wore her natural hair in a tight bun, and then shrugged. She was one of them, they thought. No wonder she does not get it. Neither Smythe nor Robertson said this aloud, though, but they understood each other perfectly. People like Scotty Allen and Deidre Antonio might be allowed to collaborate with them now, but they preferred to keep their own company. Their sort of people did not create trouble.
Thank you so much for hanging out with us. If you had fun or picked up anything from this episode, please assist us by hitting the like, subscribe, and notification buttons. You can also comment and share our content. These small things really help our channel and mean a lot to us. Also, special thanks to our Patreon supporters. You guys are the heartbeat of this channel, and we can't thank you enough for being so generous. If you would like to join our Patreon community, please click on the link below. You can contribute as little as $5 per month. You can get all kinds of perks. You can even buy merchandise of your favorite characters at our shop store. Click on the link provided below. That's going to do it for now. Until next time, remember you are cherished by us. So be kind and know that we consider you as family.
Ever since he came into our lives, he became one of the family. But now he's gone. With Fond Recollections memorial plaques and website, we can upload all our photos and videos of him. Visit fondrecollection.com today and cherish the happy memories of your loved ones.
Chapter 14. Chinks in the Armor. The atmosphere was festive in the hospital mailroom. There was a party going on in honor of Mailroom and Volunteer Appreciation Week. The party was hosted by Victor Diaz, the mailroom supervisor, who had decorated the room cheerfully with balloons and streamers and a big banner. Most of the mailroom staff and hospital volunteers attended this party. Victor had set up speakers which were blasting top 40 hits, and the food was warm and laid out buffet style so that anyone could come up and make themselves a plate. The party was due to start at 2 p.m., and as soon as the clock struck 2, the party kicked off. Victor had planned to kick off the party with a quick speech. He stood next to the banner, clinking his glass with a spoon to get everybody's attention.
Hello and welcome everybody to St. Mark's Baptist Hospital Annual Mailroom and Volunteer Appreciation Luncheon. First, I would like to warmly welcome our new CEO, Eric Rivera, and thank him for gracing us with his presence.
Victor pauses so that the staff can applaud Eric. He started clapping, and everybody else quickly joined in.
I would like Mr. Rivera to say a few words before we get this party started, and we can all start enjoying this delicious spread.
Victor said graciously. Eric stepped up beside Victor, beaming at his staff. He was wearing a brand new suit, his shoes freshly polished, and an expensive watch rested casually on his wrist, where a keen eye could spot shiny gold cufflinks. The suit looked like a designer garment. It was a major upgrade from Eric's previous look, where he would usually wear the same suede shoes with corduroy pants and a tweed jacket. Eric smoothed down his hair and said,
"Thank you all for inviting me to your beautiful luncheon."
He looked around the room at all the people in the mailroom.
As your new CEO, I wanted to personally let you know that my door is always open if any of you need anything. I am here to help. I am always there for you. However, do ensure that you go through your proper chain of command first. We have a well-designed system of hierarchy here at St. Mark's. If we all follow the proper procedures, I am sure we can usher the hospital into a new era of prosperity for all the staff, so we can focus on doing our best for the community.
He looked incredibly pleased with himself and very self-important. Eric was doing his best to come across as approachable and warm, the opposite of what Nicole Snipes had been. Many in the staff believed that to be a welcome change, while some were still wary. They had been in the medical community long enough to understand administrative politics and knew from experience that all that glitters is not gold. Eric, however, was basking in his moment of glory. He raised his glass to his audience and said,
"Enough talking now. Let's eat."
He grinned. The crowd broke off into small groups, chattering. When the servers lifted the lids off the dishes to uncover the food, everybody cheered. The ladies of the department quickly got up and made plates for the CEO and Victor, ensuring that they received their food first. Then the rest of the staff lined up next to the table, helping themselves to pasta, sandwiches, and salad that were on the menu. They turned the music back on again, and everybody started mingling and having an enjoyable time. Victor had planned some party games for the attendees after they had finished eating. While Eric and Victor were eating, Eric was scanning the room. He noticed that not all of the mailroom staff was present at the party. He thought it was strange and rude, so he asked Victor about it.
"Hey, Victor,"
Eric said casually.
"Didn't you inform all of the staff about the luncheon? Seems to me that some people are missing."
Victor also glanced around the room, unbothered.
Yeah, I told the entire staff during our morning meeting. Besides, they are all here. Only Tracy Kites did not show up. She is one of our volunteers.
Victor explained.
"I know who Tracy is, Victor,"
Eric said.
"She's the whistling old lady that's always smiling, who delivers the mail packages."
Victor was surprised to realize that Eric knew Tracy by name when she was just a volunteer.
Yes, sir. She is not really a big eater, but everyone knows that. However, she is one of my best staff members. Tracy does not have much of a social life, so she volunteers to work if anyone in the department needs to take time off.
He told Eric.
She's a godsend, really. Otherwise, I would have to pay overtime to other staff members. Volunteers do not get wages, as you well know.
Victor said. Eric was pleased to hear this.
"Ah, So that is the secret of your department always reporting under budget. That is smart. My man,
Eric said, clapping Victor on the back.
Keep up the excellent work.
Eric and Victor continued talking, discussing ways they can further cut down department costs and make the hospital more efficient. The party went on, and the mailroom staff and volunteers happily ate, talked, and listened to music. Eric looked around at all the happy people in the room and felt full of confidence. This is my hospital, he thought proudly. This is the way I intend to keep my staff happy, and the department's running efficiently and in a cost-effective manner. I need to make sure things stay the same. I need to make sure all departments are running as smoothly as the mailroom. Eric was excited about the future. This was going to be easy, he thought. Everything was coming up roses for Eric Rivera at that time. 2 years later. Eric Rivera's optimism at the mailroom party 2 years ago had not been unfounded. 2 entire years had gone by without a single incident that could tarnish St. Mark's Baptist Hospital's precarious reputation. Under his leadership, the hospital even received all of its trauma care accreditations back. That was important to Eric. It felt like a personal accomplishment for him. Other people also started believing that Eric had come and fixed everything that Nicole Snipes had muddled up. The words, "a strong man for a strong job," were often heard being said around the hospital. Eric Rivera had made some appointments of his own to replace some of the staff that Nicole had fired. He had recently appointed Marcia Glinton as the chief nursing officer at St. Mark's Baptist Hospital. Marcia Glinton had been working at St. Mark's for the past 10 years in the medical intensive care unit. A highly intelligent, red-haired person with a commanding personality, Marcia had her own way of doing things, even though her methods were unorthodox. She believed in pushing procedures and the constant training of nursing staff. She would conduct workshops every other week and make it mandatory for all nurses to attend because she believed the nurses had to stay up to date with the latest care methods. They also needed regular reminders of policies and procedures that she expected them to follow at the hospital. Her vision, though unorthodox, yielded results. However, they were not altogether positive, as the nurses ended up hating her for being such a hard-ass. Many of the nurses complained to Human Resources about her totalitarian attitude and extreme policies. It was becoming a concern for May Payne, the HR director who still remembered the fallout from the staff shortage before the fateful 4th of July weekend 2 years ago. She had set up a meeting with Marcia to discuss her concerns about some of her policies that May believed were in breach of some HIPAA violations. The hospital could not afford to have any more incidents. May needed to nip this one in the bud. 2 of the ICU nurses had already threatened to quit, and another had burst into her office in tears after dealing with Marcia. In May's opinion, Marcia needed to calm the fuck down. Marcia Glinton, on the other hand, was furious when she received the call from HR. People could be such wimps, she thought scornfully. She was confident that her position in the hospital was secure. Marcia's methods were working, weren't they? What could they have to complain about? She was determined to find out. Marcia usually wore her hair in a tight bun. Fixing an errant strand that had managed to escape her hairspray, she strode confidently into May's office. May Payne was sitting there at her desk when Marcia entered. She glanced up from a file she was reading and said,
"Thank you for coming, Marcia. Would you like something to drink?"
May asked. May Payne was always the very picture of politeness. She believed courtesy was in armor. Behind that politeness was a firm, no-nonsense woman who was an expert in weeding out liars, manipulators, and narcissists. It was her job. Many people wrongly believed they could take advantage of her because she projected a non-threatening image. Some people found it hard to wrap their heads around the fact that if a black woman was the head of HR at such a major hospital, it was because she was damn good at her job. May was interested in seeing how Marcia would interact with her. Marcia sat down without hesitation.
No thanks, I don't want to drink.
Marcia said.
I want to know the issue the staff is having about the installation of security cameras.
She said directly. May looked at her and said pointedly,
"The issue, Marcia, is not about the installation of the cameras. It is about the locations that you are proposing. Installing security cameras inside restrooms or locker rooms is a direct violation of the HIPAA policy,"
May informed her. Marcia looked frustrated.
But those are the 2 most vulnerable areas at the hospital,
she protested.
We do not want another fatal incident with those patients, do we, May?
She said in a low tone of voice, her eyes glinting dangerously. May Payne knew this tactic was textbook intimidation. Marcia was used to intimidating her staff. Well, it was not going to work with May Payne.
"Of course we do not,"
May said nonchalantly.
"However, you must reverse some of your aggressive policy changes at the hospital. We have received numerous complaints from staff and their union representatives. This can become a legal issue very quickly if you are not careful. Not just for the hospital, but for you personally as well.
May said, firmly. Marcia knew she had to stand her ground, otherwise she would lose everything. Her staff feared her, and that is why everything was working smoothly. Marcia did not care if she was not winning any popularity contests. May could see the determined look in Marcia's eyes and sighed. She got up to make herself a cup of coffee. This was going to be a long and difficult meeting.
Thank you so much for hanging out with us. If you had fun or picked up anything from this episode, please assist us by hitting the like, subscribe, and notification buttons. You can also comment and share our content. These small things really help our channel and mean a lot to us. Also, special thanks to our Patreon supporters. You guys are the heartbeat of this channel, and we can't thank you enough for being so generous. If you would like to join our Patreon community, please click on the link below. You can contribute as little as $5 per month. You can get all kinds of perks. You can even buy merchandise of your favorite characters at our shop store. Click on the link provided below. That's going to do it for now. Until next time, remember you are cherished by us. So be kind and know that we consider you as family.
Ever since he came into our lives, he became one of the family. But now he's gone. With Fond Recollections memorial plaques and website, we can upload all our photos and videos of him. Visit fondrecollection.com today and cherish the happy memories of your loved ones.
Chapter 15. The Showdown. Marcia and May were standing off, each woman adamant that her way was the right way. As head of HR, May Payne had every right to make Marcia do what she wanted. Marcia's aggressive methods could result in some serious lawsuits for the hospital. She could not allow Marcia Glinton to ruin St. Mark's fragile reputation by triggering an incident based on her insensitive way of dealing with the staff. When the staff was tense and felt undue pressure, they were bound to make mistakes. Mistakes end up becoming fatal errors in the medical profession. Marcia Glinton was sticking to her guns, but May Payne was a worthy adversary. Marcia tried to explain her side to May.
Look, May,
She said cajolingly.
I know the new policies might seem a little, harsh. I know not everybody might not approve about my methods, but they work. You must realize that my methods are yielding positive results that St. Mark's desperately need.
Marcia knew that she had to convince May by showing that she was every bit of tenacious and determined to continue her work, as May seemed to be when it came to stopping her. There was no reason for the two of them to become hostile to each other. Aloud, Marcia gave examples of the excellent work and the so-called effectiveness of her methods. She said,
May, I know that change is always resisted. However, there is a good reason for that. You're a smart woman. You know that everybody has different opinions and you cannot please everyone at the same time. Just look at the new nurse code team policy that I initiated. The nurse emergency code team is now comprising of 4 members. Each member has exactly one designated task so that they do not get overwhelmed and can focus entirely on the task that is assigned to them. When negligence at your job can become a matter of life or death, you cannot afford to stretch yourself too thin. So now I have assigned 1 nurse for coding, 2 nurses to oversee the dispensing of medication, and 1 nurse who does documentation. They will work in revolving shifts to ensure that the nurses are refreshed and do not feel compelled to take unpermitted breaks during their shifts. The nurse who is responsible for documentation will record all actions during the emergency code incident per department and each shift.
If Marcia thought her earnestness would make an impact on May, she was sorely mistaken. All she managed to do was to press May's patience. May could not understand how Marcia could be so oblivious to how her gung-ho attitude was damaging the hospital and killing the morale of her staff. May took a deep breath, trying to calm herself.
That's great,
She said, forcing herself to smile.
However, your new policies have also resulted in nurses quitting the hospital at record-breaking pace.
She looked at Marcia accusingly.
There are several nurses that have filed direct complaints against you. They complain that you demand too much from them, more that is humanly possible for them to give, and their union agrees. Frankly, I agree with them this time as well. The changes you made are ridiculous. You want to install cameras in bathrooms? For God's sake, our staff has the right to protect their privacy, and this request completely infringes on their right to privacy.
May cracks her knuckles and smiles uncomfortably.
I mean, I do not really want anyone watching me every single time I go to pee. Do you, Marcia?
She asked, looking Marcia straight in the eye, making her squirm. May knew that there were 100 separate ways she could spin this story, ways that could make Marcia Glinton look bad indeed. As an HR professional, it was May's job to define the public narrative for other people. If she said a doctor or nurse was competent, then that doctor or nurse would be treated as the best doctor in the entire hospital. If May cast doubts upon any professional's reputation, they would be shunned by the entire staff before you could finish saying the word blacklist. She had protected Nicole Snipes right until the board had specifically told her to let it go. The moment she did, it was goodbye, Nicole. Marcia could be heading down the same road if she was not careful. People who got too big for their britches did not last long at St. Mark's. Marcia could see a challenge when it was being issued. She matched May's glare, maintaining direct eye contact with her, as she said,
"Well, May, it looks like you've got your work cut out for you because I'm not changing the nursing emergency code policy."
Marcia crossed her arms and looked sternly at May. She was not amused by her intrusion or her lame jokes.
"However, I will compromise on the installation of security cameras for now. Nevertheless, pay attention. The day will soon come when you regret not installing the new recording devices. All I want to do is ensure the safety of the hospital and its staff. If that comes at a cost of a little lost privacy, it is a price I would happily pay. Why can't you and the others see that this is the only reasonable course of action?"
She said, frustrated to no end. May was getting frustrated with this woman's obstinacy. She got up and started to pace around her desk. She turned to Marcia and looked her dead in the eye. Then she said seriously,
Marcia, you are new to the chief nursing officer position. You need to talk to Ruben Rose. He is the only man in the entire hospital that can relate to your position demands. He can help assist you navigating your responsibilities. I am not doing this needlessly, Marcia.
May sighed.
If these complaints continue, I will have to report you to the board of directors, and trust me, when they get involved, someone always ends up losing their job.
May sighed, frustrated.
They need to be notified in case of any potential lawsuits because they cannot afford for the hospital's name to be soiled again.
Marcia Glinton became visibly upset. Her cold demeanor was now gone. Instead, her face was marked by frown lines, and she was getting more anxious in her chair.
"I don't know what else to do. I am confiding in Ruben every single day. He is aware of all the policy changes that I have been making. He is the reason I am here at your meeting today. Ruben advised me to find some common ground with you. However, now that I have come to understand your position, and I believe you have understood mine as well, we understand each other's matters of concern."
Marcia rose to her feet.
"I'm so sorry that you couldn't understand my methods,"
she said abruptly.
"So, if you don't have any other advice, I have another meeting to attend."
Marcia's voice was icy. May Payne was amused. She could see how she managed to unravel Marcia Glinton. She was disappointed she was not a morally strong person. If she had been, Marcia would have been a worthy adversary. But unfortunately, she was all teeth, no bite. May Payne could have eaten her alive if she wanted. She smirked and said,
"No, Marcia. Please go and attend your meeting and have a wonderful day."
In her trademark, HR-approved polite voice, it made Marcia want to tear her hair out. She immediately left out of the room, determined to implement her policies, no matter the cost. May Payne made a few calls, determined to stop her at any cost. It was a showdown. There was no mistaking it. It was unfortunate, though, because May Payne always won. You cannot fight HR.
Thank you so much for hanging out with us. If you had fun or picked up anything from this episode, please assist us by hitting the like, subscribe, and notification buttons. You can also comment and share our content. These small things really help our channel and mean a lot to us. Also, special thanks to our Patreon supporters. You guys are the heartbeat of this channel, and we can't thank you enough for being so generous. If you would like to join our Patreon community, please click on the link below. You can contribute as little as $5 per month. You can get all kinds of perks. You can even buy merchandise of your favorite characters at our shop store. Click on the link provided below. That's going to do it for now. Until next time, remember you are cherished by us. So be kind and know that we consider you as family.
Ever since he came into our lives, he became one of the family. But now he's gone. With Fond Recollections memorial plaques and website, we can upload all our photos and videos of him. Visit fondrecollection.com today and cherish the happy memories of your loved ones.
Chapter 16. Everybody Talking. Eric Rivera, the brand spanking new CEO of St. Mark's Baptist Hospital, pulled into the hospital parking lot in his sweet new ride. He was not pulling up into the regular staff parking lot. Oh no. Eric Rivera now gets to park in the CEO parking space. That was Providence, Eric Rivera thought. His brand new Audi looked in place amongst all the luxury cars that were parked in the executive parking lot. He pulled into his parking space. He was beaming with pride as he looked at the plaque bearing his name on it. We finally made it, Eric thought to himself. Robert Samuels, the security director, was waiting for Eric Rivera in the parking lot.
Hello, Mr. Rivera.
He greets him formally. Eric claps him on the back good-naturedly and says,
Hey, what is it with this Mr. Rivera nonsense? Since when do you call me Mr. Rivera? I am still Eric. No need for the bullshit formalities when I'm around.
He chuckled. Robert could see Eric was elated, but he had to bring him down to earth quickly to deal with the situation at hand. Robert starts updating Eric about their ongoing internal investigation. This investigation was not formally ordered, nor was it requested by the board of directors. It was a conspiracy cooked up between Robert and Eric to dig up dirt on Scotty Allen so they could undermine his position at the hospital and get rid of him, just like Nicole Snipes. Robert and Eric had started investigating Scotty Allen shortly after Eric was appointed CEO of St. Mark's Baptist Hospital. His position would have been precarious if Nicole remained in the picture. She still had allies back at the hospital, and the most powerful one was in the form of Scotty Allen. Robert and Eric both walked toward the hospital service entrance. Robert and Eric did not like Scotty Allen, nor did they trust him. Eric never liked nor trusted Scotty. This type of person just was not suited to be in a leadership role, and many bigwigs in the hospital had to agree with them, Robert Samuels included. Now that Eric was CEO, he felt like his words would have more weight now than they ever had earlier.
Isn't it a great morning, Robert?
Eric Rivera asked jauntily as they walked through the hospital lobby.
What good news do you have for me today?
Robert sighed and said,
Nothing significant.
He lamented.
Scotty continues to work for long hours, has his lunch by himself. If he keeps this up, we will have to discontinue our investigation.
Eric Rivera did not look happy when he heard this.
Nonsense!
He snapped.
I know that he is guilty of something. He is fraternizing with the staff, using drugs, or stealing stuff off hospital property. Hell, there's no way he is this clean. Someone must have tipped him off about our investigation, so he is deliberately keeping his nose clean. What do your police friends have on him?
He turned suddenly, springing the question on Robert Samuels.
The police don't have much either.
Robert reported, glumly.
Their report simply shows that he arrives at his house around 10 to 11 p.m. each night. He never leaves until it is time to come back to work the next day. He has no connections to anyone, no roots. He does not even have a pet. No cats, no dogs, not even a pet goldfish. This damn guy lives and breathes in the hospital. The investigation has been going on for almost 2 years, and all we have is a steaming pile of nothing. It costs a hell of a lot as well. We cannot afford to keep lining the police pocket to investigate him. They keep asking for more money. Good police officers do not investigate for free, and the bad ones, well, they want your arm and your leg.
Robert grumbled. Eric Rivera was unbothered.
Use the funds from your department's miscellaneous account. Remember, none of the deaths started happening in the ICU units until after he arrived. Plus, you know, this sort of people cannot be trusted. These black people are always mischievous in nature. The liberals have allowed black men too much pride, and now they are walking around all puffed up. Someone needs to remind them of their place. Black women are worse. all tumultuous and angry, with bad attitudes. Their kind has now infiltrated our leadership because we're always trying to be a little too politically correct, and that has led to an infestation of black people in leadership positions. They create a bad working environment. So, while I am CEO, I will make damn sure none of them ever get promoted to any leadership positions. Understood? Now find me something I can use to get rid of him.
Eric had reached his limit and was fuming. Robert Samuels knew that he had to appease him at once.
Yes, sir. Understood. I'm on it.
Robert sprang into action. He needed to start a witch hunt and end with Scotty Allen burning at the stake. Robert and Eric then walked off in opposite directions after their clandestine conversation. Neither one of them noticed the notorious gossip, Johnny Thomas, the cook, who was eavesdropping, hiding behind a convenient large laundry cart. Johnny was amazed at the stroke of good luck that made him stumble upon this juicy little tidbit of information. He could not wait to inform his gang of kitchen servers and Scotty Allen about what he had just heard. He especially could not wait to tell Scotty about Eric and Robert's plans to terminate him. Over the past 2 years, Johnny had grown to become oddly fond of Scotty, and he was convinced that Scotty could not be responsible for any of the deaths that took place at the hospital. Johnny quickly returned to the kitchen so he could locate his two favorite servers, Anne-Marie and Christy. Johnny entered the kitchen to find Anne-Marie stacking dishes in the dishwasher and Christy calculating the recipes from the diners and entering the costs into the computers.
Oh, girls,
Johnny whistled, asking the two girls to gather around him.
Hurry up and get over here, girls. Ooh, you would not believe what I just heard by the service elevator.
Anne-Marie dumped the plates and sauntered over, smiling.
What tea do you have now, Johnny?
She teased. Christy poked him in the arm and said,
It better be good because we're just getting our breakfast stations ready. We do not have time if it's not Lipton Premium Tip-Top Tea. That breakfast crowd comes in hangry, and we need to make sure that they get their eat on.
Christy says impatiently. Johnny rubs his hands together in excitement.
Girls, you gonna both want to sit down for this one. I just overheard the CEO talking secretly with the security director about having an investigation on Scotty Allen.
Anne-Marie gasped.
No freaking way, you're lying.
She said, slapping Johnny lightly on the knee.
That man is at work all the damn time. His fine ass does not even pay attention to me when I am blatantly flirting with him, bent over and everything. Can you believe it?
Johnny rolled his eyes.
Hun, with that lip hair, I believe it.
Anne-Marie slapped Johnny's leg lightly.
You had best shut up or something else will be limp soon,
she warned, and Johnny held his hands up defensively, laughing.
Anyway, as I was saying, his eyes stayed focused on the sparrow. Can I get an amen?
Anne-Marie laughed and high-fived the bewildered Mrs. Dottie, who was singing a church hymn while wrapping some egg rolls for the cafeteria and listening to their conversation. Johnny and Christy were guffawing uncontrollably.
Shit, he may want some pussy, girl,
Johnny said. Christy looked confused.
What's a pussy?
She asked, innocently. Johnny laughed even harder.
Oh yeah, you was one of them good girls, right?
He said, snickering.
Well, my dear Christy, a pussy is a boy pussy. You get it now?
Johnny snickered.
He needs something a little tighter, bitch. I'm looking for a new sponsor anyway.
He whined.
Ever since Ruben got his promotion, he never has time for me,
he said, pulling a sad face.
Anyway, pussy is in high demand these days, girls.
Johnny turns to the side and smacks his ass.
Now, move aside, heifers, for the new.
Anne-Marie rolled her eyes.
Bitch, please. Scotty don't want no damn pussy. Get back to the whole investigation thing.
Johnny sighed.
Fine.
He leaned forward and the servers leaned in to listen.
Okay, so Eric was talking about how he hates black people and how he does not trust you all. He thinks black women are too damn loud and black men are too prideful. He is just straight up racist. Also, he wanted any dirt he could get on Scotty so he could fire his ass.
Johnny said, serious for the first time in this entire conversation. Christy was stunned.
What?
She exclaimed angrily.
That prejudiced motherfucker. We loud and shit, and Eric's not even a white person. Wow. He forgot he's a Latino. Remind me to spit in his damn food from now on,
she said angrily.
Damn right, and that security director agreed with him too.
Johnny added.
Girls, quick, look over there,
he said suddenly in a hushed tone. They all looked in the direction of the kitchen's main entrance. Scotty Allen was walking in through the double doors. He looked exhausted. He was there for his usual morning coffee and bagel. Johnny decided that it was time Scotty knew what was being said about him by the higher-ups in the hospital.
I'm going to tell him.
He hissed to the girls as he kept his eye on Scotty.
You do that.
Anne-Marie reassured him. Johnny quickly sauntered over to where Scotty was sitting, ready to drop a bomb on him. Little did Scotty know, his entire perspective was about to change.
Thank you so much for hanging out with us. If you had fun or picked up anything from this episode, please assist us by hitting the like, subscribe, and notification buttons. You can also comment and share our content. These small things really help our channel and mean a lot to us. Also, special thanks to our Patreon supporters. You guys are the heartbeat of this channel, and we can't thank you enough for being so generous. If you would like to join our Patreon community, please click on the link below. You can contribute as little as $5 per month. You can get all kinds of perks. You can even buy merchandise of your favorite characters at our shop store. Click on the link provided below. That's going to do it for now. Until next time, remember you are cherished by us. So be kind and know that we consider you as family.
Ever since he came into our lives, he became one of the family. But now he's gone. With Fond Recollections memorial plaques and website, we can upload all our photos and videos of him. Visit fondrecollection.com today and cherish the happy memories of your loved ones.
Chapter 17. We care for each other. Scotty Allen looked unhappy as he sat down and ordered his usual coffee and bagel. He had a feeling that the pretty black server was looking at him pityingly. But the moment he looked up again to take a better look, she was gone. Scotty thought he was losing his mind. Ever since Nicole had warned him about the network of rats working against him at the hospital, he was growing increasingly paranoid about the people who surrounded him. The pretty server, Anne-Marie, came back with his order.
Here's your coffee and your bagel, Scotty,
she said, extra politely.
I brewed it up specially just for you, and I smeared the bagel with extra cream cheese on the house.
Anne-Marie placed his plates lightly on the table in front of him, smiling brightly, and then sauntered off. Scotty was puzzled by this behavior. He eats at the same time at the cafeteria every single day, yet never had he received special treatment before today. Puzzled, Scotty continued eating when suddenly Johnny Thomas showed up out of nowhere. Dressed in his usual flamboyant attire, Johnny was wearing tight purple medical uniform scrubs with sparkly ornamented Crocs. Johnny hated how bland and colorless the kitchen scrubs were, so he always added his own flair to the starkness of the uniform. He had to cover his brightly dyed hair with a hairnet, so he often tinted his hair to contrast the boring colors of the hairnet. This week, he had tinted his hair neon blue, a bright luminescent shade that contrasted against his boring black hairnet.
Good morning, Scotty. May I have a word with you privately, please?
Scotty warily looked up at Johnny, who was a notorious gossip, wondering if he should indulge. Curiosity got the best of him, and he wanted to know what this was about. Johnny could give him some insight into the forces that were at play here, working against him in the darkness.
Sure, I guess.
Scotty mumbled, not sure where this was going.
Follow me then,
Johnny said, picking up Scotty's breakfast tray and walking over to a dimly lit booth at the back of the cafeteria. Scotty was hesitant, but then reluctantly made his way to the back of the room. As both men sat down, Johnny Thomas began to inform Scotty Allen about the clandestine investigation. Scotty was interested in what Johnny had to say, and Johnny started to immediately disclose information on what he had heard about the situation. Taking their respective places at the dark corner booth in the cafeteria, Johnny told the story of what he had overheard about Scotty and shared the nature of the CEO and security director's clandestine meeting about him. He told Scotty that they were conducting a covert investigation on him, trying to dig up the tiniest bit of dirt so they could sully his impeccable reputation and have him kicked out of the hospital.
Scotty, I know this might sound weird, but I swear I heard the CEO and the security director talking directly about the investigation. I was so shocked when I heard. Do you have any idea why they would want to investigate you, honey?
Johnny asked softly, genuinely concerned. Scotty Allen was taken aback by Johnny's information, which admittedly was more surprising than Johnny calling him honey. It felt weird, and Scotty was not homophobic at all. He just felt that this sort of vernacular was not suitable for a professional environment. Scotty felt as though he needed to set some boundaries with Johnny going forward because he did not want other coworkers to feel uncomfortable. Scotty replied calmly,
Johnny, kindly chill out with the honey stuff. It's not really a professional way to speak, but I am grateful to you for informing me about this issue. You're right. I do not deserve it. I don't even understand what I did wrong to warrant an investigation, or why anyone would want to investigate me. However, I really want to thank you for letting me know.
Scotty said graciously.
No problem, Scotty.
Johnny said sincerely.
You cannot blame me for trying to get a little attention from you.
Johnny cracked a smile.
However, in all seriousness, you need to be watchful. Those two do not like you specifically, and they hate black people in general.
Johnny's last statement did not surprise Scotty one bit. For a moment, he almost considered asking him to go to HR to help him file a complaint against the CEO and the security director, but he knew that filing a complaint would be the equivalent of career suicide. He needed to remain calm for now and deliberately plan out his next move. Scotty thanked Johnny profusely and proceeded to formulate his strategy. After bidding Johnny farewell, Scotty started thinking that it was time he looked for another job. A new hospital is just what he needed to start his life over. He could not bear the thought of being around these racists every single day. However, Scotty hated the thought of abandoning all the hard work and time that he had dedicated to this hospital. It would be a shame to let the racists win. Scotty Allen was confused. Things at St. Mark's Baptist Hospital were becoming crazy, and he did not want any part of it. On the one hand, Scotty knew that staying here would be a great challenge for him, personally and professionally. On the other hand, he was open to finding a new job as a last resort. Scotty Allen had some serious thinking to do, and he had to do it fast. Meanwhile, on the other side of the hospital, mailroom supervisor Victor Diaz was having issues of his own. It had been brought to his attention that Tracy Kites, one of the mailroom's most dedicated volunteers, had fallen asleep in the hospital again. The matter had been brought to his attention by other members of the mailroom staff. Tracy was discovered sleeping in the locker room by another employee. It did not look as though she had fallen asleep randomly, since she was fast asleep in a sleeping bag. The hospital did not provide sleeping bags, so it clearly belonged to Tracy. The sad part was that this was not the first time something like this had happened. The entire staff felt empathy for her because she was so elderly, and she had mentioned numerous times that she had no family in the area. This knowledge made them overlook incidents when she was discovered sleeping around the hospital because they felt bad for her. However, as the incidents started to happen more frequently, the staff decided that Victor Diaz needed to be informed. Tracy would tell them stories about how she had lost her last existing sibling to a bad car accident years ago. She mentioned how she was the youngest of all her siblings. Still, until her retirement, Tracy did what she could while she was still physically able to work. Tracy would send money to financially support her nieces and nephews as frequently as she could. Once she retired, she only had her pension to live on. Her nieces and nephews never contacted her unless it was for financial gains. When she died, all Tracy would leave behind were memories of her charitable deeds. She did not have much in the way of material possessions. The money she received from her pension was barely enough for Tracy to keep necessities on the table. She simply could not afford to send her nieces and nephews any more money. When they headed off to college, Tracy was completely shut out of their lives, so Tracy Kites was left alone. She had not spoken to any family members in years. The entire mailroom staff was concerned about Tracy's well-being. It was disconcerting to see an elderly lady sleeping in random places in a hospital in a sleeping bag. The mailroom was bustling with staff members when Tracy slipped inside the room. She had rolled up her sleeping bag tightly in her arms and shoved it inside her locker, trying to hide it to the best of her abilities. Victor and others noticed her movements. However, they discreetly looked away and pretended not to see anything. Eventually, Victor handed each of the staff their duties for the day, and they left the mailroom. Tracy hung back waiting for her assignment. Victor had done this on purpose so that the two of them could be alone when he had this conversation with her.
Tracy, before I give you the mail assignment for today, I need to ask you something,
he said tentatively.
Yes, dear.
Tracy asked, smiling in her trademark manner. If she was nervous, she did not let it show.
First, I want to tell you how valuable you are to all of us in the mailroom here at St. Mark's. We would be upset if you were unhappy and bothered about something.
He looked at Tracy to see if her face would give away her emotional state, but she had the same vacant smile on her face. Victor decided to press on.
Tracy, are you having any difficulties in your personal life that I need to be aware of?
Victor asked earnestly.
I only asking because you are the best volunteer in my department, and I care about your well-being.
Victor asked, his voice full of concern. Tracy, maintaining that vacant smile, wrung her hands together and started to explain the situation, as if what she was doing was completely reasonable.
Oh no, Victor. I only sleep in the locker room sometimes. Like when I'm working late or when the metro buses have stopped running.
She shuffled her feet.
At my age, I cannot walk 5 miles to the senior shelter alone. I walk around the hospital all day, delivering mails and packages to every corner of this building. I'm simply too tired by the time my shift ends. I'm getting older, and this old lady cannot move as fast as she used to.
Tracy said, chuckling. Victor looked at her kindly.
Tracy, I understand not being able to walk home once the metro transportation route has started running for today. However, you cannot sleep in the locker room. It has been brought to my attention that you have been sleeping in there several nights this year already, ever since you started volunteering at this hospital.
Tracy's eyes flashed angrily.
Please don't worry, Victor.
She said coldly.
If I happen to work late again, I'll find a way home.
Victor could see her face was flushed and her voice was trembling with anger.
Hey, Tracy, please do not get upset.
Victor said soothingly.
As I said, the staff and I really care about your well-being. We have all chipped in some money and gotten you a prepaid car worth $500. This should help you with any transportation problems. I know we do not pay you for time and effort, but they are invaluable to us. This is the least we can do to show you our appreciation.
He hands her the prepaid credit card and Tracy burst into tears.
Thank you so much,
she said tearfully.
But I cannot take this kind of gesture from you folks. I volunteered to work because I love helping others. I do not have a lot of time left on this earth, and this is one way I can make myself right in the eyes of the Lord.
Tracy sniffled, dabbing her eyes with a tiny lace handkerchief that she pulled out of her pocket.
Lord knows I'm not perfect, but my heart is always in the right place.
She sobbed.
God is good all the time.
And all the time, God is good.
Victor finished for her.
I hear you. Tracy, do not be like that. Please take the prepaid credit card. Also, if you could be a friend and never mention this to human resources, it would be best for all of us.
Victor laughed.
We might be breaking some damn volunteer policy, but nevertheless, we take care of our own.
He said warmly, squeezing Tracy's hand.
You know?
Victor said conspiratorially.
The hospital is making new policies every day. We keep this between us.
He winked at Tracy. Crying with joy, Tracy takes the credit card, thanking him profusely. She gives him a long hug before heading out of the building. Victor smiled, because as she passed, he could swear he could hear her whistling again.
Thank you so much for hanging out with us. If you had fun or picked up anything from this episode, please assist us by hitting the like, subscribe, and notification buttons. You can also comment and share our content. These small things really help our channel and mean a lot to us. Also, special thanks to our Patreon supporters. You guys are the heartbeat of this channel, and we can't thank you enough for being so generous. If you would like to join our Patreon community, please click on the link below. You can contribute as little as $5 per month. You can get all kinds of perks. You can even buy merchandise of your favorite characters at our shop store. Click on the link provided below. That's going to do it for now. Until next time, remember you are cherished by us, so be kind and know that we consider you as family.
Ever since he came into our lives, he became one of the family. But now he's gone. With Fond Recollections memorial plaques and website, we can upload all our photos and videos of him. Visit fondrecollection.com today and cherish the happy memories of your loved ones.
Chapter 18. Not again. It was the first Monday of September. Most of the staff at St. Mark's Baptist Hospital was off celebrating Labor Day. However, as always, a portion of the staff remained behind, especially the medical personnel that works in the intensive care units. All seemed well throughout the hospital. The familiar sights and sounds blended into the hallways. The doctors working rushed to and from patient to patient, usually accompanied by a team of harried residents and orderlies struggling to keep up. In the burn intensive care unit, BICU, a nurse had just dimmed the lights of the unit, so the only patient there that night could get some sleep. Any ordinary person would throw up at the blood and gore that the doctors and nurses who work in the burn unit must deal with every day. This was the most gruesome place in the entire hospital. It was where patients who had suffered from severe burns could be heard screaming in agony. Some had their skin sloughed off, in other cases their bone visible where the fire and corrosive substance had eaten the skin and flesh away. The sights could be gruesome enough, but the smell, oh God. Burned humans do not smell much different than a pig roasting on a spit, and that made the entire scene even more ghastly. The only patient who was in the burn intensive care unit this night was badly disfigured. A gas cylinder blew up in his face as he was trying to cook a meal outside. There was something wrong with the gas connection on his grill. The cylinder had exploded, and the man caught fire. He had major third-degree burns to 90% of his entire body. His limbs, his face, and his torso were severely burnt, and his skin had turned black and blue with the texture of pork cracklings. The fire had eaten away the flesh on his skin, exposing his facial bones. One of his eyeballs was protruding from its socket. It takes a strong stomach to work in the burn unit. The nurse, Diamond Varner, gives the patient a sedative to help with the excruciating pain. Diamond murmurs soothing words as she administers the medicine to put the patient at ease, and draws the privacy curtains around his bedside to spare any onlookers from gawking at him. Diamond Varner was a middle-aged nurse who got her first nursing job in the early 2000s when she was just 21 years old. She was an expert at finding veins to administer IV medications and inserting cannulas in the least painful way possible. She knew how to care for patients, what medications were appropriate to treat which symptoms, and how to offer the best care to patients who were bedridden. Diamond walked back to the nursing station after administering her patient the sedatives and continued adding notes to the patient's chart. Since the BICU only has one patient, the ICU director had only assigned 2 nurses to work in the unit that day. Scotty Allen figured 2 nurses were sufficient to always watch one patient. Diamond was working in tandem with Chanel that day in the BICU. Diamond asked Chanel to make rounds and then added her notes to the patient's chart. Meanwhile, she goes to the medical supply closet to get essential medication that should always be on hand in the unit. The medical supply closet was right outside the unit, so Chanel would not be alone for long. As Diamond walked out of the unit into the hallway, she noticed that only some of the hallway lights were turned on. Weirdly, she noticed the pattern that every other hallway light was illuminated, leaving one hallway completely dark. One hallway was semi-lit, another dark, the other dark. Diamond thought this was strange, but figured there might be something wrong with the electrical lighting. Therefore, she dismissed her worries. Then Diamond recalled that it must be one of the hospital's energy-saving measures as a part of their new initiative to conserve power and reduce the electricity consumption of the facility. It seemed like a clever idea at the time. However, it made the entire night shift staff feel eerie and spooky. When Diamond arrived at the medical supply closet, she thought she could hear someone walking in the distance. She thought it must be one of her orderlies. Diamond ignored it and continued to get supplies she needed. After spending 10 minutes looking for all the medications and equipment, Diamond started walking back towards the BICU with her pockets and portable carts stuffed with essential supplies that were always needed in the burn unit. Unbeknownst to Diamond, while she was in the medical supply closet, a strange person entered the unit through the rear entrance. That stranger saw that Chanel, the nurse present in the unit, was busy writing in the patient's chart. This gave the person an opening to quickly remove the syringe from their pocket. The syringe was inserted into the patient's IV tube. The person injected some clear liquid directly into the IV drip. Just as quickly as the stranger had entered, the person slipped away from the BICU like a phantasm that just appears and disappears. A few seconds later, Diamond enters the BICU armed with all the necessary medical supplies for the unit. Her eye fell on the patient, who contorted his body in weird positions.
Chanel!
Diamond screamed.
Come here! Look! Something's wrong with the patient!
Both of the nurses rushed to his bedside as he continued to contort his body in pain and discomfort. The medical alarm started to blare throughout the unit. The patient's heart rate had slowed down and he was going into cardiac arrest. Diamond quickly used her radio to call Code Blue for immediate assistance to the BICU. A Code Blue hospital announcement means that a patient is experiencing a medical emergency, frequently cardiac or respiratory distress. Chanel and Diamond started administering CPR the best they could on his charred body, but to no avail. By the time the Code Blue team arrived in the unit, it was too late. The burn victim was pronounced dead on the scene. Diamond and Chanel both burst into tears as their only patient's face was covered with a white sheet once the code was called by the lead team member. It was a sad and sorry situation at St. Mark's Baptist Hospital, indeed.
Thank you so much for hanging out with us. If you had fun or picked up anything from this episode, Please assist us by hitting the like, subscribe, and notification buttons. You can also comment and share our content. These small things really help our channel and mean a lot to us. Also, special thanks to our Patreon supporters. You guys are the heartbeat of this channel, and we can't thank you enough for being so generous. If you would like to join our Patreon community, please click on the link below. You can contribute as little as $5 per month. You can get all kinds of perks. You can even buy merchandise of your favorite characters at our shop store. Click on the link provided below. That's going to do it for now. Until next time, remember you are cherished by us. So be kind and know that we consider you as family.
Ever since he came into our lives, he became one of the family. But now he's gone. With Fond Recollections memorial plaques and website, we can upload all our photos and videos of him. Visit fondrecollection.com today and cherish the happy memories of your loved ones.
Chapter 19. How the Tables Have Turned. St. Mark's was once again the target of a media circus. CEO Eric Rivera and Security Director Robert Samuels rushed to the hospital as soon as they heard the news about the death of a burn patient and the circumstances surrounding it. Both reached the hospital and saw the blinking red and blue lights emanating from the police cars and a bunch of uniformed officers surrounding the entrance of the hospital.
"Let us through,"
Eric Rivera said authoritatively. As he pushed his way through the horde to make his way inside, Robert Samuels held the onlookers at bay as Eric passed. As they went inside, both were worried as each saw reporters pressed up against the glass of the hospital's main lobby. Police officers were also standing all around the area with different hospital staff in tow, questioning them about the incident. Eric and Robert decided to wait for the police to finish their questioning of the BICU nurses before they launched their own internal investigation. Eric's face was white as he turned to Robert and hissed,
"Robert, what the hell happened?"
He wiped some sweat off his brow.
"We have not experienced any such incident at this hospital in a couple of years. There have never been any problems that occur under my leadership. How can this happen? On my watch?"
Eric was incensed. Robert looked worried.
From the information I got out of my staff after they had questioned the BICU nurse, everything was going as routine. The patient was given a sedative for his pain, standard protocol for a man who had suffered third-degree burns. One of the nurses observed the patient until he was well asleep. She kept monitoring his vitals, and they were stable as well. The patient did not show any outward signs of anguish.
"Shit!"
Eric exclaimed angrily, kicking a nearby trash can and then regretting it as it made his toe throb with pain.
"Did we pick up anyone entering or leaving the unit on our security cameras?"
He asked through gritted teeth.
"We just installed a new security surveillance camera last year."
The only thing the security cameras show are the BICU unit nurses entering and leaving during the night shift,"
Robert replied morosely. Eric groaned.
"So no evidence of foul play at this point, and there's absolutely no way anyone could have entered the unit without being noticed."
Robert Samuels thinks for a moment.
Well, there's still one way a person could have entered without being noticed by our camera, and that is through the staff locker room.
Eric Rivera swivels around, his mouth hanging open in shock.
"What?"
Eric burst out saying, surprised.
I thought our upgraded surveillance system did not have any blind spots at all. I specifically told the board of directors that our new security surveillance system would eliminate any such blind spots. How do you think we got the funding for that project?
Eric, remember HIPAA and patient privacy policy.
Chided Robert gently.
We were informed by Human Resources Department to not install cameras in certain locations. If we do, the hospital would be in direct violation of those HIPAA policies. Plus, the nurses union was threatening the HR department with a lawsuit if there was any direct invasion of privacy of its members. If we install surveillance cameras in the locker room and restroom, there may be a riot in the hospital, and justifiably so.
Robert Samuels explained. Eric Rivera snorted.
I'm not sure why they are so bothered. Nobody wants to invade anyone's privacy. However, we must comply.
Eric said snidely.
Yes, we have to comply.
Robert reminded him.
We don't want any problem with the union at the end of the day.
Eric slams his hand on the desk.
Damn it! You were right about that. I will get Ruben Rose to contact the patient's family immediately so that we can obtain permission to do an autopsy as soon as possible. I am sure they will have a lot of questions. We need to assure them of the necessity of the process. This is the only way we can determine the cause of their loved one's passing. Our chief nursing officer also needs to get the medical coroner here within the hour. We must be the very first to know what caused the death of this patient.
Robert nodded.
I completely agree. However, one of the nurses said the patient showed symptoms of poisoning. The patient's heart rate had dropped dangerously low and he was bleeding from his eyes. He suffered cardiac arrest.
Eric Rivera rubbed his eyes, looking wary.
Let's just keep the information to ourselves for now.
Eric said quietly.
The last thing we need is the board of directors to get seriously involved in this investigation.
Robert Samuels consented.
Let's make a pact that this information stays between us.
Both men shook hands, promising to keep the newly discovered and explosive information of the possible poisoning of the patient confidential for the moment. Several hours later, Eric Rivera was in his office, which he had redecorated to his taste. He removed all traces of Nicole Snipes from his office. Eric looked around at the tastefully decorated office and sighed. He didn't want to lose it all just as quickly as he had gained it. Eric was trying to piece together a written statement that he had to present to the media later when Kim Lopez, his executive assistant, called him over the phone.
Mr. Rivera, I was just informed that the medical coroner arrived at the hospital about an hour ago. He is currently with the patient in the morgue.
Kim informed him. Eric Rivera was livid.
What the fuck?
He raged.
I explicitly told the executive team to inform me the instant he arrived at the hospital. God, I am surrounded by a team of imbeciles. Total incompetence, all of them.
Eric said furiously.
I'm headed off to the morgue now,
he said, slamming down the receiver of the phone and started walking out of the room in anger. Eric's office phone rang again. He stopped mid-step.
Sorry for disturbing you again, sir, but do not leave just yet. There is a call for you on line 1.
Kim informed. Eric wanted to yell in frustration.
Whoever it is, they can wait.
He growled into the phone.
I need to know the patient's cause of death right now. The entire damn media is outside in the front lobby and they want answers. They are like bloodhounds sniffing for the slightest whiff of blood.
Eric said, frustrated. Kim sighed.
Mr. Rivera? I cannot tell them to wait. It is the board of directors.
Her words hung ominously over the line, sending a chill running through Eric's spine. He had no choice but to say,
Put them through.
Eric sat on his tall back swivel chair and waited for the axe to fall. He forced himself to put on his best perky voice and said,
Good morning, board of directors. I am preparing a statement to share with the press about last night's unfortunate incident. I assure you we will figure out the patient's death shortly and you will be the first to know the cause of death.
A representative from the board of directors spoke up.
Eric, we already know the cause of death. The medical coroner already informed us that the patient died of poisoning. This incident is very unfortunate indeed for St. Mark's Baptist Hospital, once again.
He added ominously. Eric Rivera was stumped that the board of directors had been informed of the patient's cause of death before even he had found out. Eric realized that the board of directors had a network of informants spread throughout the hospital. Spies were lurking in every nook and cranny of the hospital. Eric knew that there were at least 1 or 2 spies in each department. He was even sure that there was a mole present on his executive team. However, before he could respond to the board of directors' additional queries, Eric was swiftly interrupted by the board's representative on the phone. That was when the board of directors decided to drop the bomb on him. The representative spoke up.
Eric, at this moment, the board has decided to transfer all ICU patients to Stonewood Baptist Hospital immediately until further notice. We suggest that you find somebody that can be held responsible for this regrettable incident.
The board representative said, coldly,
We really do not feel like finding another CEO for St. Mark's Baptist. I mean, we can do it, but it would be such a bother.
The representative said, threateningly. The representative's words lit a fire under Eric's ass. He knew exactly what needed to be done to get himself out of this situation, and Eric knew the exact person depended on.
Don't worry,
He assured the board of directors.
I'll get it all sorted out.
Hanging up the phone, he called Robert Samuels into his office. They had big plans to make and serious plotting to do. Those big plans involved a little someone called Scotty Allen.
Thank you so much for hanging out with us. If you had fun or picked up anything from this episode, please assist us by hitting the like, subscribe, and notification buttons. You can also comment and share our content. These small things really help our channel and mean a lot to us. Also, special thanks to our Patreon supporters. You guys are the heartbeat of this channel, and we can't thank you enough for being so generous. If you would like to join our Patreon community, please click on the link below. You can contribute as little as $5 per month. You can get all kinds of perks. You can even buy merchandise of your favorite characters at our shop store. Click on the link provided below. That's going to do it for now. Until next time, remember you are cherished by us. So be kind and know that we consider you as family.
Ever since he came into our lives, he became one of the family. But now he's gone. With Fond Recollections memorial plaques and website, we can upload all our photos and videos of him. Visit fondrecollection.com today and cherish the happy memories of your loved ones.
Chapter 20. The Hammer Falls. Eric Rivera was shitting bricks after his phone call with the board of directors. He immediately dialed Robert's extension on the phone and nervously paced the room until he answered. When Robert finally did, Eric immediately started barking orders into the phone.
Robert, I need you to get your police friends to put the squeeze on Scotty Allen now. Someone must take the blame for this incident, and we can be sure that the blame falls on his black ass.
Robert smiled slyly.
I'm on it. They just need a little more time. However, I think they will be able to arrest him without any issues given the circumstantial evidence.
Robert said. Eric Rivera was pleased to hear this.
Great,
Eric responded.
Just make sure to remind Scotty of the fact that each incident happened under his nose. Try to casually slip in the fact that we are aware that he works unorthodox hours, and we know about the fact that he has intrinsic knowledge of security surveillance. Scotty knows the staff and their daily schedule. That should be enough, right?
Eric asked. Robert Samuels was a little unsure, but he agreed to the plan to be conducted.
I think so. Also, we need to remember that the hospital had no incidents in his department before Scotty was hired.
Robert agreed. Both men were happy that they reached a unanimous decision about their new plan. Now, all Eric had to do was address the media and inform the staff about how all the ICU patients were about to be transferred to another hospital within the Baptist care system. The transferring of the ICU patients would be a logistical nightmare. This would have an immense impact on the staffing at the hospital moving forward. Eric Rivera knew that this transition would be a turning point in his short stint as CEO. 2 months went by. The administrative and executive teams gathered to hold their daily census meeting before they started their daily routine. Ever since the ICU patients from St. Mark's Baptist had been transferred over to Stonewood Baptist Hospital, Eric Rivera had been forced to make some significant changes to the hospital staff. Everything was a mess. The executive team and hospital directors had taken their seats in the administrative conference room expecting solutions. Outside the window, they could see and hear all the nurses that had been laid off protesting their recent furlough from outside the hospital. They were shouting slogans over and over. "Give us back our jobs. Eric Rivera is a monster." And even some cries of, "Bring Nicole Snipes back." The last one pissed Eric off the most. Robert Samuels, security director, decided the best way to solve this problem was by drowning out the noise. He closed the window blinds of the conference room. Robert was hoping that if the staff could not see or hear the protesters, it would soften the dense environment. It was childish, but it might reassure them. Eric Rivera signaled everyone to sit down and address them directly.
Good morning, everyone. Marcia, can you please start the meeting off with the daily census report?
Marcia Glinton stepped forward eagerly to oblige.
Good morning, Mr. CEO and staff. Today we have a total of 97 patients at St. Mark's Baptist Hospital. We are set to discharge 25 patients today, and 21 patients are currently in the ER department.
Eric was dismayed.
This is terrible. Our daily patient census must be at least 126 patients for us to make a profit. We've already laid off 15% of our nursing staff to adjust to the decline in new patients.
Eric said. Ruben Rose, the COO, spoke up.
Excuse me, Mr. CEO, I have something to say. At this point, we must convince the board of directors to allow the hospital to admit ICU patients again. The hospital feels like a sinking ship. More layoffs will occur unless we convince the board to bring back the intensive care unit patients.
The executive team erupted into a sea of opinions, with everyone talking over each other to get their various points across. While the staff was brainstorming at the daily census meeting, another plan was brewing simultaneously about which most people were unaware. Robert Samuels had secretly been in contact with the local police, feeding them little tidbits of information, or shall we say misinformation, about a certain Scotty Allen. It was a plan that Robert and Eric had set into motion weeks ago. It was now finally about to come to fruition. Suddenly, he felt a vibration in his pants pocket. It was his cell phone buzzing with a text message Robert had just received from the local chief of police to meet him at the hospital's service entrance. As Robert read the message, a slow smile spread across his face.
Finally,
he thought. Robert coughed to get Eric's attention.
Excuse me. Mr. CEO, can I please be excused for a second? I need to take care of something.
Robert looked sharply at Eric, hoping he would catch his meaning. Eric simply waved his hand and said,
Sure.
Robert had no clue whether Eric had caught on to his hint, but it did not matter. Once Robert was out of the conference room, he shot Eric a text, informing him that he was on his way to talk to the local police chief, just in case he had not gotten the hint in the conference room. The message read, "Plan has worked. We found our scapegoat. Police coming to arrest you-know-who." Eric and Robert had successfully schemed and plotted to build enough of a case around Scotty Allen to make him a person of interest to the police. Granted, most of the evidence was circumstantial, but it was strong enough to capture police interest. Robert Samuels hurried over to the police officer who was waiting at the service entrance. Robert extended his hand to the leading police officer.
Hello. Thank you so much for being here.
The lead police officer shook his hand, and then they started discussing the reason for the police's site visit. However, as the men were engrossed in their conversation, nobody noticed Johnny Thomas eavesdropping on their conversation as they exchanged details of the case. Johnny inched even closer to listen to what was being said by the men. The leading police officer smiled as he greeted Robert. He said, "Good to see you, Robert. We are here to arrest Scotty Allen for suspicion of the murders at St. Mark's Baptist Hospital." Johnny's blood ran cold as he heard those words. Things were about to change, and not for the better at St. Mark's Baptist Hospital.
Thank you so much for hanging out with us. If you had fun or picked up anything from this episode, please assist us by hitting the like, subscribe, and notification buttons. You can also comment and share our content. These small things really help our channel and mean a lot to us. Also, special thanks to our Patreon supporters. You guys are the heartbeat of this channel, and we can't thank you enough for being so generous. If you would like to join our Patreon community, please click on the link below. You can contribute as little as $5 per month. You can get all kinds of perks. You can even buy merchandise of your favorite characters at our shop store. Click on the link provided below. That's going to do it for now. Until next time, remember you are cherished by us, so be kind and know that we consider you as family.
Ever since he came into our lives, he became one of the family. But now he's gone. With Fond Recollections memorial plaques and website, we can upload all our photos and videos of him. Visit fondrecollection.com today and cherish the happy memories of your loved ones.
Chapter 21, The Downfall of Scotty Allen. Johnny Thomas, the resident gossip of St. Mark's Baptist Hospital, was hyperventilating. He had just heard the news that could shake the foundations of the hospital at its core. Johnny could not wait to be the first one to break the news to his little group of followers that relied on his bits of gossip. He was equivalent to the TMZ newsfeed at the hospital, and with him there was always breaking news. Johnny could see the troop of men, which included Robert Samuels and police officers, walking towards the area where the daily census meeting was being held. He rushed over to the kitchen area to tell his work girlfriends what he had just heard and witnessed. Johnny dramatically bursts through the kitchen door and cries out. Anne-Marie sighs and drops a tray full of food. She always acted annoyed when Johnny interrupted her at work, but deep down, Anne-Marie lived for the drama.
What is it now, Johnny?
She asked, hand on her hip and eyebrow cocked.
You know we have a line of people that are hangry and waiting for their food to get served.
Johnny rolled his eyes.
Bitch, there are only 4 people out there, and they can wait 5 more minutes for their damn food,
he said sassily.
You can go out and serve them like a good little girl, or you can listen to me because I'm about to drop bombs.
Marie dropped the pretense and moved closer to Johnny, and Christy hoisted herself up to the kitchen counter next to him to hear what he had to say.
So,
Johnny whispered breathlessly,
the police are here. The damn police are here to arrest Scotty Allen. I just saw them with the security director. They are going to the administrative conference room as we speak.
The woman looked shocked. Anne-Marie clapped her hands over her mouth. Christy was angry.
Arrest him? For what? Being too damn fine? That is a beautiful specimen of a man. Woof.
She said, fanning herself.
Arrest him? Oh, girl, no way!
Anne-Marie said. Johnny looked at her, seriously.
No, girl, I'm being for real. They are arresting him on suspicion of the multiple murders that took place at the hospital.
Anne-Marie was furious.
Murder?
She cried out in disbelief.
Oh, hell no! They are trying to pin those ICU department incidents on him to make him out to be the scapegoat? Trust these motherfuckers to always try to blame the black man for any kind of shit that goes down.
Christy was swinging her legs against the counter, trying to process the information she had just heard.
I mean, just fucking wow.
She said, wonderingly.
They have already charged people for those incidents. India and those other nurses, they are rotting in jail as we speak. So why are they fucking with him now?
Johnny shook his head gravely.
I don't know, but I'm going to find out.
The girls had never seen Johnny look so serious before.
I'm going to try to warn him, girl,
he told the servers.
At least he should have some time to think of something to save himself before these fuckers try to turn his world upside down.
Anne-Marie gives Johnny a tight hug, surprising Johnny.
Damn, Johnny. Will you really do that for him?
Her eyes were shining with tears. Johnny nodded.
I love how you were stepping up for the right reasons,
Anne-Marie said, wiping her face with the back of her hand. Johnny's usually bright and cheerful eyes flashed angrily.
We know this kind of shit is not right. Move, bitches. I'm going to warn my future man.
Anne-Marie and Christy burst into laughter, saying,
Bitch, please, he don't want your pussy.
At the same time. Their laughter relieved some of the tension from the atmosphere. Johnny rushed out of the cafeteria as the girls rushed out to serve their trays full of food that was getting cold. Johnny sprinted out through the kitchen doors towards the administrative conference room. However, as he approached the hallway that led toward the conference room, he could see that there was no way he would be able to get near the room, as the security director and police officers made their way inside the conference room. As Robert Samuels and the police entered the administrative conference room with stern looks on their faces, everyone was shocked to see them there. Everyone except Eric Rivera, of course. The group turned around to face Scotty Allen. The lead policeman said, "You're wondering why we're here. Scotty Allen, you are under arrest on suspicion of multiple murders that happened at St. Mark's Baptist Hospital." A hush fell over the entire room. Nobody said a word. Nobody even breathed aloud. The room was so silent you could hear a pin drop. Many of the people in attendance were in a state of shock. Scotty Allen, however, seemed to hold his composure. He simply asked,
"Why are you placing me under arrest? For what? Multiple murders? Are you serious? I've never killed a single living thing in my entire life. This whole charade is ridiculous."
Scotty exclaimed. The lead officer's face was impassive. "Please place your hands behind your back. If you try to resist arrest or fail to comply, we will be compelled to use force. We have stun guns and we will not hesitate to use them." Scotty Allen looked every bit as angry as an innocent man would be if they were forced in such a situation. He wrenched his body away from the police officer and said,
"I will not put my hands behind my damn back because I did not do anything wrong. Get away from me, and do not freaking touch me.
He warned the officers. The lead police officer ignored what Scotty said, turning instead to the other officers and saying, "Men, get ready to arm yourselves. Set your stun guns to the maximum charge setting." He turns to Scotty again. "I'm going to ask you one more time, very calmly, to put your hands behind your back. If you do not comply, then we will consider that as resisting arrest, which is an additional charge, and we will be compelled to use force." Scotty Allen just raised his hands. Before he could say anything, a police officer fired his taser to subdue him. Scotty screamed in pain as his body violently jerked around from the high-voltage electric shock from the stun gun that had made direct contact with his skin. The staff members were all screaming and pleading with the police not to use unnecessary excessive force during the arrest. Scotty was unarmed and did not pose a physical threat to anyone's person. May Payne, who was in attendance, felt an utter sense of revulsion as she caught Eric Rivera and Robert Samuels smiling smugly, looking with excitement in their sadistic eyes. Their plan to bring Scotty Allen down had worked like a charm. The police cuffed Scotty while he was lying on the ground, still writhing in pain. As they dragged him from the conference room into the hallway, Johnny was dejected. He was too late. Johnny should have run to Scotty first, but no, he had to have a bitching session with the girls first. Johnny cursed himself for not being smarter. "I'm such an attention whore. I should have gone straight to Scotty," he thought bitterly. Johnny had waited in the hallway only to see 4 police officers escorting Scotty Allen toward the main lobby. One of them had his hand placed firmly on his back. There were 2 police officers beside him and 2 behind him. The fact that they made an entire spectacle out of Scotty, like parading him through the main lobby surrounded by police officers, instead of walking him quietly out of the service entrance, told Johnny that this was personal. Johnny Thomas was beside himself in anger. He knew what was about to happen to Scotty. However, he did not know about the extent of the physical cruelty that the police had inflicted on Scotty. He just knew that Eric and Robert's ugly faces were smiling. As the police dragged Scotty's limp body, Johnny Thomas ran up to them, screaming,
"What did you do to him?"
Johnny was aghast. Scotty looked dazed, his eyes unfocused, his pupils rolled back. He was drooling, a trail of saliva falling from his mouth, and his head hung low. Johnny could see a large bruise beginning to form on his face. The lead police officer laughed. "Out of the way, Twinkle Toes, this is a police matter." Johnny was outraged at the officer's comments, but moved aside, looking utterly dejected. He could hear the asshole talking to Scotty Allen in a condescending voice. "See, I was going to escort you out the service entrance, but since you chose to be a dick about the arrest, we're going to take you out through the front lobby, nice and public. We want everyone to see what a pathetic sack of shit you are. Let the media and the protesters get some nice photographs so that everyone can see who was responsible for the murders that happened here," he said nastily. The lead officer radioed the other police officers to pick up Scotty Allen at the front entrance of the hospital. Johnny Thomas heard him talking to Scotty and immediately responded.
"Hell no, you are wrong. You cannot do this to Scotty. This is all wrong. He is a respected director and a dignified man. At least escort him through the service entrance. This shit is simply wrong. Stop being a bitch and take the man out through the service entrance."
Johnny burst out saying, scared but determined to say his piece. The police officer simply ignored Johnny and continued to drag Scotty toward the main lobby entrance, where there was a sea of protesters and media. As they walked out of the double gates of the main entrance, the horde of reporters and protesters immediately made a beeline towards the police officers. A reporter shoved his mic near the lead officer's face.
What is going on here? Can you please update us? Who is that man? Why is he getting arrested?
A protester from the crowd yelled out,
That's Scotty Allen. He's my old boss. He laid off most of us in the ICU department.
The crowd jeered. The lead officer puffed up his chest and spoke self-importantly. He is under arrest for being under suspicion of the multiple murders that occurred at the hospital, he told the public. Another reporter asked,
Do you mean the intensive care unit murders?
The protesters had now whipped themselves up in a frenzy. One of them yelled,
That fucker is the killer. Give us our damn jobs back. I never liked him anyway. Throw the book at him.
The crowd clapped and chanted, Killer, 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 at Scotty Allen. A reporter turned towards the news camera and said,
You've heard it here first. Folks, the police believe Scotty Allen, who was working at St. Mark's Baptist Hospital as their ICU director, is the person responsible for all of the deaths that had occurred at the various intensive care units here at the hospital. Stay with us. We will be keeping you updated as the story unfolds.
The police shoved Scotty Allen into the back of a police car. The windows of the car were rolled up, but Scotty could see the angry, hateful faces that were glaring at him and hurling accusations, calling him a killer. As the police car drove off, a single tear rolled down Scotty Allen's cheek as he took one last look at St. Mark's Baptist Hospital.
Thank you so much for hanging out with us. If you had fun or picked up anything from this episode, please assist us by hitting the like, subscribe, and notification buttons. You can also comment and share our content. These small things really help our channel and mean a lot to us. Also, special thanks to our Patreon supporters. You guys are the heartbeat of this channel, and we can't thank you enough for being so generous. If you would like to join our Patreon community, please click on the link below. You can contribute as little as $5 per month. You can get all kinds of perks. You can even buy merchandise of your favorite characters at our shop store. Click on the link provided below. That's going to do it for now. Until next time, remember you are cherished by us. So be kind and know that we consider you as family.
Ever since he came into our lives, he became one of the family. But now he's gone. With Fond Recollections memorial plaques and website, we can upload all our photos and videos of him. Visit fondrecollection.com today and cherish the happy memories of your loved ones.
Chapter 22, The Reckoning. 8 months had passed since Scotty Allen had been tased, beaten, and arrested with excessive force in full view of the entire St. Mark's Baptist Hospital's administrative staff. Not one of them had lifted a finger or raised their voice in protest, despite witnessing the horrific treatment Scotty had endured. Well, no one except Johnny Thomas. Everybody enjoyed Johnny's company, but nobody took him seriously. Homophobia still ran deep within a lot of conservatives at the hospital. Many tolerated his antics because they loved his food. To those individuals, Johnny was not someone noteworthy. They did not listen to or respect him. Still, Johnny was the only person to speak up against the appalling way Scotty Allen was being treated. In his cold, dank cell, Scotty would think about Johnny sometimes and would get emotional thinking about how he was the only one who stood up for him. The more he thought about it, the more similarities he could see between him and Johnny. They were both outsiders. Scotty was ostracized for daring to be successful and intelligent while black, and Johnny was ostracized because of his sexual orientation. Scotty could not help the fact that he was born black just as much as Johnny could not change his sexual orientation. Johnny would not pretend to date women just to make society feel comfortable. Scotty Allen had not given Johnny Thomas much attention before. He was ashamed to admit. In fact, he had not cared about him beyond his amazing food. He dismissed Johnny as the stereotypical flamboyant gay person with his yes girl and spilling tea. But now, he truly admired Johnny. He was a true man who stood up against the abuse he was witnessing, while all those so-called macho men were just standing on the sidelines, smirking. Scotty knew that Eric Rivera, Robert Samuels, and others at the hospital had plotted his downfall. Nicole Snipes warned him clear as day, and in his arrogance, he did not really pay heed to her warnings. Scotty should have listened to her and made plans to avoid this consequence. All he knew was that life as he knew it was over. Scotty had a respectable job, and he had worked hard to gain his high status. He rose above all odds so people would judge him for his abilities rather than just the color of his skin. Yet, in the end, the sad reality was, people could not look past their own prejudices long enough to see the person behind his skin tone. Scotty looked around the tiny cell he had been trapped in for the past 8 months. In America, the law says, innocent until proven guilty. But if you're black, you're always guilty before you prove yourself to be innocent. Scotty Allen was no longer naive. He knew the way of the world. Now, Scotty was trapped here, within gray cement walls with no windows, a heavily reinforced steel door with just a tiny rectangular window that showed the main cell block. His cell had a slot for pushing in trays of food and medication. Since Scotty was still waiting for his trial, he was not placed in the general population. This was because the institution did not know how to classify him amongst the other inmates. Was he a deranged murderer, or was he innocent? Nevertheless, Scotty had been kept in a solitary cell with one bed, which was more like a slim metal gurney with a lumpy mattress on top. He was provided with a threadbare blanket that did nothing to keep him warm. Also, there was a metal toilet and sink attached to the corner of the cell. The only time the guards let Scotty out of the cell was for chow. All of the inmates had to line up with their hands behind their backs as they filed into the chow hall in a straight line. The food was straight up dog food. In fact, Scotty was sure he had seen one of the jail's cooks unfreeze some slop that came out of a packet that read, "Not fit for human consumption." Scotty found it hard to eat for the first few days, But then the hunger kicked in, and soon he was scarfing down the terrible food like all the other inmates. The portion sizes were barely enough to satisfy a 5-year-old child instead of a grown-ass man. Scotty Allen was used to the routine by now. That is all you have in jail, is a routine. The inmates woke up when the facility turned on the harsh fluorescent lights that made you dizzy at 5 a.m. Scotty used the inadequate restroom, and if he were lucky, the guards would escort him to the shower so that he could wash up. As a former medical professional, Scotty had never seen a shower room that was so disgusting. The inmates that cleaned the shower used the same disgusting mop over and over throughout all the units. The shower room floor was a hotbed for diseases, and if you dared to step into the shower barefoot, the best case scenario was that you ended up with athlete's foot or some sort of foot fungus. At worst case, if diabetic, you could catch gangrene and your foot would rot off over time. Scotty was not issued shower shoes, so he got creative, putting plastic bags or empty potato chip bags which he bought from the commissary. Scotty was eventually allowed to mingle with the jail general population for 1 hour in the recreation yard. Some inmates during this time worked out. Some used this opportunity to cook up inventive recipes. At the very least, their methods made the food taste better than the slop they were forced to choke down in the chow hall. Some inmates played basketball, while others played poker and other games for cigarettes and packs of ramen noodles. It was a strange ecosystem. It was held together by an exceptionally fine thread. Anyone who took a step out of line, that thread could snap, and all hell would break loose. There was a noticeably clear racial divide in jail, where the whites only spent time together with other white people. The black guys would all stick together, and so would the Hispanics. Talking to a member of the other race was allowed but frowned upon, and too much fraternization could lead to a suspicion of espionage. That was the quickest way to get assaulted or killed. Luckily, since Scotty had not been sentenced yet, he was not subjected to jail yard politics. Scotty planned to keep his head down and work on his case with his lawyer until his court date. Whenever he thought about his initial hearing, Scotty was left with a bitter taste in his mouth. The judge had not even bothered listening to his side of the story. Even though he had hired an expensive attorney to represent him, the judge never even gave Scotty the chance to plead his case. Scotty's attorney laid out all his accomplishments in front of the judge, but the judge had decided to overlook all of them. The judge had refused Scotty's appeal for bail, claiming that he was a danger to society, so he should not be allowed the freedom to walk the streets. Since his bail was denied, Scotty had lost whatever little hope he had for the judicial system. This system was not designed for people like him. People like Scotty tended to get longer jail sentences for the same crimes that a criminal of another race might commit. People like him were judged guilty with just a look because of the color of their skin. Scotty knew about the racial disparity in America, but genuinely believed that a good education alongside spotless conduct would keep him safe. Scotty thought by accomplishing these things he would be perceived as a distinguished, upstanding member of the community. His idealistic approach was crushed when he had his time in court. Scotty had gotten an unpleasant reality check that you cannot escape the perceived notions that society had placed upon him. Scotty Allen grew hard and cold after his arrest. He now knew that the only person in the world that was worth trusting was himself. He was on his own, and only he can get himself out of this situation. He realized that in this country, it did not matter how educated, well-accomplished, successful, or wealthy he was. Segregation and slavery ended long ago, but there were still a lot of people who felt that it was us versus them. Scotty and other black people being them. Jim Crow laws might have been abolished, but a lot of people would be happy to see them reinforced. Scotty could see it firsthand, because without any solid evidence of wrongdoing on his part, the judicial system had denied him bail and labeled him as a murderer. Based solely on hearsay and the testimonies of a few jealous and racist staff members who hated him for daring to rise above his station. Guilty until proven innocent. These words kept ringing in Scotty's head like a warning and a promise. That was the exact opposite of what he was taught growing up. Jail taught Scotty a lot. It was an education, different from the academic education he received from his Ivy League school, however, equally valuable. He learned he needed to watch his back, that everyone was an enemy, even those who were his friends. The guy you chat with in the chow hall is your enemy, even though he shares his food with you sometimes. The guy who once loaned you a packet of ramen is your enemy, even though he did it because he knew you were hungry. He learned to never answer questions like, "So what are you in for?" and "What landed you up in here?" Because inmates will sell you out just to get some time reduced from their own sentences. Being in jail was like being on a new planet with a specific set of rules, and Scotty had to learn them all. However, he was quick to study. Scotty knew that he was trapped with no allies around him. Several corrections officers and inmates hated him on sight. They called him names like baby killer and threatened to smother him in his sleep like he smothered the babies. They did not know how the babies died, they were enraged all the same. Having the reputation of being a black baby killer was not the best combination to be in jail. Scotty knew he had to watch out for hidden shivs or broken glass and a bunch of other things. Most inmates were brutally smart, and they knew how to hurt you in a million ways. Scotty knew he had to retain his sanity until his court date, which was still a few months away. He did the only thing he could, confined to his cell in tight quarters. He worked out religiously in his one-man cell. He practiced Tai Chi to focus his strength in his mind, to strengthen his core and his body. He meditated. He recited passages he learned back in college just to keep his mind sharp. Scotty could not afford to lose himself. His mind was all he had. His strength was all he had left, and he needed every ounce of it. Scotty was a man of intellect, without a single trace of criminality in his DNA. His cell was cold and cramped. There was hardly any room to walk around, but he made do. He stayed inside his cell for as long as he could bear it, because being with the general population made him a walking target for would-be vigilantes looking to punish baby killers. His cell had only one advantage. It was right in front of the rec hall, and he could see the TV clearly from the rectangular window pane. He peered out to see what was playing today and noticed that the local news was left on by one of the inmates. It had been 8 months since his arrest, and the media had cooled down on his case because people needed some new gruesome crime to be entertained. Scotty just shrugged and continued doing push-ups when he heard something on the news that nearly made him lose his grip and fall on his face. Hastily pushing himself up to his feet, he leaned closer to the door of his cell to hear the TV more clearly. The news broadcaster was standing in front of St. Mark's Baptist Hospital, the entire building in full view. The broadcaster was saying,
Shocking news at St. Mark's Baptist Hospital, an unlucky place that simply cannot escape tragedy. People are now calling it St. Murder Hospital because of all of the astonishing high number of deaths that have happened in the trauma units. Our preliminary reports indicate that foul play was involved. We will keep you updated with this story as we receive further information from the police in the coroner's office.
Scotty Allen could not believe his eyes. This report vindicated him. He had told anyone and everyone who would listen that he was innocent, and now this report proved it for them. He felt his hands shaking with joy. Scotty felt a twinge of sadness for the patients who had died, but he was elated that his jail time would inevitably end soon. Scotty wanted to dance. He wanted to yell and jump for joy and kiss someone. He wanted to celebrate. He knew he had to keep his composure. One wrong move in this place, and it could be added months into his sentence, which was ludicrous for Scotty because he had not even gotten sentenced yet. But Scotty did not put it beyond this jail staff to keep him there longer on some ridiculous pretense. Scotty needed to continue acting like nothing was different, to keep to himself, and avoid any confrontation with jail staff and inmates. Scotty Allen felt like he could breathe after a long time. He lay back on his lumpy mattress on his cold metal bed and took a deep breath. His mind was swimming with all the incidents that occurred in the various critical care units at the hospital. He had done this for months now, replaying the incidents over and over in his brain, hoping he would find some new snippet of information or any little clue that would help him prove his innocence. However, he would always produce the same thing. Today, as he lay down to contemplate each incident in his head, Scotty could swear he could hear someone whistling in his head. St. Mark's Baptist Hospital was chaotic. Some of the senior volunteer staff had gathered in the main lobby. Their duties for the day were being handed out. The ladies were asked to greet the visitors and guide them to their desired locations. With the senior volunteers in one spot, it was an excellent place to trade gossip. That was the highlight of some of their days. They would talk about which doctor they saw with his hand up some nurse's skirt, or which orderly was skimming meds for herself off the pharmaceutical tray. Everyday gossip that some volunteers loved to indulge in. It was one of their few vices, and they enjoyed it thoroughly. Joyce Duncan, a regular senior volunteer in her mid-70s, was the first one to speak up that day.
I'm going to quit volunteering at this hospital. It has too many unexplained deaths for me to cope with,
she said, wagging a tall brown finger at her fellow volunteers. Marilyn Smith, another volunteer, laughed at Joyce's words.
Joyce, you know you're not going anywhere.
She chuckled.
You love it here. That is why you have stayed all these years. Plus, I know you live for gossip. You are just as bad as Johnny from the kitchen. You feel like you are living out your very own hospital soap opera. Only this time it's better because it is real life. You are part of it.
Marilyn clapped her hands mirthfully.
This place has non-stop action. Better than any game show or soap. And the action lately has been juicy.
she says, fanning herself. Joyce smiled, but still looked uncertain.
You are right, of course. I love working here, Marilyn. But the deaths of those NICU babies were terrible. Oh, I could not bear it. It still gives me nightmares.
As Joyce and Marilyn were talking, a quiet voice spoke up from the corner. They had not noticed her there before.
Yes, what happened to the newborn babies was bad.
Tracy Kite said quietly. Marilyn and Joyce looked surprised. They had not noticed Tracy was standing right there.
Tracy, where did you come from? You startled us.
Joyce exclaimed.
Did I?
Tracy said vaguely, a distant expression on her face.
Think about it this way, though. At least those babies are not suffering anymore. Think about all the torture they would have endured with the doctors prodding and poking them with needles and intubating their little lungs and all those painful procedures. All those babies were premature. They did not even belong on Earth. It was not their time to be born. Not just yet, anyway.
Joyce and Marilyn looked at each other slowly. They felt an uneasy feeling in the pit of their stomachs when they heard Tracy speak. Her voice sounded different as well. She did not sound like herself. Her regular voice was high-pitched, but this time she was talking in a slow, deep voice. Marilyn squeezed Joyce's hand. They were not sure why they were afraid, but they felt a sudden chill run down their spines. Marilyn finally found her voice after a long pause.
You're right.
She smirked.
But what about the kids that died in the trauma ICU? Or the burn victim that died in the burns unit?
Marilyn put her hand on her hip and cocked her eyebrows. She wanted an answer from Tracy. What she did not expect was how Tracy answered. Tracy's eyes flashed with anger, and she looked furious. She blocked Marilyn and Joyce with her body, looking at them dead in their eyes. Her face seemed devoid of any warmth that people usually associated with Tracy Kites. It seemed like she had taken off a mask and was finally revealing her true face to others. And it was a terrifying, remarkable sight indeed.
Look, I'm sorry they all died, okay?
Tracy said, defiantly. Marilyn trembled.
Why are you sorry, Tracy?
She whispered fearfully.
Use your stupid brain, Marilyn.
Tracy mocked.
Do you think any of those poor patients wanted to live as cripples after enduring such terrible injuries? They would never be able to live normal lives again. 2 of the kids were brain dead in the trauma ICU, and 90% of the burn victims' bodies were covered in 3rd-degree burns. He would look like a monster if he survived. Do you think he wanted to live the rest of his life looking like a scary, maimed monster from a scary movie?
Tracy asked furiously.
I mean, just really fucking think for a second. Close your gaping mouth. You look like a cow. Think for a fucking second before you start talking, you dummy. Shit.
Tracy said venomously. Marilyn and Joyce could see the anger radiating off Tracy, but they still could not understand why. Her words were weird, but they took it as small talk. Just a little gossip to pass the time. There was no skin off their backs, an old lady having a tantrum. Tracy, however, was fuming as she headed away from the ladies and headed towards the exit. She turned around and looked at Marilyn and Joyce with a dangerous look in her eyes. She slowly and deliberately took off her volunteer vest and badge and tossed both items in the lobby trash can in full view of the senior volunteers. The volunteers looked shocked because they had never seen the side of sweet old Tracy Kites. Tracy Kites walked down the main entrance ramp and pulled her car keys out of her pocket. She got into her car, an old gray sedan, and turned on the ignition. The engine hummed as it started. Tracy put her favorite song on the radio as she pulled out her Best Volunteer Award from her bag and threw it out of the car window onto the pavement. She revved the engine of the car and drove off whistling her favorite song. Meanwhile, Scotty Allen kept waiting for the tides to turn now that another murder had occurred at the hospital. He thought it surely meant that he would get exonerated eventually. He called his lawyer excitedly about the news, but his lawyer informed him that the new developments made no difference. The crime was blamed on a copycat killer, and Scotty was still the prime suspect in the case. Scotty slowly hung up the call. All the elation he had felt once he heard the news had dissipated like a balloon deflating in the wind. He walked back to his cell and dragged his bedsheet off his lumpy mattress. People often forget that medical professionals know how to save lives. They also know how to end them. Scotty thought about spending his life in this shithole, and his mind was made up. He would leave one way or another. He would leave on his own terms. He constructed a noose from the bedsheet and tied it to the top bar of his cell door. He knew exactly which artery to pressurize so that the oxygen supply to his brain would be cut off as quickly and efficiently as possible. As he started to lose consciousness, his life did not flash before his eyes. All he heard was that haunting whistle echoing through the halls of St. Mark's Baptist Hospital. The end.
Thank you so much for hanging out with us. If you had fun or picked up anything from this episode, please assist us by hitting the like, subscribe, and notification buttons. You can also comment and share our content. These small things really help our channel and mean a lot to us. Also, special thanks to our Patreon supporters. You guys are the heartbeat of this channel, and we can't thank you enough for being so generous. If you would like to join our Patreon community, please click on the link below. You can contribute as little as $5 per month. You can get all kinds of perks. You can even buy merchandise of your favorite characters at our shop store. Click on the link provided below. That's going to do it for now. Until next time, remember you are cherished by us. So be kind and know that we consider you as family.